At this moment, outside the tent, General Gawain. Outside the camp, a personal guard under Arlen of the Daning Border Army requested an audience, stating that there was urgent military information. Tristan's personal guards reported respectfully, "Hear this." There was a strange look on Tristan's face. Ha ha ha. Generals, did I hear correctly? Arlen sent someone to ask for an audience, saying there's urgent military information. Tristan said with a mocking tone. Obviously, Tristan was naturally full of distrust towards Arlen. "General, let's meet first and talk later. If General Pericles really has urgent military information to report, we must not delay the military plan." Blake said. "See Blake speak." Tristan also nodded and immediately said, "Let Arlen's personal guards enter the camp." Soon, Phelan Winslow, the chief captain of Arlen's personal guards, strode into the tent. "Meet General Tilton. I am here on the orders of the general to deliver urgent military information." Phelan held the bamboo tube in his hand and bowed to Tristan. "What urgent military information do you have from the Daning Border Army?" Tristan asked without much concern. "My general led us all the way to attack the Liaodong city. He noticed that the Yuan army was short of manpower and elite soldiers, and all the soldiers were new recruits stationed in the battle. Therefore, the general speculated that the Yuan army intended to set an ambush against our army in Tailing City. The general has sent down a warning to you to be careful. This is a letter written by my general himself." Phelan handed the bamboo tube in his hand to Tristan. Tristan glanced at it and waved his hand. The commander of his personal guards immediately stepped forward and took the letter. After receiving the letter, Tristan opened it immediately and took a look. The Yuan army may have set up an ambush in Tailing, so it's best to be cautious. This is the only sentence in the letter. But after seeing this, Tristan showed a sneer on his face. "Go back and tell General Pericles. I understand his reminder. It's just that this time, we will capture Tailing and break through the Liaodong hub. I am determined to achieve this great feat. Let him not think about it anymore," Tristan said with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Then he waved his hand, "Directly order the guests to leave. See this." Phelan in the tent didn't say much. "I'll take my leave." Phelan clasped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. When they came, Marvin had already reminded them that they just needed to deliver the letter and convey their general's words. As for whether Rufus and the others believed it or not, that was not their concern. Again, do your best, listen to destiny. Arlen has already done what he was going to do. As for whether Rufus, Tristan, and others believed it or not, it had nothing to do with Arlen. There's an ambush in Tailing, be careful. I originally thought Arlen acted fairly and honestly, but I didn't expect him to resort to such despicable tactics. Now our army is less than 10 miles away from Tailing. We are already close to the water and can take the city in one day by relying on Tailing's defenses. He was able to achieve the goal of Tailing but failed, and now he's trying to make alarmist remarks. An ambush at Tailing, just relying on the current Yuan army. Tristan said coldly, raising his hand to tear up the letter written by Arlen. What the general said is absolutely true. Tailing is very close to our main camp. Tomorrow, we only need to join forces to capture Tailing, cut off the key point of Liaodong, and make the Yuan army in Liaodong no longer connected. This feat, our army will definitely win. This Arlen probably saw that our army had already seized the initiative, and that it was impossible to seize the victory of Tailing, so he used this method to prevent our army from mobilizing. Arlen's actions are somewhat ridiculous. All the generals laughed, obviously not believing what Arlen said. But there is only one person. Blake, the commander of the Peking army, had a thoughtful look on his face at this moment. After pondering for a moment, "General Tilton, I think we should send scouts to Tailing to investigate," Blake said. "Listen to this." Tristan gave him a strange look and said nonchalantly, "General Farley, do you really believe Arlen's alarmist words? Our army is advancing so fiercely that the Yuan army has been completely defeated. In recent days, we have captured no fewer than 10,000 Yuan soldiers. Even if the Yuan army recruits more troops, how can they still defeat us? I believe Arlen's alarmist words and wasted the opportunity to fight." Tristan waved his hand indifferently. "I think so. General Arlen would not say this without any reason. It is better to investigate further." Blake still insisted. Seeing Blake's seriousness, Tristan stared for a moment. "In the end, I didn't refuse again. Since General Farley insists so much, you should dispatch your scouts to investigate. However, the army will gather tomorrow and the offensive momentum will not change." Tristan said in a deep voice, I obey your command. Blake also nodded. Under the cover of night, the Daning border army camp is located here. General, the letter has been forwarded to Tristan. But judging from Tristan's behavior, he doesn't seem to believe it. After Phelan returned, he reported to Arlen. It's up to him whether he believes it or not. I have done my best. Arlen nodded. Yes, I'll take my leave. Phelan bowed and left the tent. Could it be possible that the Yuan army would really set an ambush in Tailing? Given the current situation of the Yuan army, if the Ming army splits into two groups, can Nahachu still gather an elite force? In the main seat, Abner said with some surprise, the situation in Liaodong is now clear. If we just defend, the Yuan army will be defeated. How could a figure like Nahachu not know? There is only one way to change the predicament of the Yuan army in Liaodong, and that is to counterattack and defeat or cripple our Ming army. Only in this way can we preserve the foundation for victory in Liaodong. A good warrior is good at hiding and employing his troops. I think Nahachu has mobilized troops not only from Geju, but also from Tailing. He has even mobilized a lot of troops from Liaoyang City. I can be sure that there is an ambush in Tailing in all likelihood. Moreover, Nahachu must have been planning for several months and has made thorough preparations. If we want to change the situation on this battlefield, we must advance steadily. It would be best to bypass Tailing and attack to cut off the Yuan army's ambush plan. Arlen said in a deep voice. Now that Rufus's army is approaching Tailing, it's almost impossible for them to give up the attack. And this is just your guess after all. They won't believe it. Instead, they will think that you are trying to take credit and delay their chance to fight. Abner said in a deep voice, it's up to them to believe it or not. However, the mobilization of my Daning border troops cannot be delayed. Arlen smiled faintly. Then his eyes fell on Todd. General Farley, how is the cavalry deployment going? Report to the general. 20,000 cavalry have been fully deployed. I have asked the logistics troops to feed fodder tonight and make sure the soldiers are well fed and watered. Todd replied immediately. In tomorrow's battle, cavalry will be the key to victory. We must be prepared for Rufus and his men to be ambushed. Once they are ambushed, our cavalry will attack with all their might and defeat the Yuan army. Arlen said in a deep voice. I am willing to follow the general until death, Todd said immediately. Arlen's gaze fell on Otis and Dustin again. All 20,000 infantrymen have been deployed and are ready to be deployed by the general at any time. Otis and Dustin said in unison. Zebner handed over the command power to Arlen, although Arlen was not the commander. He had complete control of the military power of the 50,000 border troops of Daning. Everything was under his command, and all the strength of the border troops of Daning was concentrated in Arlen's hands. It is good. There will be a battle tomorrow, the key to controlling Liaodong. All the generals should go back and rest for a night. We will mobilize tomorrow. Arlen stood up. The last general takes orders. The generals replied in unison, Lord Percival, you should also take a good rest. We will definitely win by the end of tomorrow. Arlen said to Abner again. Haha, with you leading the troops, I'm naturally relieved. Military command, do it boldly. I fully support you, Abner said with a smile. Inside Arlen's tent, 3 first-level treasure chests and 4 ordinary treasure chests. It's time to open it. Arlen lay on his couch, a look of anticipation on his face. Arlen has never opened these treasure chests. 2 of them were previously granted the title of Earl and Noble title. One is that the number of enemies killed exceeded 4,000. The other 4 were 2 imperial edicts obtained by beheading 2 generals of the Yuan army who were equivalent to the rank of commander. Open all the treasure chests. Arlen gave the order. Open 4 ordinary treasure chests. Obtained 10 packets of crazy diarrhea powder. Obtained 5 Tine Shan snow lotus flowers. Obtained 10 fine steel knives. Obtained 100 fine steel armor-piercing arrows. Open 3 first-level treasure chests. Obtained 5,000 gold. Obtain the treasure map of the Imperial Seal. Obtain a complete set of steam engine blueprints. The panel prompted. Imperial Seal treasure map, just a glance. Arlen's eyes fell on the second reward that came out of this level of treasure chest. There was a hint of shock on his face, and even an indescribable expectation. The National Jade Seal. Ever since Langston unified China, the existence of the Imperial Seal has been known to everyone. Whoever obtains the Imperial Seal is the legitimate emperor and is blessed with the fortune of China. This may also be a declaration of the emperor's legitimacy. However, after the 5 barbarians' invasion of China, the imperial seal became history and disappeared. Countless emperors in later generations had a great desire for this imperial seal. Mandated by heaven, I shall live long and prosper forever. This is to let me get the imperial seal. Looking at this reward, it would be strange if Arlen was not excited. Although he is now in the Ming dynasty, he has gained the opportunity of immortality, and the future world belongs to him. Found a country and become emperor. It would be a lie to say that Arlen did not have such ambition. Now that the Ming dynasty is stable, Arlen can't do anything, but there are too many opportunities outside the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the Ming dynasty would not always be strong in the future. First, there was the Jingnan rebellion, then there was the Tumubao war god. If the Tumubao war god really came, Arlen would never sit idly by and watch countless Cornelius men being tricked to death by that fool. The treasure chest here is of great value. The jade seal of the country. I will definitely find it someday. With this imperial seal, I will one day be the legitimate heir of the Cornelius dynasty. Arlen thought excitedly in his heart. The treasure map of the imperial seal was then retrieved. Next moment, an ancient map appeared in Arlen's hands. The location on this map seems to be in the northern border, in the heart of the northern Yuan dynasty. It is indeed possible. When the 5 barbarians invaded China, the entire Central Plains was in chaos. It's possible that the imperial seal was dragged into the northern border by foreign tribes. Let's take one step at a time. If we really reach this point, we will be forced to surrender. Arlen took a look at the map and barely knew the location, but he was not in a hurry. Anyway, the imperial seal is there and won't run away. Come back to your senses. Arlen put the map away and then his eyes fell on the other rewards offered. Quanxi powder. We lost everything we got to those Tartars. The effect should be quite good. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The Tiantian snow lotus is a good thing to keep. It's a rare spiritual medicine. The fine steel sword will be given as a reward to the personal guards who are good at fighting and have made great contributions. Fine steel armor-piercing arrows. Much stronger than ordinary arrows. Perhaps they can carry internal energy, making them more powerful. They can be used as a trump card. 5,000 gold, not bad. As for this steam engine, we already have blueprints for flintlock rifles, powerful cannons, and high-quality gunpowder, and now we have the steam engine. It seems that there will be a chance for me to build a modern country in the future. From now on, I might get an artificial intelligence in the future. Looking at these rewards, Arlen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But, although these cannot be materialized now, Arlen will be able to materialize them one by one in the future. Properties panel. Arlen called out in his heart. Presented by the eye. Host Arlen age, 14 years old, interest rate, 3,468 points strength, 3,645 points speed, 3,522 points constitution, 3,312 points stamina, 3,423 points spirit, 3,284 points lifespan, 271 years and 256 days storage space, 39 cubic meters Gongfa, postnatal mystical skill. Horizontal refining Gong martial arts, charge sword strike late stage, wild sword dance late stage, collapsing mountain fist early stage, continuous divine arrows middle stage, tiger roar early stage, golden bell cover middle stage. As long as there's one more battle, all attributes will hopefully break through 4,000, looking at his attribute panel. Arlen thought secretly in his heart these past 3 months, although the attacks continued. However, they did not encounter a large number of Yuan troops, and the stationed Yuan troops all surrendered at the sight of the enemy, so Arlen did not enjoy the killing, but this time it was the Battle of Tailing. There will be a big war. Although he did not receive accurate intelligence, Arlen was very confident in his own certainty that the Yuan army would set up an ambush in Tailing and use Tailing as bait to ambush the Ming army. Turn your eyes. Tailing City, inside the general's mansion. Cliff sat in the main seat, with the general standing on both sides. General, everything is ready. For the past month, no one has been able to enter or leave except those escorting food and supplies. A general reported to Cliff, who was in the main seat. Kindness. Cliff nodded, his expression extremely serious. Everyone, the Ming army is only 10 miles away from Tailing. They will definitely attack tomorrow. Tomorrow's battle is about the Yuan dynasty's control over Liaodong, and even more about our survival. The fact that you, the generals, have come to Tailing City this time shows that your loyalty has been recognized by the Morgan. Of course, to be on the safe side, Before you came here, my family had already stayed in Liaoyang City. If this news leaks out, not only my family, but also the families of all the generals will not survive. Cliff said to everyone with a serious face. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of all the northern Yuan generals in the hall changed. Almost everyone felt uneasy and even angry. Generals, there is no need to look at me like that. Our family has been detained. This was ordered by the Grand Marshal himself and approved by the Emperor. For the Yuan dynasty, everything is worth it. Cliff said in a deep voice. His words were absolutely firm and without any emotion. Ask the general, is this battle asking us to defend Tiling to the death and not retreat a single step? If we retreat, will all our families die? Asked a northern Yuan general. The other generals all focused their attention. Do not. Cliff shook his head. This battle, it's not a battle to defend the city. Cliff said in a deep voice. It's not a battle to defend the city. Many generals were even more puzzled. This time their families are trapped in Liaoyang. Once Tiling is lost, their families will be in trouble. But now it seems that they are not asked to hold on to the death. The reason the Morgan has all of you. And even my family. Under guard in Liaoyang is not because he's afraid you'll desert the battlefield, but because he's worried about the news leaking out. This battle, the general has already made plans, using Tiling as bait to annihilate the invading Ming army. Cliff said in a deep voice, murderous intent in his eyes. General. Even if we have nearly 100,000 troops in Tiling this time, the Ming army also has a lot of troops. How can we annihilate them? Since the fall of Jincheng and Kaiyuan, the morale of our men has been greatly damaged. If we hold on, it might be possible. But annihilating the Ming army is almost impossible. Yes, the Ming army now has a force of 200,000. In Geizhou and Tiling, we can only defend. The generals of the Yuan army spoke out. There was no hope at all for Cliff's proposal to annihilate the Ming army. The situation now is no longer the same as it was a few months ago when the Ming army just attacked. The situation on the battlefield has changed drastically, inside and outside Tiling City. I have 150,000 men of the Yuan dynasty. Whitaker Ling City is full of things that can start a fire, strong liquor, and kerosene. Cliff spoke slowly. There was a coldness in the voice. Cooperating with the personal guards on duty outside the palace, it adds a cold and murderous aura. General, could it be that the Teiwei intends to use Tiling as bait to lure the Ming army into the city and burn it down? A Yuan general asked in surprise. The expressions of the other Yuan generals also changed. If that is the case, that might really be able to annihilate the Ming army. The battle in Liaodong is over. If we cannot annihilate the Ming army, Liaodong will be lost. That's why the Grand Marshal decided to burn the city to wipe out the invading Ming army in one fell swoop and turn the tide of the war. Cliff smiled coldly. But General, the Ming army is led by Rufus. He is an expert in commanding troops, and I'm afraid he won't be fooled so easily. If our army shows any intention of retreat, the retreat will be too obvious and Rufus will not be fooled. A Yuan general said in a deep voice, 150,000 troops. Among them are 50,000 newly recruited soldiers, most of whom are Cornelius Chinese. I will use these 50,000 troops to stop Rufus's attack and make them die in the city. And my 100,000 elite Yuan soldiers will wait for an opportunity to strike. Once Rufus leads his troops into the city, we will set it ablaze. The army attacked Rufus's center and annihilated it. One fell swoop. This battle, the Morgan has determined the strategy which cannot be violated. I will personally supervise the battle. When the war starts tomorrow, anyone who dares to leak even a little bit of information will be killed. Cliff shouted in a deep voice with an unquestionable tone, under the pressure of his gaze. All the Yuan generals in the hall stood up and said, "We swear to be loyal to the Yuan dynasty until death. Generals, we must not miss this opportunity. This battle depends on the survival of Liaodong." To avoid accidents, every general's personal guard will be incorporated into the army. The general's safety will be personally protected by the Grand Marshal's personal guard. As long as we win this battle, Grand Marshal, the Emperor will never forget the achievements of all the generals. Cliff said loudly again. A clap. Thousands of personal guards had gathered outside the general's mansion. These were Nahachu's personal guards, and they were absolutely loyal to Nahachu. This time, the plan of burning the city was the key for Nahachu to change the situation of the war. In terms of layout, Cliff has completed it. But in terms of intelligence, Cliff must be eliminated. The presence of these personal guards eliminated the possibility of the generals in the city leaking the news. Only then can the plan of burning the city succeed. Wait until the generals leave under the protection of Nahatchu's personal guards. In the main hall, only Cliff and his 2 deputy generals were left. Everything is ready. Whether it succeeds or not depends on tomorrow. Once we succeed, we will surely inflict a heavy defeat on the Ming army. Our army can also counterattack and reset the situation in Liaodong, Cliff said in a deep voice. The next day, nearly 100,000 troops arrived at the city of Tailing. It's the hub city of Liaodong. Outside Tailing City is a vast plain where 100,000 troops are lined up still in the open under the banner of the Ming army. Rufus stood on the chariot accompanied by Tristan and Scott. General, brothers are ready. Just wait for the general's order and the whole army will attack. Tristan looked at Valemont Yudao excitedly. Have you investigated the situation in Tailing City? Rufus asked in a deep voice. Obviously, he already knew that Arlen had sent someone to deliver the letter. Although he disliked Arlen, Rufus was also very cautious as a general. Please rest assured, General. Our army has already sent out 5 scouts to investigate. The Yuan army is stationed in Tailing City and there are no ambushes outside. Tristan patted his chest and assured, kindness. Rufus nodded and felt relieved. Gazing at Tailing City ahead, he said, if we can capture this city, Liaodong will be conquered. General Tilton Tristan. Rufus shouted loudly. The end will be here. I order you to lead my infantry as the vanguard and capture Tailing. Taking this city will be a great achievement. Rufus shouted loudly. The last general takes orders. Tristan accepted the order excitedly. Subsequently, returned to the main camp. Artillery advance. Archers advance. Tristan ordered loudly as the order was issued. The siege army, which had been prepared long ago, was advancing steadily towards Tailing City. There are more than 300 cannons, and each one is maintained by several Ming army artillerymen. Fire! As the artillery reached its position, Tristan shouted loudly. Suddenly, boom, 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 waves of deafening roars echoed through the void. 300 guns opened fire. The shells bombarded Tailing City with deafening power, accompanied by the artillery fire. This marked the beginning of the Ming army's offensive. Tristan drew his sword, pointed at Tailing City and shouted, kill! Whoever breaks into the city first will be promoted 2 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Kill me! As the order came down, the vanguard of the Ming army, led by many generals, attacked Tailing City. Under artillery bombardment. From time to time, the wailing of Yuan soldiers could be heard from the city wall. War had been going on for nearly 4 months. The Yuan army in Liaodong had run out of their reserve artillery. Faced with the artillery threat of the Ming army, they could only watch and wait for the Ming army to approach and shoot them with arrows. Siege battle. Courage comes first. The Ming army attacked frantically, while the Yuan army in the city also fought desperately. Tailing City turned into a meat grinder. The war continues. The Yuan army's resistance was so fierce, it seems that they are ready to defend Tailing to the death. Rufus stared at the battle situation in Tailing. The Yuan army in the city was determined to defend to the death and had no intention of retreating. In his opinion, they were ready to defend Tailing to the death. General, it seems that Arlen's words are indeed a bit alarmist. He really has no good intentions. Scott said in a deep voice. He has no share in the achievements of Tailing. Rufus also nodded. Subsequently, send the general's order. Capture Tailing before sunset. Attack with the entire army. Don't give the Yuan army a chance to breathe. Rufus shouted loudly. The last general takes orders. All the generals responded in unison. Almost all of the nearly 100,000 troops in front of the city were mobilized. Starting the real offensive against Tailing City. Time flies. Under the momentum of Rufus's all-out attack, the Tailing City gate was breached. The Ming army rushed forward frantically, broke into the city, and engaged in close combat with the Yuan army in the city. The entire city was filled with shouts of killing, the sound of weapons cutting into flesh and blood spurting out. It was very tragic. The Yuan army in the city was also resisting frantically, but behind the city. General, the 50,000-strong army has already advanced, with 10,000 supervisory troops following behind. No one is retreating now. We are fighting a desperate battle with the Ming army. A general reported to Cliff. Once the Ming army enters the inner city, the overall situation will be determined. The important task entrusted to me by the Morgan has finally been completed. A look of determination flashed in Cliff's eyes. Send the general's order. The army withdrew in an orderly manner. Once the Ming army has completely entered the city, the 2,000 soldiers ambushed in the city will immediately set fire and perish together with the Ming army. Except, the 20,000 cavalrymen ambushed outside the city will launch a surprise attack on the Ming army's rear outside the city, cutting off their chances of survival. This battle, I want to completely wipe out the 100,000 Ming troops. There was a look of madness in Cliff's eyes. I will obey the general's orders. The generals around him shouted. Outside the city, the Ming army soldiers who had already entered the city had no idea that Tiling City was a trap. One is that they sent scouts to investigate, but they didn't detect any accidents. Secondly, the Yuan army put up a fierce resistance in the city, and it didn't look like they were setting a trap at all. This has to be said about Nahachu's strength. He not only has a firm control over intelligence, but also understands people's hearts. If the Yuan army in the city did not resist fiercely, Rufus would easily see that something was wrong and would not attack further. However, if the Yuan army in the city resisted fiercely and looked like they were determined to fight to the death with the Ming army, Rufus would instead be convinced that the Yuan army was determined to hold on and was not setting a trap. This Tiling City was built by Nahachu at the cost of tens of thousands of soldiers' lives. As long as he could settle the overall situation, the lives of these Yuan soldiers were not worth mentioning at all in Nahachu's view. All for victory. Bros. Kill him, kill all the Yuan army. Killing them and taking Tiling City will be a great achievement. Kill. In the city, Tristan waved his long sword and roared loudly. Morale is high at this moment. The Ming army in front was also attacking frantically, faced with the bravery of the Ming army. The Yuan army in the city, under the supervision of the supervising army in the rear, even though they showed signs of defeat, they still had no choice but to fight back and were killed by the Ming army at last. When Tristan led his army to the city commander's mansion in Tiling City, countless Ming troops have seen the dawn of victory. Bros. The Tiling City general's mansion has been captured by our army. The city of Tiling will be conquered. Send the general's order. Those of you Yuan soldiers who lay down your weapons and surrender will be spared. Tristan roared excitedly, but right now, all over the city, there are houses on many streets and even underground where the post station is located. Suddenly, many Yuan soldiers crawled out, held fire starters and lit them directly at the flammable materials that had been prepared around them. Almost at the same time, whoa, 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 all over Tiling City. Suddenly, a raging fire broke out, and the fire spread very quickly throughout the city. Originally, there were only shouts and sounds of fighting, but now there was also the roaring sound of a raging fire. It's gone, it's gone. Run away. Why did you get into the water? Run away. The civilians who were hiding in the houses were also frightened by the sudden fire. Countless civilians fled from the houses, not caring that there was a battlefield outside. The Yuan and Ming armies fighting in the city were all stunned. What happened? Why is there such a big fire? What a huge fire. The whole city is on fire. How to do? We're already in flames. General, how can this be good? Now, blazing fire. It quickly spread throughout the city. The Ming and Yuan armies, which were originally in the middle of battle, were all panicked. Even though the Ming army had achieved victory in the attack, they were all panicked when they saw the raging fires burning around the city. Fire and water are merciless. This is simply beyond human capability. Just for a moment, the two armies that were originally fighting each other were thrown into chaos and fled in all directions when faced with the raging flames that were raging in the city. Even with the presence of the supervising army, there is no way to sustain under the raging flames. How come? How could this happen? Is Nahachu crazy? Tristan in the city was stunned when he saw the raging fire burning around him. He didn't expect that Nahachu would be so crazy that he would burn down the entire Tiling City at the cost of his life. You must know that there are not only tens of thousands of Yuan troops in this city, but also tens of thousands of civilians. Nahachu didn't care at all and burned down the whole city. But also, only by burning the city could Nahachu deceive Rufus. If Nahachu had relocated the civilians in the city before and left a small number of Yuan troops to resist, Rufus's army would not have been able to penetrate the city to attack. All this was planned by Nahachu. The stronger the resistance of the Yuan army in the city, the more reinforcements Rufus's army sent, and the stronger the attack. What Arlen said is true. The Yuan army really set an ambush in Tiling. This moment, thinking of Arlen's previous reminder, Tristan felt as if he was struck by lightning and his brain was trembling. General, how to do? The deputy general beside Tristan asked hurriedly. Withdraw, quickly evacuate the city, retreat in an orderly manner, not in chaos. Otherwise you all have to stay in the city. Tristan screamed hoarsely, subsequently. He quickly turned his horse around and retreated, but under the raging fire. Everyone has fear. Moreover, the flames were raging all around, the surrounding fires were burning, and there was thick smoke billowing, making everything in the city become chaotic. There were wailing and screaming everywhere. Everything in the city was in complete chaos. Outside the city, when Rufus saw the thick smoke billowing in the city, his face changed instantly. In just a moment he understood what had happened. Not good. Ambush. A raging fire consumes the city. Nahatchu is so cruel. They actually used the entire tiling as bait to lure our army into the city and eventually burn the entire city down. Rufus's eyes widened and his face turned pale. The moment he saw the thick smoke billowing in the city, he immediately understood. Quick, the army retreats and cannot enter the city again. To accommodate the passage out of the city. Do it quickly. Rufus shouted immediately. I hope in time. After giving the order, Rufus felt heavy in his heart. He had commanded troops for many years, so he understood that since the UN army used the entire tiling city as bait to burn down the entire city, they must have other means. What they really want must be to annihilate him completely, just as Rufus thought. Angus UN men, kill all these Ming army bastards. How can we allow the Ming people to covet Liaodong, the territory of our Yuan dynasty? Kill. From the east where Rufus's rear army was located, the torrential sound of footsteps swept over. Amidst the sound of footsteps, the Yuan army's battle flag stood tall in the sky. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen from the army rushed towards Rufus's rear from the east with murderous intent. When they got close to Rufus's rear army, that is, riding and shooting come first, countless arrows rained down on Rufus's rear army. Even though the rear army was well prepared, they still suffered heavy casualties under the dense rain of arrows. It's over. Seeing the sudden attack of the Yuan cavalry, Rufus felt a surge of fear in his heart. He is very clear. He lost this battle, and there is no way to change the situation. The Yuan cavalry arrived to cut off the retreat of the Ming army that had entered the city and let them die alive in the city. This battle, Nahatchu's sole purpose was to annihilate him. Arlen, he is right. The ambush set by the Yuan army in Tiling is not a simple ambush, but a raging fire to burn the city in order to annihilate our army. Fear surged in Rufus's heart, but at the moment, he had no choice. The whole army obeys the order. The offensive formation changes to a defensive formation. Stop the Yuanki. Archers, shoot your arrows. Shield soldiers, spearmen, move forward. Fight. Rufus stood on the chariot, drew his sword, and shouted loudly. The surrounding Ming troops quickly changed their formation, and archers shot arrows at the charging Yuan cavalry. Under random arrows, the two armies fired at each other. However, the Yuan cavalry seemed to have tried their best this time and rushed towards Rufus's rear army madly. The cavalry charged, unstoppable, just for a moment. The Yuan cavalry attacked Rufus's rear army like knives, swinging their swords. Large numbers of Ming troops died tragically at the hands of the Yuan cavalry. Rufus's rear army formation was broken in an instant. Sons, kill me. Ming General Rufus is just ahead. Whoever captures him will be promoted 3 levels, and whoever kills him will be promoted 2 levels. Kill me. The Yuan cavalry commander Ranulf shouted loudly. He waved his sword with great excitement. A battle today. Nahatchu had been planning for months, all for today's success. As long as Rufus's entire army is annihilated, the Yuan dynasty can reverse the declining situation in Liaodong and launch a counterattack in one fell swoop. Not only can it recover all the lost cities, but it can also counterattack the Ming dynasty. Kill! Ranulf roared loudly, extremely excited. He charged into the cavalry formation, madly killing the defending Ming soldiers. Except for the advancing Yuan cavalry. Outside Tiling City are also nearly 70,000 to 80,000 Yuan army infantrymen who are quietly forming an encirclement surrounding the entire Tiling City. This battle, the purpose is to completely annihilate Rufus. The cavalry is just one link, while the infantry is the siege. General, we are surrounded by the Yuan army. The expressions of many generals around Rufus changed drastically. Now, they were already at the end of their strength and were completely surrounded by the Yuan army. Kill out. Fight from the west. Rufus took a look at the battle situation and shouted immediately. Have the brothers in the city given up? Once we withdraw, they will lose the chance to evacuate. The city will be completely surrounded by the UN army. Nearly 80,000 brothers who entered the city will all die. Scott, who was standing by, said in fear, if we don't retreat, we are about to be annihilated. The UN army has surrounded us completely. Rufus gritted his teeth, but Scott wanted to say something else, but at the moment. It's too late. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the light army. The shouts and cries of UN cavalry were heard all around. The wailing of Ming army soldiers could be heard everywhere. The formation of Rufus's rear army had been torn apart and was unstoppable. No chance when Rufus turned his horse around and wanted to retreat to the west, but at a glance, countless UN army battle flags appeared. To the west, a large number of UN army infantrymen have appeared and the tiling battlefield has been encircled. Angus UN men, it's time to fight back. Kill the army of light. The location of the UN Army Central Army. Cliff roared excitedly. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement at the success of his plan. Nahachu's strategy of luring the enemy and annihilating them, which had been planned for several months, was successful. Although it cost the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians in the city, this strategy has already succeeded. Just wait for this battle to end. The 100,000 Ming troops will be in vain. Yuan could organize a counterattack and annihilate all Ming troops in Liaodong, reversed the previous losing streak. Failed. Rufus felt extremely bitter in his heart. He originally wanted to use this battle to establish the situation in Liaodong and achieve a great feat, but he never thought that Nahachu would come up with such a plan, using such a price as bait, use the entire tiling as bait. Even though Rufus had been through hundreds of battles, he never expected Nahachu to be so crazy. I can't kill it anymore. Rufus spoke slowly and silently drew his sword from his waist. General, maybe if I persist I'll have a chance. Arlen still has 50,000 Daning border troops. Since he knows the war situation here, he will definitely come to rescue. Scott said in a deep voice, this is also his last hope. Maybe. But maybe it's too late. Rufus smiled bitterly. Subsequently, Rufus raised the sword at his waist and shouted loudly, brothers, this ambush by the UN army is my fault, Rufus. A battle today. Rufus will live and die with all of you brothers. Even if it means death, we must fight the UN army to the bitter end. A roar, Rufus raised his knife and rushed towards the UN army. Follow the general to the death. Fight the UN army. Kill. The surrounding Ming troops were greatly encouraged when they saw Rufus going into battle, and they also rushed towards the UN army frantically. The war begins. The real bloody battle is coming, but at the moment, although the Ming army evacuated from the city, there were still UN troops outside, and once they came out, they were in a passive engagement. The battlefield was in great chaos. As time goes by, the number of Ming army soldiers around Rufus was decreasing. The encirclement formed by the UN army was getting smaller and smaller. The Ming troops who escaped from the city had less and less space to hide, and the final result was that they were burned to death and surrounded and killed. The war here seems to have reached its end and is beyond redemption. And just then, the rear of the UN army. A cavalry unit with the Ming dynasty flag flying high marched forward. The leader was riding a tall black Arabian horse and holding a tiger head sword. Wearing a suit of armor, he looks extremely powerful. He rode first. Behind him were 20,000 cavalrymen. Todd Dustin. 2 deputy commanders led the cavalry and accompanied them. Bow and arrow. Arlen shouted. The sword is held horizontally. He held the precious carved bow in his hand. Pull from behind. 7 arrows were placed directly on the bowstring. Behind you. The 20,000 cavalrymen also drew their bows and arrows. While galloping, the distance between them and the formation were widened. When the distance to the UN army in front was less than 50 steps. Kill! Arlen let out a low cry. The precious carved bow in his hand, which had been pulled into a full moon, shook. The 7 arrows instantly turned into lightning and flew out from the bow. The moment the arrow is shot, like a lightning snake, in an instant it broke through the air and shot towards the UN cavalry in front, just for a moment. 7 arrows scattered. Almost instantly, the arrows penetrated the bodies of dozens of UN soldiers, and each arrow easily pierced 5 or 6 UN soldiers. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 10 points of strength, pick up 10 days of life. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 10 points of internal energy, and pick up 15 days of life. Kill the northern UN soldiers. The panel prompts constantly. Kill 20,000 Ming cavalry raised their bows and shot arrows at once, radiating towards the UN army ahead. under random arrows. It is endless murderous intent. Whoosh. Shhhhhhh. There was a sharp sound of arrows breaking through the air, and the Yuan army was crying and screaming. In an instant, the Yuan army in the rear suffered heavy casualties. Not good. The Ming army still has reinforcements. Turn around and fight back quickly. The front army becomes the rear army, and the rear army becomes the front army. Attack! Ranulph saw the sudden rain of arrows coming from behind and shouted immediately. The sudden attack of the Ming army obviously startled Ranulph, but Arlen was not affected. Todd Raphael rushed forward at full speed. Arlen picked up the bow again, aimed forward again, and shot 7 arrows in a row. Shoot the arrow again. Arrows shot through the air. Dozens more Yuan soldiers were pierced by arrows in an instant. The soldiers behind Arlen kept shooting arrows. Just as they had previously launched a surprise attack on Rufus's rear army, Arlen would do the same thing this time. When Ranulph reacted and led his cavalry to fight, Arlen had already put away the precious carved bow and was holding the tiger-head sword tightly in his right hand. Bros, kill the Yuan army. Arlen didn't say anything and shouted loudly. Carrying a sword in hand, he rushed directly towards the Yuan army in front, looking at the Yuan cavalry rushing towards him. Kill! Arlen raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Wherever the blade passes, several Yuan soldiers in front of him were beheaded in an instant, and their heads flew into the air. As always, Todd Raphael galloped at full speed, and Arlen swung his sword continuously. Wherever he went, he was the former overlord of Western Harding. His fighting power was even more terrifying than that of the overlord of Western Harding, like a god of death. If you charge across alone, you will see a sea of blood, and no one can survive under Arlen's blade. One person is like a huge army. No one can match him. Follow the general to the death. Kill all these Tartars. Kill! Todd and Dustin let out bursts of roars. Follow the general to the death. Kill! 20,000 Daning cavalrymen roared and followed Arlen to kill. Arlen commanded the troops, take the lead. It is meant to boost morale and inspire people. With the support of an official seal of authority, one can imagine the increase in combat power. Each Daning cavalryman can fight against several Yuan soldiers. Following Arlen's attack, the 20,000 Daning cavalry were like sharp blades, slashing towards the Yuan army fiercely. Kill, kill, kill all these Tartars. Countless Daning cavalrymen roared, raised their swords, and slashed down fiercely. Large groups of Yuan cavalry were killed in an instant, leaving countless ownerless war horses on the battlefield. Just one hit. The Yuan army's formation was immediately torn apart and was broken into several formations by 4 long lines of Daning cavalry. General, look quickly. Scott, who was trapped in the encirclement of the Yuan army, seemed to have heard something. When he looked up, anticipation immediately appeared in his eyes. Rufus also looked up. I saw many Ming dynasty flags fluttering in the wind, and countless red-armored cavalrymen were madly attacking the Yuan army and killing them. The Yuan army, which had been almost encircled, was immediately broken into many gaps by the cavalry's charge. The general fighting at the forefront is unstoppable and unmatched. Rufus recognized him at a glance. Arlen. Rufus stared with a complicated expression. Today's situation. Rufus hadn't thought about it, because he didn't expect Nahatchu to be so cruel and would use any means to win. Using the fact that there were tens of thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians in Tiling as bait, he allowed his army to charge into the city, although Arlen had warned before to be careful of ambushes set by the Yuan army. Because of Arlen's reminder, no matter how much Rufus feared Arlen, he was still cautious on the battlefield. However, no matter how much he took precautions or investigated, he still could not find out Nahatchu's plan. After all, the latter kept it very secret this time, and there were no mistakes. It was he who came to save me. Rufus felt extremely complicated. For Arlen, no doubt, Rufus was somewhat wary and even somewhat hostile, but at this moment, Rufus also quickly came to his senses. Bros, reinforcements have arrived. Follow me to kill all the Yuan soldiers at the city gate and help the soldiers out of the city. Kill, Rufus roared loudly. He led his army to launch a counterattack. The first step was to clear out the Yuan army crowded in front of the city. Only by clearing out the Yuan army outside the city can we save more lives for the soldiers in the city. The war continues. When they saw the Angus Ning cavalry charging and killing continuously, Cliff's face changed. How could the Ming army have reinforcements? Cliff asked hurriedly. Return to the general. It should be the Ming army's Daningbian army. They do not belong to Commander Rufus. They have always led the troops alone. This time, This time we even made it to tiling. The deputy general on the side hurriedly reported. Arland from the Daning Border Army. When mentioning the Daning Border Army, Cliff immediately thought of Arlen, the man who had caused his Yuan dynasty to suffer many heavy losses. No, the battle situation is now clear. Rufus's army has been surrounded by our army. We must not be affected by it. Send the general's order. The army will gather and encircle us. This time, our Yuan dynasty will leave no one alive and will annihilate all the Ming troops. Cliff shouted immediately. This time, he has the advantage in military strength and the outcome of the battle is clear. He was naturally not afraid. The general has an order. The army is surrounding us. The general has ordered. As Cliff's order was issued, the Yuan army formation immediately began to accelerate the encirclement. Only, the Yuan cavalry side had been torn apart. Kill, Arlen roared, the sword in his hand kept swinging. Every time the sword fell, several Yuan soldiers died. Attack, attack, those who retreat will be killed. Ranulph roared loudly, urging his cavalry to charge. His screams immediately attracted Arlen's attention, and the general flags beside him were even more so. A cavalry general of the Yuan army. Arlen's eyes fixed, and he immediately looked at Ranulph. The sword in his hand shook. Blood drips. Arlen directly controlled Todd Raphael and charged towards the direction where Ranulph was, charge all the way without any hindrance. Pericles, Arlen. When Ranulph felt the murderous intent, his expression changed. He looked up and saw a Ming general covered in blood rushing towards him. The momentum of his sword was unstoppable, and his target at this moment was himself. Superior, rush ahead. Those who retreat will be killed. Ranulph was already panicking in his heart. Being targeted by Arlen was like being targeted by ghosts and gods. Under his command, the cavalry guards around him charged forward madly. Just Arlen's attack speed did not slow down at all. Just for a moment, he rushed to Ranulph. Die to me. Die to me. Arlen shouted coldly. The voice contained infinite murderous intent. The tiger-headed sword was raised in the air and slashed towards Ranulph. The blade is sharp and unstoppable. Fight. Ranulph held the knife with both hands and tried his best to fight back. Two swords clashed. What awaits us is not all collisions. Just for a moment. Puff. Ranulph felt a sharp pain in his arms, and an extremely terrifying force rapidly invaded his whole body along his arms. His bones, muscles, and meridians collapsed in an instant. The whole person had no chance to react and was blown away. Like a parabola, it was blasted away more than 10 steps and fell heavily to the ground, dead in an instant. Kill the 50-strong general of the Northern Yuan. Dynasty Ranulph, pick up 50 points of all attributes, pick up days of lifespan. Pick up an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompts. Arlen's attack did not stop. He slashed at the Yuan army flag soldier in front of him who was holding the Yuan army battle flag. One knife fell. Both the man and the flag were killed in an instant. The battle flag of this Yuan cavalry was broken. This is also true. The morale of this Yuan cavalry was instantly thrown into chaos. I have killed the Yuan army cavalry general. Bros, kill all the Yuan army and leave no one alive. Kill. Arlen shouted loudly. Looking at the countless Yuan troops in front of him, he shook the sword in his hand and started killing again. Todd Raphael rushed forward with all his strength. Arlen charged forward with all his might. Wild sword dance, cut. Arlen displayed his martial arts skills. The swords in his hands struck like raindrops, and every time they fell, one or even several Yuan soldiers died. Kill the Northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 10 points of internal energy, and pick up 1 day of life. Kill the Northern Yuan soldiers. Kill all the way. The panel picks up attribute prompts continuously. Under the leadership of Arlen, the 20,000 cavalrymen under his command charged madly. This unit of Yuan cavalry was completely defeated by the Daning cavalry. Their siege of Rufus was also successfully broken. Now, although the Yuan army's siege formation had already been deployed, however, the offense and defense have changed. Arlen, I was really saved by him. Looking at Arlen, who was only a few dozen steps away and was now madly killing the enemy, Rufus's expression was also extremely struggled. Even he had never thought that one day he would be saved by Arlen. When Arlen came to kill him, a few cuts. Several Yuan soldiers in front of Rufus were also easily killed. It is also this moment. Arlen's overall attributes also reached a critical point. Kill the Northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 10 points of strength, pick up 10 days of life. Kill the Northern Yuan soldiers. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 4,000 points in all attributes. You will be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. The panel prompted, followed. All of his attributes had already crossed the critical point, allowing Arlen to reach a stronger level again. With the breakthrough of all attributes, it seemed as if he had reached a state of sublimation. All the fatigue in his body was dispelled, and his strength increased. After this battle, at least 500 or 600 UN soldiers died at Arlen's hands, if not 800. This was also the reason for the increase in Arlen's full attributes. Rufus. Arlen glanced and saw Rufus, who looked a little embarrassed in front of him, but Arlen just glanced at him and didn't pay any attention to Rufus. This battle. Arlen did not come here specifically to save Rufus, but to save the Ming soldiers who were ambushed by the UN army. If you don't lead your troops to fight, nearly 100,000 Ming soldiers were massacred by the UN army. We are comrades in arms. Arlen would not sit idly by. Brothers, kill the UN army, leave no one alive. The survival of our brothers in this city depends on you. Arlen raised his sword again and shouted loudly. Todd Raphael raised his horse, raised his hooves and stomped hard, trampling countless corpses and rushed towards the UN army again. Follow the general to the death. Kill. Todd, Dustin shouted loudly, waving the sword, following closely. Nearly 20,000 Daning cavalrymen were also in high spirits, following their general and charging madly. Each of them was ready to die and attacked the UN army madly. This moment, even every member of the Angus Ning border army who rushed forward had a sense of pride. The old days, these troops from the governor's office were all left to watch. Their Daning border troops only dealt with some miscellaneous matters, but now, the situation is different now. Their Daning border army has become the main force to rescue the military forces of the Dudu Mansion. If the Daning border army had not appeared, Rufus and his men would have ended up being completely wiped out. This battle not only made them meritorious service, but also made them proud. Every soldier of the Daning border army was deeply moved. Kill all the Tartars. Kill all these damn Tartars. Nearly 20,000 Daning border cavalry roared and swung their swords wildly to kill. The UN army and cavalry that surrounded Rufus were also quickly killed. It was a very tragic scene. The UN army's encirclement was broken up and disintegrated by the Daning border army. Don't disrupt the formation. Archers press forward. Lancemen charge. Surround me. Surround them. Those who retreat will be killed. And this moment, Cliff panicked and shouted in panic. Because of the appearance of the Daning border army, the battle situation that was originally about to annihilate Rufus's 100,000-strong army has undergone a sudden change. The siege line has collapsed, and as the front line collapsed, the Ming army in Tailing City also rushed out frantically. There's no chance to completely burn them with fire, unless it can be shown that it can continue to close. However, Arlen led the cavalry with superior combat power and charged madly, which was simply not something the UN army could contend with. Time flies. Under the pressure of Cliff, the UN army surrounded them. But right now, from the west of Tailing City, another wave of footsteps followed. Nearly 30,000 infantrymen dispersed and formed 3 military formations, which surrounded the UN army in an orderly manner. Although their troops were much smaller than those of the UN army, the UN army had been defeated by the cavalry led by Arlen. The Daning border troops have already formed the momentum to counter and circle. Archers, shoot your arrows. Only Otis and 2 deputy commanders of the Daning border army came with their troops. The 3 generals shouted at the same time. Thousands of arrows were fired. Countless arrows swept towards the UN army. The arrows are like rain. There are still Ming troops behind us. We're surrounded. The Ming army still has reinforcements. Oh no, what? Countless tragic wails were heard among the UN army. Countless UN soldiers were shot to death by the dense rain of arrows from behind before they could react, and fell in a pool of blood. In front, Arlen led the cavalry to charge and kill frantically. Later, the Angus Ning border army infantry launched a continuous rain of arrows. Now, the army led by Cliff has been surrounded, and the situation on the battlefield has changed. Drastically, General, oh no. The Ming army is coming again on the rear flank. Looking at the flag, it's the Ming army's Daning border troops. We were surrounded by the Ming army. A deputy general reported to Cliff in horror. Hear the sound. Looking at the predicament of being attacked from both sides, Cliff's face turned pale. How could this be? The Grand Marshal's plan has clearly been completed. Rufus is trapped, and the 100,000 Ming troops are also besieged in the city. The plan has already succeeded. Why? Why are the Daning border troops not among them? Why did they rush to help so quickly? The Morgan's plan, the last of our elite troops from Lyodong gathered together and were defeated. How could this happen? Now, for Cliff, it was undoubtedly a devastating despair. When he completed the plan of burning the city and encircling it, he had already foreseen the scene of 100,000 Ming troops being wiped out. As long as it was completed, his Yuan army in Lyodong could launch a full-scale counterattack and severely damage the Yuan army. As long as it was completed, the land of Lyodong would still be firmly controlled by his Yuan dynasty. But now the battle lasted less than an hour. A reversal has occurred. Angus Ning border army appeared, which was outside the battlefield and was not fully taken seriously by them. They actually defeated their cavalry and broke their siege. Moreover, they formed a counter-encirclement against them with infantry. General, the Daning border troops advanced and retreated in a measured manner, with cavalry charging and infantry surrounding them. It's clear that this was planned long ago. Could it be that the commander's plan has been leaked? A deputy general said in horror. As soon as these words fell, Cliff's expression changed instantly. After struggling for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Impossible." This time, the plan to burn the city was personally arranged by the Grand Marshal. Every general's family is under strict surveillance. If anyone dares to leak the information, all of their families will be killed. Furthermore, there is no loophole in the execution. This information absolutely cannot be leaked. Unless, Cliff suddenly thought of a possibility. After thinking of this possibility, his face became heavy and full of fear. Arlen has seen through the Morgan's plan. So, he took advantage of the situation, waiting for our army to burn the city, waiting for our ambush troops to attack and surround Rufus, and then he would counter-encircle and annihilate our army in one fell swoop. Cliff spoke in a deep voice, and his face grew paler with every word he spoke. If he knew about the intelligence in the ambush, perhaps Cliff would not be so frightened, but if Arlen saw through it, it would be terrible. If Arlen really saw through the Grand Marshal's plan, then my great Yuan has a real enemy. Such a person is too scary. Cliff thought secretly in his heart. General, what should we do now? We have been surrounded by the Ming army. A deputy general rode over and asked in fear, "Kill out, preserve strength." Cliff gritted his teeth and said, "Now, Nahachu's strategy has failed and it is no longer possible to continue the siege. What we need to do now is to preserve our strength as much as possible. Send the general's order. Withdraw troops, withdraw to Liaoying. Fight out of the encirclement." Cliff shouted, gritting his teeth. "The general has an order. Withdraw troops, withdraw troops." The guards and generals around him immediately shouted loudly. The sound spreads. The Yuan army, which had already been surrounded, lost its fighting spirit. The sound of the horn also rang out. "See this." Rufus also breathed a sigh of relief. "The Yuan army is about to withdraw." Rufus said slowly, "General, the Angus Ning border army's infantry attacked the Yuan army's rear flank. The Yuan army was attacked from both sides and had to withdraw." A general rode up to Rufus and reported. "No wonder." Rufus nodded suddenly. "Now I completely understand. Why did the Yuan army suddenly withdraw?" Arlen saw through all of this. He used cavalry to charge and break the Kaiyuan army's siege formation. They also used infantry to go around the rear and encircle the Yuan army. One thing leads to another. This is a strategy to severely damage the Yuan army or even annihilate it. "Arlen, you truly have the talent to lead an army." Rufus thought secretly in his heart that he was completely shocked by Pericles Boris's use of military strategy. And now, from the city gate, one after another, the Ming soldiers escaped from inside. But most of them were charred by smoke, looking like they had survived a disaster. When I saw the battle outside the city, these Ming soldiers who escaped were also stunned. "Don't block the city gates. Come out quickly and form a formation." The Daning border troops have broken through the Yuan army's siege and are now forming a battle array and counterattacking the Yuan army. "Kill all these damned Tartars. Kill!" Rufus came to his senses and shouted at the army at the city gate. "Reorganize the army." The other side, Arlen led his cavalry to charge and kill continuously. After breaking through the Yuan cavalry's formation, they charged towards the Yuan army's infantry in front. Hearing the Yuan army sounding the retreat, they broke out and evacuated to the east. Arlen sneered. "So many troops have been gathered and they are all elite soldiers. If I don't keep most of you, then my plan will become a joke." Arlen smiled coldly. His eyes were fixed on the fleeing Yuan army's flag. Charge and attack using the flag as a guide. and retreating or breaking out, the general's flag also serves as a guide. On the battlefield, cutting down the flag is also the primary merit. This is the fundamental. Soldiers of the Daning border army. The Yuan court is cruel. They burned the city to kill my brothers and sisters, intending to annihilate them all. Countless of my brothers were burned to death by the raging fire. This hatred is irreconcilable. Kill with me. Kill all these damn Tartars. Arlen raised the blood-stained tiger head sword and shouted fiercely. There was also a faint sound of a tiger's roar, which sounded like a tiger's roar, spreading in all directions. Hear the sound. The Angus Ning cavalry charging behind Arlen were all in high spirits. Follow the general to the death. Kill, 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 kill all the Tartars. Kill. Tens of thousands of Daning cavalrymen shouted in response. Not only them, but also Rufus's subordinates who were originally under siege, and the soldiers of the Baping army all rushed towards the Yuan army madly with the flames of revenge. Todd Raphael, charge. Arlen growled. The warhorse beneath him neighed. Charge forward with all your strength. Pericles Yingzhen waved his sword and madly killed the Yuan soldiers, his eyes fixed on the Yuan army's battle flag. Not only do they want to cut down the flag, but they also want to kill the general who commands the Yuan army. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers. Pick up 10 points of internal energy and pick up 10 days of life. Kill the northern Yuan generals, pick up 20 points of all attributes and pick up an ordinary treasure chest. Kill Bei Yuan, the sword is swung, killed countless people. On the battlefield, Arlen is an unrivaled killing god, unstoppable. Anyone who stands in Arlen's way will die. Time flies. Kill all the way. With Tiling City as the center, the area within a dozen miles around was littered with corpses, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Close to evening. The sun has already set, and all that can be seen is the fiery red sunset in the sky. It is located more than 20 miles east of Tiling City. Arlen stood on his horse with his sword drawn. And behind him were the Angus Ning cavalrymen, whose armor and weapons was stained with blood. And in the front, there were less than 1,000 Yuan army infantrymen mixed with cavalry. In their center, the Yuan army's battle flag stood solemnly. Under the battle flag, Cliff's face was pale, because they were surrounded by the Daning cavalry and had nowhere to escape. Who is Yuan Walton? Arlen rode out slowly, pointed his sword at the Yuan general under the battle flag and shouted, "This general is Cliff, a great general under the command of the Grand Marshal of the Yuan dynasty." At this moment, Cliff did not hide himself, but rode out and faced it calmly. Very good. Seeing Cliff like this, Arlen nodded with satisfaction. To surrender or not to surrender? Arlen asked in a deep voice. Although he asked, he had no intention of persuading surrender. Although capturing the enemy alive would be more meritorious, Arlen wanted not only military merit but also the treasure chest. The best way is to improve your own strength. Ha ha ha. When Cliff heard Arlen's advice to surrender, he burst into laughter. He stared at Arlen with an unyielding look on his face as a general. "I am a noble of the Yuan dynasty and hold a title. I am deeply indebted to the Grand Marshal. How can I surrender?" Cliff laughed loudly, his eyes full of unyielding spirit. Subsequently, he stared at Arlen with a wave of emotion and a desire for knowledge. "You should be Arlen, right? There is no way out here. Just wanted to ask you one thing. As a fellow general, I can die without regrets. Hear this." Arlen looked at him calmly. "You say. Have you seen through the Morgan's plan? Did you see that he was using Tiling as bait to annihilate your Ming army? Or have you obtained information?" Cliff asked directly. Obviously, for this matter, he wanted to know. Nahatchu is indeed amazing. He was able to come up with this plan, and he also acted very cautiously, making it difficult to detect any flaws. Even if Rufus sent people to Tiling to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find out the reason. But after all, Nahatchu made a mistake. I led my army to capture more than a dozen cities in Liaodong. Each city was filled with mostly new soldiers. Your Yuan court's elite troops are almost gone. From now on, I can be sure that these elite soldiers will either be transferred by Nahatchu to Arlen Lioyang, or he has a grand plan. However, with Nahatchu's ability, he should have realized that Liaodong would be impossible to hold if we just kept defending. So, I expected him to fight back. As for the outcome of the counterattack, after much thought, the only way is to use Tiling as bait, Arlen said slowly. Hear this? Cliff also understood it completely. The look he gave Arlen became extremely solemn, followed by a look of admiration. "Arlen, I've heard your name many times. Jincheng Kaiyuan, your fame has spread even to the land of Jianu. I originally thought that you were young and that your achievements were just luck, but now it seems that I underestimated you, and so did the Grand Marshal. Ming Dynasty. It truly is a prosperous nation. Another capable general like you has appeared. I didn't lose unfairly this time. Cliff spoke slowly. Subsequently, he slowly raised the sword in his hand and his eyes became cold. Arlen, come and fight. My sons of the great Yuan dynasty have no fear of death. Cliff shouted loudly. He rode his horse and charged towards Pericles Yingqiang as he moved. The generals and guards behind him, as well as the thousands of Yuan soldiers present, also roared, "Follow the general and kill." This was the final charge between Cliff and the Yuan army. There is no right or wrong on the battlefield, only friend and foe. See this. Without any hesitation, Arlen raised his sword and shouted fiercely, "Kill!" Next moment, Todd Raphael rushed out. The surrounding Daning cavalry also rushed out quickly. When meeting Cliff face to face, Pericles Yingqiang's sword fell. It was easy to chop off its head. Kill the Northern Yuan General Cliff. Pick up 150 points of all attributes. Pick up 150 days of lifespan and be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. The panel prompts followed. Pericles Yingqiang's sword fell again. Kill 50 Baiyuan generals, pick up 50 points of all attributes, pick up days of lifespan, and be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The war continues, but in an instant. Under the siege of tens of thousands of cavalry, more than 1,000 Yuan soldiers were wiped out, leaving only hundreds of ownerless war horses and corpses all over the ground. General, the Yuan army's main general, has been killed. Should our army continue to advance? Todd rode his horse up to Arlen and asked excitedly. The Yuan army was defeated and fled eastward. We must not allow the Yuan army to gain a foothold this time. There are 3 small towns east of Tiling, and now the Yuan army is everywhere in disarray. Todd, Dustin. I order you to collect the Yuan army's flags and armor, disguise yourself as a defeated Yuan army, enter the city east of Tiling, and seize it at night. Of course, now that the Yuan army has been defeated, it's not just the 3 cities in the east. If you have the will and the strength to spare, you can continue to attack eastward and pretend to be the Yuan army to capture the city. The more cities you capture, the more military merits I will give you. Arlen gave the order immediately. The last general takes orders. Todd and Dustin responded excitedly. Go. Pericles Yingdao said, yes. The 2 men could not wait to receive the order, then gathered their troops, first cleaned up the Yuan army's armor and flags on the battlefield, and then prepared to charge eastward. As Arlen issued the order, this time the Battle of Tiling is about to come to an end. But even though Nahachu had been planning for several months and set up a trap that even Rufus could not see through, it almost destroyed the Ming dynasty's 100,000-strong army. But because of Arlen's intervention, everything changed. When the Yuan army burned the city and surrounded and annihilated them, the Ming army did suffer considerable casualties, but because of Arlen's appearance, countless Ming soldiers were saved, and countless civilians and Yuan troops in the city were saved. Under the cover of night, the fire in Tiling City is still burning. The flames shooting up into the sky could be seen within a radius of more than 10 miles. The billowing smoke was also very obvious under the night sky. As a hub city in Liaodong, it has now finally become a place that is no longer worth living. Outside the city, countless Ming army logistics troops were cleaning up the battlefield, not collecting corpses, but treating the wounded. Looking at the raging fire in the city, almost everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This was especially true for those soldiers who escaped from the city and survived the disaster. These damn Tartars are so cruel. They even burned down the entire city. We almost couldn't get out. Yes, the Tartars will not only burn and kill us, but also their soldiers and the civilians in the city. It's too cruel and actually against the harmony of nature. When I fight the Yuan army in the future, I will definitely kill them all without leaving any room for mercy. These bastards deserve to die. Haven't you heard? After the Yuan army burned the city, they surrounded the entire Tiling. Even General Rufus was trapped. Fortunately, General Arlen led the Daning border troops to rescue us and defeated the Yuan army's siege. This allowed us to escape from the city and find a place to stay. Otherwise, we would definitely die in the city. Yes, I saw it too. We were all blocked at the city gate before. The Yuan army surrounded and besieged us. If it weren't for General Arlen, we would all have died. General Arlen saved our lives. Outside the city, many Ming army officers and soldiers were discussing while rescuing their wounded comrades. No doubt, except for the logistics troops. Those Ming Dynasty soldiers who advocated for war all survived the disaster and escaped from the gates of hell by luck. Compared to being besieged on the battlefield, facing the raging fire in the whole city is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Ming Army Camp in the camp. The Arlen may enter the camp to listen to military discussions. According to Rufus's military system, there would be 20 garrisons, 10 deputy commanders, 5 deputy commanders, and 2 commanders. Originally, there were more than 30 generals in the tent, but at the moment, nearly half of the generals still in the tent had disappeared, and many of them had bandages wrapped around their arms and chests, with blood oozing out, obviously injured. Those who did not come to the camp to discuss the matter either died in the battle in Tiling City, or were seriously injured and lay in the wounded camp. Even Blue Jade. At this moment, his arms and chest were wrapped in bandages, and he was obviously injured. If he is like this, you can imagine how brutal the battle today is. And now, the faces of many generals in the tent, from Rufus to ordinary garrisons, were extremely ugly. Obviously, most of them survived a disaster, but although they escaped today, the army also suffered heavy losses. "Tell me about the casualties," Rufus asked in a low voice. Returned to the general. "In this battle, our army dispatched a total of 90,000 soldiers to attack the city. Except for the 15,000 soldiers who stayed behind to defend the city, the remaining 75,000 soldiers all rushed into Tiling City and engaged in a chaotic battle with the Yuan army. After this day of bloody battle, the Yuan army used their death squad to set Tiling City on fire. The fire spread rapidly, and many soldiers had no chance to escape before being engulfed by the flames. After the war, I have already arranged to reorganize the military and count the casualties, based on the current statistics of the pacification. In this battle, our army suffered nearly 40,000 casualties, including over 20,000 killed in action and over 20,000 wounded. More than half of the army was lost. The specific casualties still need to be counted by the wounded battalion," Scott said with a grim expression. "Hear this number." All the generals in the tent lowered their heads. Rufus's expression also turned ugly. This level of casualties was unprecedented in the war to conquer Liaodong. Even during the previous siege of Kaiyuan City, there had never been such casualties in the days of attacking the city. This battle, most of the wounded soldiers were burned or injured in bloody battles with the Yuan army. The underlying problem may not be stopping the bleeding, but the burns. Many soldiers may also die in the wounded camp. In this battle, more than half of our troops were killed or wounded. Rufus's voice trembled. Since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, except for the battle in Hongdu before the founding of the Ming Dynasty, the army led by Rufus had never suffered such casualties. This really made Rufus feel frustrated. If Arlen had not come to his aid at the critical moment, perhaps his entire army would have been wiped out. Not only half of them were killed or injured. Half of our Arlen commanders were killed in the battle, and even General Tilton Tristan was seriously injured. 4 of the 10 deputy commanders were killed in action, and 2 deputy commanders were also killed. If the Daning border army hadn't come to our aid, quickly our casualties would have increased. If the Daning border army hadn't come to our aid, our army might have been completely annihilated. Scott said bitterly, "This kind of result, it really caused great losses to his entire army." Hear this? Rufus was silent. All the generals in the tent fell silent. It's also at this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the camp. Follow closely. "General Arlen has arrived." A guard shouted loudly. Rufus and all the generals in the tent raised their heads and looked towards the tent entrance. At this moment, most generals had complicated expressions. Especially for many generals in Huixi, their feelings were undoubtedly more complicated. After breaking through Kaiyuan City, Rufus commanded nearly 100,000 troops. Arlen commanded nearly 50,000 Daning border troops. While openly competing for the credit of capturing Tiling, they were extremely wary of Arlen and the Daning border troops. But now they have to rely on the Daning border army to survive. This is also the reason why they feel complicated. "Enter," Rufus shouted in a tired voice as his words fell. The camp curtain was lifted. Arlen strode into the tent, accompanied by Otis and Percy. Compared to the dejected look of the generals in the camp, Arlen and the 2 generals behind him were in high spirits, exuding an aura of returning victoriously. But after Arlen came in, Rufus had a complicated expression and didn't say anything. Many generals in the tent did the same, lowering their heads, somewhat afraid to face it. Perhaps Arlen saved their lives, but in the hearts of some people, Arlen's appearance at this moment also carried a victorious attitude, which made them feel difficult to face and even angry. Of course, no one dared to say anything. After all, it is a fact that Arlen saved them. Anyone who dares to say anything about it will not only be criticized by others, but will also be labeled as ungrateful. That's why this embarrassing situation happened when Arlen arrived. Almost every one of the UXE generals was arrogant and domineering. Today's defeat was a loss for them. But being rescued by Arlen was even more embarrassing. Especially Blue Jade, they feel ashamed. Arlen glanced at the situation in the tent and thought in his heart. Arlen naturally knew very well what Rufus and the others were thinking at this moment. Only, Arlen was too lazy to say anything more. He was not there to show off, but had received an order from Tobin, ordering him to come to the camp and wait. "What brings you here, General Pericles? Are you here to see us make a fool of ourselves?" This time, Scott couldn't help it and said in a somewhat annoyed tone. The more arrogant a person is, the more shameless he is. Perhaps in Scott's view, Arlen came here to embarrass them and laugh at their jokes. Hear this. Arlen frowned and said coldly, "There are countless casualties in the army. Compared to caring about those casualties, I don't have the leisure to watch you make a fool of yourself. Again. If you think this kind of defeat is a joke, and not your own fault for leading the troops, and you don't feel guilty for causing the deaths of countless soldiers because of your command, then I have nothing to say." Arlen did not add men to the word "you," which was considered to save their face. Because Arlen knew that he was definitely not the only one who had the same idea as Scott. Arlen's style of doing things is that I will not offend others unless they offend me. Since he wants to cause trouble, Arlen will not tolerate it, nor will he be polite to him. Hear this. Scott's face changed. Rufus's face also turned pale. The responsibility of commanding troops. Yes. Although this defeat was due to Nahachu's deep strategy and the failure to detect the ambush, it was ultimately the responsibility of the commander. "You are so righteous. Then why did you come to our tent?" Scott still said with a stiff upper lip. Just as he finished speaking, "Shut up." A loud shout rang out outside the tent. "The general has arrived." Following the loud shouts of the guards outside the tent, the camp curtain was lifted. Tobin walked into the tent with a cold face. Behind Tobin, in addition to the commander of the personal guards, there is also Abner. Seeing him walk into the tent, the many generals seated inside stood up and bowed to Tobin. "Welcome, General." Tobin did not speak, but glanced coldly at the generals in the tent. Then, a cold and warning gaze fell on Scott. "General Pericles, I sent him here." He was originally in the wounded camp, directing the rescue of the wounded and dispatching medicinal materials. If I hadn't summoned him, he wouldn't have planned to come. Tobin said coldly, "Hear this." Rufus lowered his head and said nothing. Scott showed a look of panic, lowered his head and did not dare to respond. And then, Tobin paused, his eyes becoming fierce. "Nearly half of our army has been lost. If it weren't for General Pericles leading the Daning border troops to rescue you, would you still be here? And Scott, do you still have the life to speak so arrogantly here, from an emotional point of view? General Pericles saved your lives. From a moral point of view, he saved the lives of the 50,000 soldiers under your command. Such a great favor. It would be fine if you didn't even think of repaying me, but you actually spoke so rudely to General Pericles. It's really abominable and hateful." Tobin couldn't help but curse under this scolding. Scott lowered his head and dared not speak. Many UXE generals did the same, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. These brave generals from UXE have finally met this day. Arlen really gave me honor as the commander of the Daning Bayan army. Abner on the side looked on with a half smile, feeling an indescribable pleasure. These guys deserved it. The general saved them, but they're still dissatisfied. They're truly too arrogant and overbearing. These people will be cleared out of the army by the imperial court sooner or later. Otis thought coldly in his heart. This time, Rufus walked down slowly and came in front of Arlen, in the surprised eyes of everyone. Rufus bowed to Arlen and said, "Rufus, thank you, General Pericles, for your help." Seeing Rufus like this, Arlen also showed a hint of surprise on his face. It is truly unprecedented that the arrogant Rufus could do such a thing. It's not just him. The generals in the tent who were familiar with Rufus's character knew him very well. Seeing his performance this time, they had complicated expressions. Along with Blake, who was affiliated with the Baping army, also walked out slowly and bowed to Arlen. Baping Commander Blake thanks General Pericles for the rescue. After Blake came out, Generals came out one after another, and more than a dozen of them bowed to Arlen and said, "Thank you, General Pericles, for leading the army to rescue us." This moment, even Scott had to bite the bullet and bow to Arlen without saying a word, based on emotion and reason, as it should be. No need to be polite. It is my duty to lead the army to provide assistance. As Ming soldiers, it is our duty to jointly defend our country and defend our homeland. Arlen also clasped his fists in response. When Tobin saw this scene, the anger he showed towards Rufus and the others subsided a little. "This is the demeanor of a Ming Dynasty soldier," Tobin said in a deep voice. Then he waved his hand and said, "Now that General Pericles has spoken, you all should stand up." With Tobin's approval, the generals slowly stood up straight, but Rufus's expression was still extremely complicated. Perhaps he also felt humiliated at this moment. "General Pericles, I heard that you saw the Yuan army's intentions at the beginning of the war." Tobin turned his head and asked Arlen with a somewhat inquiring look. Arlen immediately replied, "General, this was just my guess when the Yuan army was stationed in the cities, not a sure thing. After all, Nahachu's strategic plan this time has been long planned and kept extremely secret. Even if they sent scouts to investigate, they would find nothing. I have to say, Nahachu is a master at using troops." "Hear this," Tobin nodded. "This time it is all thanks to General Pericles. If you hadn't discovered the Yuan army's intentions and deployed troops to resist them in time, this 100,000-strong army would have been completely wiped out by the Yuan army." When saying this, Tobin's tone was also full of relief. "You should know that he is the general appointed by the current emperor, responsible for the Ming Dynasty's war to recover Liaodong. He also made contributions to the offensive and defeat on the battlefield. But if there really is a heavy loss on the battlefield, then he, as a great general, will definitely not be in any good situation. If the Yuan army really wiped out Rufus's 100,000-strong army this time, Tobin would definitely be reprimanded by Yingshan, or even face greater punishment. Because this is not only a huge loss in terms of manpower, but also a huge loss in terms of strategy. Once completely wiped out, Nahachu will launch a counterattack, and all the previous victories in Liaodong will be lost. And even the territory of the Ming Dynasty will be affected by the Yuan army. So, why did Tobin rush here without stopping after hearing the news? He was truly grateful to Arlen from the bottom of his heart because it was Arlen who saved him. "You are overpraising me, General. This is my duty," Arlen replied immediately. "We should have a rough idea of the results of this battle against the Yuan army, right?" Tobin looked at Carter, who was standing beside him. "Report to the general. This battle. The Yuan army dispatched 150,000 troops with the intention of annihilating our army. Among them, 50,000 troops are engaged in fierce battle with our army inside Tiling City, and 100,000 are ambushed outside the city. After this battle, the Pacification Department roughly estimated that over 40,000 Yuan soldiers were killed, most of whom were killed by the Daning border troops, and over 30,000 Yuan soldiers were captured. As for the Yuan army in Tiling City, the number has not yet been counted. Most were consumed by the flames in the city, and only a few managed to escape." Carter immediately reported it. "Daning Border Army. This battle is a well-deserved achievement. If it weren't for the Daning Border Army, my army of 100,000 wouldn't be able to recover," Tobin said with great emotion. "Hear this." Abner held his head high and chest puffed out, making him, who had almost no presence in the military camp before, feel even more proud now. "When the war is over, I will definitely submit a petition to Yingshan, requesting that Arlen be appointed commander of the Daning Guards and lead the Daning border troops. This kid, Arlen, really makes me proud. This is simply revenge. Huaxi warriors, after this battle, I want to see how you can continue to be arrogant in front of my Daning border troops. From now on, no matter who you are, you must bow your heads in front of my Daning border army." Abner thought with great excitement in his heart. "General, those Yuan soldiers deserve to die. I suggest that we take no prisoners, kill them all and shock the Yuan court." Scott stood up and asked loudly, "Hear this." Tobin frowned and said coldly, "The number of surrendered soldiers captured by the Ming Dynasty has already exceeded 50,000, and there will be more in the future. Only the emperor can deal with these surrendered soldiers. Kill the prisoners. This is self-destruction." "Done." Tobin didn't bother to pay attention to Scott. He also understood that Scott and many other generals were full of hatred towards the Yuan court, so they wanted to kill the prisoners to vent their anger. But On the battlefield, there is no right or wrong, only winning and losing. If you kill the prisoners, that is to force the remaining Yuan army not to surrender, but to fight to the death with the Ming dynasty. The final result will also cause the Ming dynasty to suffer greater casualties. Has the commander of the Yuan army been identified? Tobin looked at Rufus and asked. Report to the general. The general commanding the Yuan army this time is Cliff, Nahachu's wisest general. It's a pity that he escaped this battle, otherwise he would have been cut into pieces. Rufus replied in a deep voice, General, I have caught up with this Cliff and have killed him. Arlen spoke at this time, a clap. I saw Marvin quickly walk forward behind me holding a box in both hands, once opened. Inside was a human head and a military badge. Tobin took a look. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Okay. General Pericles is truly brave. Although this battle was dangerous and we suffered heavy losses in the end, the Ming dynasty was victorious. Cliff is Nahachu's right-hand man just like Brant before. Killing him is like cutting off Nahachu's arm. With the defeat of the Yuan army in Tailing, pacifying Liaodong will no longer be a difficult task. The overall situation has been determined. Tobin laughed. Obviously, with Arlen beheading Cliff, this was of great significance to this battle. If the latter was allowed to escape, Yingshan would certainly hold him accountable and the army would be defeated. However, with his general being beheaded, the battle would be a victory. Calm them all down, Tobin said loudly. The end will be here. Carter immediately stood up. Report the battle situation, results and casualties in Tailing, count all the details and report them to heaven. The right and wrong of this battle, the merits and demerits, all will be decided by the Emperor. Tobin said in a deep voice. Such a big thing happened in Tailing this time. Tobin doesn't need to say much. The Jinyue hidden in the army would also pass on the news. If Tobin dared to conceal the battle losses or the situation of this battle, the Emperor far away in Yingshan would definitely be furious. Therefore, Tobin did not dare to falsely report any battle losses or results and had to report everything truthfully. The last general takes orders. After the statistics are made tomorrow, we'll immediately send someone to report to the Emperor. Carter replied immediately. After explaining everything, they pacified the city. Tobin looked at the generals in the tent again and his eyes focused on Rufus. Nahachu's plan is to annihilate our army. If we lose this battle, the entire army will be wiped out. The situation in Liaodong will be severely damaged, and Nahachu may even send troops to counterattack. Although Nahachu's strategy is far-reaching, General Vailmont, as the commander-in-chief, you are responsible for commanding the troops. This time, half of the army was lost, and the loss was heavy. You must bear this responsibility, Tobin said in a stern tone. The defeat in this battle is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment from Yingshan. Rufus replied in a low voice, kindness. Tobin nodded and said no more. He may not punish Rufus, but it is not up to him to decide how Yingshan will punish him. General Pericles. Tobin turned his head and looked at Arlen with gentle eyes again. Please give your orders, General. Arlen clasped his fists and replied, in this battle at Tailing, our army would have suffered a crushing defeat or even been completely annihilated. It's all because of you leading the army to the rescue and breaking through the siege of the Yuan army that we are now able to turn defeat into victory. This skill, I will personally draft the military memorial and recommend credit for you, Tobin said with a smile. Thank you, General. Arlen thanked him immediately. Pericles Yink would not be polite about the military achievements that belonged to him. He led his soldiers to kill the enemy, risking his life to gain military merit. It was something he deserved, so Arlen naturally refused it. Kindness. Tobin nodded. Then he addressed the generals in the tent. This battle has just begun and you generals have been exhausted all day. Go down and rest first. Also, the priority is to treat the wounded. The last general takes orders. Hearing Tobin's words, General Rufus and others bowed. They did not dare to stay in the tent any longer, and more than a dozen generals left the tent one after another. Some of them were uninjured and walked like arrows while others were limping. Not long after, only Abner, Arlen and other Daning generals were left in the tent. General Pericles, this time I want to thank you. After the generals left, Tobin spoke to Arlen with emotion. The words fell. Tobin actually clasped his fists towards Arlen and saluted him. General, what do you mean? Arlen immediately stepped forward to help. You should accept this gift. If you hadn't led the troops and arranged the battle formation to come to my aid, this 100,000-man army under my command would have been wiped out. Suddenly, this is a huge responsibility that falls on you. Kindness without saying thanks. I've kept it in mind. Tobin said solemnly, hear this. Arlen's heart was also moved for a moment. Tobin was the duke of the current dynasty, and also a powerful general who was deeply trusted by the current Emperor Evander. Being appreciated by him and feeling like he owes me a favor is undoubtedly more worthwhile than any military achievement. Abner, who was standing by, was also watching in surprise, but he did not feel any jealousy, only a sense of promotion. He was originally a civil official, so there was no competition between him and Arlen. Moreover, the more outstanding Arlen was, and the more outstanding the Daning border army was, the greater the merits he would gain as the acting commander, and the further he would go in the future. The general truly has a bright future. Otis and Percy looked at each other and thought secretly in their hearts, after Tobin comforted Arlen and thanked him. Arlen and others also left the tent one after another, but Tobin did not leave but sat down in the main seat with some fatigue. Today's battle, too dangerous. If I hadn't dodged it, even if I pacify Lyodong, I will only have a small part in my merits and demerits. Arlen, you are truly a talented general. This battle also saved this old man. Tobin said with great emotion, General Pericles is indeed amazing. Such a young, 17-year-old warrior, yet he always manages to turn the tide. He will surely be an outstanding general of the Ming dynasty in the future. The commander of the personal guards replied respectfully, after this battle, I hope Rufus and the others can behave themselves. At least, they should stop opposing Arlen. Otherwise, it's really hard to say what will happen in the future. And then, Tobin's face was filled with deep thought as he murmured, Arlen has been very kind to them in this battle. If they continue to confront Arlen head-on, they will lose the support of the people. Their own soldiers will also lose their obedience. Military camp, inside Rufus's tent. What? Damn Tartars. Hit me twice. Scott cursed angrily, looking at the blood-red bandage on his arm. Although the bleeding had stopped, the tearing pain made him scream out. It's a blessing to be alive today. I thought I wasn't going to survive. Rufus said this with great emotion. There was a look of relief in his eyes for surviving the disaster. Big brother, aren't you angry that Arlen is so arrogant? He has made great contributions this time and greatly enhanced his prestige. Moreover, we seem to be indebted to him. We won't be able to hold our heads up in front of him in the future. Scott said unwillingly. Hearing Scott's words, Rufus showed a rare look of frustration. What if I don't accept it? So what if you don't give in? What else can you do to him? In the past, perhaps you could have used your seniority and military achievements to look down on him and used your power to suppress him. But now he has saved us. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead today. If you continue to target him, not only will many generals in the army be dissatisfied, but you will also be criticized and called ungrateful. Rufus sighed and said slowly, looking at his spirit at this moment, he seemed to be defeated. One can imagine how great an impact today's battle will have on Rufus. This made him, who had always acted fearlessly and domineeringly, somewhat hindered. Humph. Even though that's the case, I just don't accept him. Why does a fool like him have the right to ride on our shoulders? The Emperor just doesn't like us in Huexi, so he specifically found this guy to cause trouble for us. If this guy really becomes big in the future, and his official position is equal to ours, then there will be no place for Huexi like me in the army. Scott said in a deep voice. The reason why the Huexi generals in the army targeted Arlen was because of their status and power. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Arlen was supported by Yingshan to suppress Huexi. If they in Huexi do not take any action, then they are no longer Huexi. To be honest, I do have some admiration for Arlen. Rufus's expression changed slightly and he said with emotion, Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it just a defeat? This time Nahachu was too cunning and cruel. We were fooled. We can avoid it in the future if we are more cautious. As for Arlen, he is just lucky. Scott said unhappily, Do not. Rufus shook his head, his expression rather serious. If it was Arlen who attacked Tailing, and the Daning border army entered the city and was surrounded by the Yuan army, if we were in the Daning border army's position, would you have sent troops to support them? Would you have charged in directly? Hear this question. Scott was stunned, and he said honestly, I will save him, but not this quickly. That's what I admire about him. This boy's character is really hard to imagine. Rufus said in a deep voice, that being said, but his existence is not a good thing for Huexi. It would be great if he could become my Huexi disciple. Scott said without comment. Let's take one step at a time. We suffered heavy casualties this time, and Yingshan may punish us. Don't cause any more trouble during this period. Rufus warned, where the Daning border troops set up camp, infantry battalion. The cavalry has been led by Todd and his men to the expedition. Now the only ones left behind are the infantry. Arlen, you have made great contributions this time, and this military achievement is really not small. This achievement will lay the foundation for your achievement in becoming the commander of Daning. Abner said with a smile, the higher the official position, the greater the military achievements required. For example, Arlen was promoted to such a level in just 1 year. This was also because he caught the eye of the Yingshan imperial power. Even if he had military merits, this was a true extraordinary promotion. Sometimes the military achievements are not that perfect. The reason why Arlen was promoted so quickly was because the imperial court also needed new warrior to suppress Huexi and avoid all future conquests targeting Huexi. This time, after all, it's a bargain. The Yuan army's attention is all on Rufus's 100,000-strong army, and they haven't paid any attention to our Daning border troops at all. This is probably because the news was kept secret, so Nahatchu didn't know the difference between Rufus's military system and our Daning border armies. If the Yuan army had been more cautious at the beginning and left a large army to guard against our Daning border army, the result of today's battle would definitely not be a defeat for the Yuan army. Arlen smiled. Hear this? Abner nodded. You are right. But the outcome of the battle is already decided. You are sure to get the great achievement this time. Wait until the battle to pacify Liaodong is over. I will definitely report to Yingshan and request that you be promoted to the commander of Daning with full authority to command the Daning border troops. In this way I can also fully manage the political affairs of Daning. Abner said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Arlen thanked him immediately. Get promoted and given a higher rank. Arlen naturally accepted everyone who came. In front of Abner, whom he was now familiar with, Arlen had no choice but to refuse. I just like your character, frank and unpretentious. Seeing Arlen like this, Abner also laughed. General, looking at the appearance of those Huexi generals today, it really makes us in Daning proud. Those people all look unhappy. Otis said with a smile, it's really a relief. Arlen really made Daning proud. That's a good thing. After this battle and the complete recovery of Liaodong, the Daning border army, which was originally unknown in the Ming dynasty, will become famous throughout the world, and the name of Daning will be known throughout the world. Abner said with a longing look on his face. Tiling has been breached. 150,000 troops is the maximum Nahatchu can mobilize. In my estimation, the number of Yuan troops stationed in Geju to defend General Smith will not exceed 80,000, and they will certainly be a mix of new and old soldiers. After this battle, the situation in Liaodong has become clear. Nahatchu is no longer able to contend with the Ming dynasty. As soon as the army rests, we can march straight eastward and attack Liaoyang. Liaodong will be recovered within 2 months. Arlen said with certainty. Battle of Tiling. Nahatchu had high hopes of turning defeat into victory, and it was also his last battle. Win. Reverse the situation. Lost, Liaodong will definitely be defeated. Rufus's army has suffered heavy losses, and its organization is in disarray. It will take time to reorganize. I would rather not give up this victory. Abner said in a deep voice. Don't worry, sir. I have ordered 2 cavalry battalions to attack eastward at full speed. After the infantry have rested tonight, we will continue to march eastward tomorrow and strive to reach Liaoyang within a month. Arlen said in a deep voice. I trust you with the responsibility of commanding the troops. Just do it. I am fully responsible for the allocation of food and fodder. Abner said with a smile. Arlen immediately clasped his fists and said, Thank you, sir. Arlen naturally enjoyed having a boss like Abner. Some people in power, they don't care what their subordinates think, nor do they consider how capable they are. They just have to do it even if they don't have the ability. This makes their subordinates complain bitterly, and in the end they get nothing, but they still have to put on a futile show. But Percival Wank is different. He knew that he had no ability to command troops, so he handed over all the military power to Arlen and fully supplied Arlen with food and supplies so that Arlen had no worries. It was Arlen's luck to meet such a superior. If Arlen had to intervene in everything, he would not have achieved the success he has today in Tiling. You don't know? Before, they controlled the food and supplies in Huexi, which affected the allocation of food and supplies to our Daning border army. They always delayed it, and each time they only released it when it was really going to have an impact. To this end, even if I go to the general and he gives orders to urge them, it will be of no use. These Huexi generals are too domineering and arrogant, but after today they probably won't dare to do that anymore. Abner said with a bit of anger and a bit of satisfaction. Arlen smiled and said, after the Lai Adong battle is over, we won't see these Huexi warriors for a while, and we can rest and recuperate in Daning. I've been waiting for this day. But you said you won't see them in the short term. Could it be that we will see these heroes again in the future? Abner was stunned and asked in surprise, grown-ups, why did the Emperor order an expedition to Lai Adong? Arlen asked with a smile. Of course, it is to recover our Cornelius homeland, recover the mountains and rivers of our Cornelius family. Abner said without hesitation, it's more than that. Arlen shook his head. What else? Abner was a little surprised. The fundamental thing is to destroy the Yuan court and completely deprive it of the foundation to invade the Ming dynasty from the south. Only in this way can the northern border of the Ming dynasty enjoy long-term peace and stability. The people can live in peace and tranquility. Lai Adong, Nahachu is extremely ambitious and has always wanted to invade the Ming dynasty from the south. The Yuan court also regards Nahachu as a weapon. With Lai Adong, the Yuan court can still sit firmly on the Daioyutai. Even though the national strength is not as strong as it used to be, it still cannot be underestimated. Recovering Lai Adong and eliminating Nahachu is the first step. The second step is definitely to directly attack the Yuan court and completely destroy it. It would be best to let the Yuan court fall apart, which is in the interests of our Ming dynasty. Arlen said with certainty. The reason for this certainty is naturally because Arlen is familiar with the historical process. In history, after the Ming dynasty recovered Lai Adong, less than a year, the Ming dynasty launched another northern expedition against the Yuan dynasty. Then the famous Battle of Bure Lake broke out in history. This battle destroyed the Yuan court and the name of the Yuan dynasty. The northern Yuan dynasty was divided into many tribes, which checked and balanced each other and competed with each other, reducing the threat to the Central Plains to the lowest level. In history, this battle also made Rufus achieve outstanding achievements as a military commander. He was granted the title of Wolf's Lair and the title of Duke. You have a point. Listening to what Arlen said, Abner nodded in agreement. Although he did not understand military affairs, he understood politics. From what Arlen said, it can be inferred that this might be the intention of the current emperor. Only when the Yuan court is completely destroyed can the northern border of the Ming dynasty truly achieve stability. Continue to perform well in the Lai Adong campaign. When the emperor issues another decree to send troops to war, perhaps you will have another chance to go. Military generals are different from civil officials. Only military merit can earn you a promotion. After Lai Adong is pacified, you'll most likely be promoted to Commander-in-Chief. Above Commander-in-Chief, positions are truly unique. Don't miss any opportunity to gain military merit. Abner reminded with a serious face. Please don't worry, sir. I will do my best to win military merits for myself and for the border troops of Daning. Arlen said immediately, "Ha, it is good. You've been exhausted from the fighting all day. You should go back to your tent and have a good rest. You have completed today's battle. I will also take care of the allocation of food and supplies as well as the treatment of the wounded. You should have a good rest." Abner smiled and patted Arlen's shoulder and asked Arlen to go down and rest. In this regard, Arlen naturally would not refuse. Arlen, it's really good. He is good at commanding troops and he is not ignorant in his vision and in dealing with people. With military merit and the high regard of Arlen Tian, he must have a bright future. Having a figure like Arlen under my command is one of my political achievements, Abner thought with great satisfaction, just returned to his own tent. General, the generals of the Beiping army have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he came back, Cornelius, who is now a centurion, came to Arlen and reported. Peking army, Arlen's expression changed slightly. Look forward. I saw that the generals led by Blake and several other commanders were waiting beside the tent. These generals, Arlen only knew Blake and naturally didn't know the others, of course. This acquaintance was just a greeting when we met in the military camp. Blake, a hero of the Jingnan campaign and Daniel's most capable general. It's a pity he died in the Jingnan campaign, otherwise he would have been Daniel's most trusted general. although the generals around him are unknown and not particularly outstanding now, if history does not change. Zachary does not live long in the future, or that idiot Roland becomes emperor. The Jingnan rebellion will break out sooner or later. These warriors will also emerge at that time. But, when that moment really comes in the future, what role will I play? Looking at Blake and the generals beside him, Arlen couldn't help feeling melancholy. After all, looking at them reminded him of the Jingnan rebellion in history. Arlen naturally remembered such a major event vividly. After rebirth. Lives in Beiping Prefecture. In fact, Arlen also thought about joining Daniel and gaining fame and fortune in the future, but it is very difficult to actually put it into practice. Although he was reborn in this era, Arlen knew nothing about the 4 books and 5 classics, and he was even more unable to compose poetry. In this era, it was impossible to be a plagiarist. So he gave up the idea of surrendering to Daniel and gave up the idea. General Pericles. Blake brought several generals to Arlen and bowed respectfully. Arlen immediately stepped forward, clasped his fists in return, and asked, "General Farley, what's the matter? I have specially led the northern generals and other generals to thank General Pericles for saving my life. If General Pericles hadn't led his troops to help us today, all of our Beiping troops would have been in danger of surviving. The Beiping army will never forget this favor." Blake said solemnly, "Hear this." Arlen smiled and said, "General Farley, you are too polite. You have already thanked me in the tent before. There's no need to mention it again. We are all comrades and we must fight against powerful enemies together. This is my duty. General Pericles, we didn't want to show too much in the camp before. After all, we are here to obey orders, but every brother of our Beiping army is very grateful to the general for saving his life in this battle. Kindness without saying thanks. If General Pericles goes to Peking one day, as long as he opens his mouth, we brothers will go through fire and water for him." Blake said seriously, "Look at him like this." Arlen also smiled. "Okay, then when I go to Beiping, I will definitely ask you if there is anything. After all, my hometown is Beiping Prefecture." Hear this. Blake was surprised. General Pericles' hometown is Beiping Prefecture? Yes, Arlen smiled. "If you were in Beiping Prefecture, why would you join the army in Daning Prefecture?" Blake asked in great shock. He. Arlen smiled lightly and said casually, "There must be some reasons. After all, many things are beyond our control. Listen to this." Blake also heard the implicit meaning in the words, and there must be a reason behind it. "It's really a pity. General Pericles is originally from my Beiping Prefecture. If he joins the army, he should be reorganized into my Beiping army. I don't know why, but my Beiping army lost a general. What a pity," Blake said with a sigh. On the Liaodong battlefield, no one's military achievements were as many or as great as Arlen's. Such a talented general is also a fierce general. In Blake's opinion, his Beiping army had really lost a true general. General Farley and all the generals. "You are all injured, so you should go back and have a good rest. It's winter now and it's a bit cold at night. Don't let the cold wind affect your injuries," Arlen said with a smile. Hear this. Blake smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your concern, General Pericles. I and the others came here specifically to express our gratitude. Your injury is not serious. General Pericles has not rested all day today, so he needs to rest well. I will not disturb you for now. Farewell." Talking, Blake left the tent with several of his generals. After they left, "There are constant battles today. You all should go and rest. There's a sentry at the camp gate, so there's no need to rush," Arlen said to the hundreds of guards around him. Yes, the personal guards bowed and did not disobey Arlen's order and retreated to rest. Only Marvin and more than 20 personal guards went to the nearest tent to rest, returned to the camp. The charcoal fire has been lit, and it is somewhat warm inside the tent. Before the attack on Liaodong began, the Ministry of Revenue had already collected enough food and supplies, and charcoal was naturally among the supplies, so that the Ming soldiers would not be hindered by the cold. Overall, this war was a big win. Several Yuan army generals were killed. All attributes have exceeded 4,000. The total number of enemies killed has exceeded 5,000. 4 ordinary treasure chests and 4 first-level treasure chests. Can it be opened? After taking off his armor, Arlen jumped directly into the prepared bathtub with a thoughtful look on his face. "I was wondering whether I should open these 8 treasure chests now or wait until I get more treasure chests in the future." 8 treasure chests. The 4 ordinary treasure chests were obtained by beheading the general of the Yuan army who was in charge of all the troops. The other 4 first-level ones are All attributes breaking through 4,000 points. 1 is the number of enemies killed breaking through 5,000, and the third is beheading the UN Army General Cliff and the 50,000 generals of the UN Army Ranulph. It can be said, the higher the official position, the greater the official luck that is carried invisibly, the higher the level of the treasure chest obtained from the kill. 8 treasure chests, that's a lot. Open them all. Maybe my luck will explode this time. Think for a moment. Arlen immediately decided to open the treasure chest. Immediately. Open all the treasure chests. Arlen gave the order. Open a normal treasure chest. Obtain 10 bottles of Bigu pills. Obtain 10,000 taels of silver. Obtain 20 fine steel knives. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank sword slash. Open the first level treasure chest. Obtain the formula for the top grade yellow grade bone strengthening powder. Obtain 20 bottles of yellow grade top grade bone strengthening powder. Gain skill points 2. Obtain the top grade yellow spiritual pet golden eagle. The panel prompted, "What's the matter?" Golden eagle. A spiritual pet. What good will this do? Arlen was stunned and saw the spiritual pet that appeared at a glance. This time my luck is worse than last time. It seems that the practicality is not very strong. But at least a martial art was developed. As for what this bone tempering powder is used for, Arlen thought to himself. Then he extracted the formula of bone strengthening powder. One look, a hint of joy immediately appeared in front of him. This bone strengthening powder seems to be quite good. It actually has the effect of tempering muscles, bones, and flesh, and enhancing strength and physique. If it can be used in conjunction with horizontal training, this will definitely be an auxiliary elixir. Good. When the Liaodong War is settled, all my personal guards will be able to practice the Hinglian technique and become my true team. Arlen, who was just complaining about his bad luck, immediately smiled after seeing the bone tempering powder. If this bone strengthening powder was just powder without the formula, it might not be of much use. But once he got the formula, Arlen could purchase medicinal materials to strengthen his subordinates. It's really good stuff. Golden eagle, have a look. What if there is any difference? After all, it is a high-grade spiritual pet. After putting the bone tempering powder formula into the storage space, Arlen immediately extracted the golden eagle. Follow the extraction command. A halo of light flashed by. An egg almost the size of a human head appeared in front of Arlen. What a big egg, as expected of a spiritual pet. When Arlen saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. Subsequently, Arlen raised his hand and touched the egg in front of him. Time. A halo suddenly appeared on the eggshell, and the fingertip that Arlen touched was pierced, and a drop of blood fell on the eggshell. Contract. Arlen seemed to be watching clearly. The moment the blood dripped into the golden eagle egg in front of him. Arlen also felt that he had established a very wonderful connection with the spirit pet inside it, and could clearly feel the existence of the spirit pet in the eggshell. After continuing for a while, Kaka, there was a sound of eggshells breaking. Golden eagle, no, it should be called a golden eagle, flapped its wings and flew in front of Arlen, then landed very closely on Arlen's shoulder. Sure enough, there is no ordinary one after it reaches the highest level. This golden eagle was this big when it was born, with a wingspan of over 1 meter. It won't get any bigger if it grows any bigger. If I could ride it and fly into the sky in the future, that would be incredible. Looking at the golden eagle on his shoulder, Arlen also smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, a prompt appears on the panel. Contracted spirit pet golden eagle. Through the power of the contract, the pet's vision can be shared. You can communicate with your spirit pet through your thoughts and give it commands. The panel prompts, see this tip. Arlen's eyes narrowed and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Share this golden eagle's vision. If a golden eagle flies up to the sky, wouldn't I be able to look down at the earth through it? In the future, when I'm on the march or fighting, I can use the golden eagle to scout the enemy. If the enemy sets an ambush, I can perfectly avoid it with the golden eagle. No matter how perfect the enemy's ambush is, even if they hide in the dense forest, this golden eagle can still see their movements from the sky. Incredible! This golden eagle is truly amazing. In today's era, the golden eagle is undoubtedly the satellite of the future. Although it can't completely overlook the Earth, as long as we march and fight, the enemy will be visible to the golden eagle. I can also observe the enemy's situation through the shared field of view. Artifact. No, this is the divine condor. Arlen looked at the divine eagle on his shoulder and was ecstatic when he saw that he could share the vision with the golden eagle. This was a great help to him in marching and fighting. Golden eagles are carnivorous, but I happen to have some in my storage space. Arlen smiled. He took out a large piece of mutton from the storage space and threw it out of the bathtub. When the golden eagle smelled it, it immediately flew over and started eating. The spiritual pet is indeed spiritual, not just an ordinary golden eagle. Arlen looked at it and smiled. Subsequently, attribute panel. Arlen called out, next moment. Host. Arlen age. 15 years old. Interest rate. 4,168 point strength. 4,245 point speed. 4,222 points constitution. 4,042 points stamina. 4,023 points spirit. 4,084 points lifespan. 271 years and 10,472 days storage space. 49 cubic meters Gongfa, postnatal mystical skill. Horizontal refining Gong martial arts. Charged sword strike late stage, wild sword dance late stage, collapsing mountain fist early stage, continuous divine arrows middle stage, tiger roar early stage, golden bell cover middle stage. Skill points. 3 points can improve proficiency in any martial arts. Sleep for a night and continue the march tomorrow. Arlen thought about it, walked out of the bathtub, put on his clothes, and lay down on the couch. Time is passing gradually. Liaodong Prefecture City, Liaoyang City. It is also the base camp of Nahatchu. Boom! There was a sound of something heavy being dropped inside the Teiwei mansion. Nahatchu kicked over the table in front of him, shock and horror appearing on his face. What did you say? Our army was defeated. 150,000 troops. Failed. Nahatchu opened his eyes wide, and besides fear, he was more of a person who couldn't believe it. He had been planning for several months in order to completely wipe out the Ming army. In order to realize this plan, all the elite troops in Liaodong were mobilized just for this battle. To turn defeat into victory, as long as you win, Liaodong can be preserved and the Ming dynasty can be counterattacked, but now the news came that they were defeated. For Nahatchu at this moment, anger, despair. After such a long period of careful planning, it actually failed. How did you lose? Where are the people from Cliff? Nahatchu suppressed the anger in his heart and asked hoarsely, reporting to the commander. General, unfortunately he died in battle, killed by Ming General Pericles, Arlen. Quinlan reported with a grim expression. Death in battle? That Arlen again? Nahatchu opened his eyes wide. He really couldn't understand it at this moment. With his careful planning, he completely surrounded the Ming army in Tailing City, leaving almost no loopholes. Under such an encirclement, even if some Ming soldiers escaped, it would be impossible for them to exceed 1,000. How can we break the elaborate siege of 150,000 troops? Tell me the details. How did the army fail? This plan is so meticulous, how could it possibly end up like this? Nahatchu asked in a deep voice, but, after learning that Cliff had died in battle, Nahatchu's anger subsided a little. After all, the general who commanded the troops had died in battle, so what could he do? Reporting to the commander. We didn't plan enough against the Ming dynasty's Angus-Ning border army. This defeat is all because of the Daning border army and its General Arlen, Quinlan said, gritting his teeth. He then reported to Nahatchu the situation after the siege and burning of Tailing. As Tailing City was set on fire, the victory was already decided. Arlen led his troops to charge and broke the siege. He also commanded the Ming army to counter-encircle the army they had ambushed. All in all, he reported everything exactly as it happened. Hear this. Nahatchu's face looked extremely ugly. I have included Rufus's army of 100,000 men, and I have also included Maxim's army of 100,000 men. But the Daning border army is not included. Only tens of thousands of troops. I actually defeated him in the end. I was sure to win the game, but I lost. My 150,000-man army was routed in one blow. Nahatchu's face looked extremely ugly. Such a victory, no more, General. Although we were defeated this time and suffered heavy casualties, many of our men escaped from Tailing. As long as we reorganize our army, we can still hold Liaoyang and fight. We have accumulated enough food and supplies over the years, and we can definitely hold on. At worst, we will fight the Ming army to the death and drag them out until they die. Quinlan gritted his teeth and said with a crazy look on his face. Nahatchu looked calm without any energy left in him. How many men escaped from Tailing this time? Nahatchu asked in a low voice. 30 to 40,000 brothers escaped. Quinlan replied immediately. 150,000 men, no more than 30,000 or 40,000 people escaped. I, Liaodong, have no chance. Nahatchu gave a bitter smile, his face full of frustration. 150,000. Moreover, the 100,000 of them are veterans he integrated from all over Liaodong. They can be said to be the elite combat force of the entire Liaodong. Now it's a miserable defeat. Even if you escape back, the actual combat force of his entire Liaodong has been sharply reduced. Even if the 70,000 troops in Geju and the more than 10,000 troops stationed in Liaoyang are included, the total combat force of Liaodong is less than 130,000. Moreover, half of them were new recruits, who were forcibly recruited by Nahachu's order. "General, are you going to give up?" Quinlan said unwillingly. "No external aid. The Emperor has ordered us not to evacuate. The only option is to fight the Ming army to the death. Pass on this command from the Grand Marshal to gather all the men evacuated from Tiling back to Liaoyang. Even if we are defeated, we must defeat them with flying colors. Even if we are defeated, we must make the Ming army pay the price. At worst, we can die together to repay the Emperor's kindness," Nahachu said with a crazy look on his face. "I will follow you till death," Quinlan said immediately. "Go, integrate the army. Also, tell Jacob Ingram, who is stationed in Geju, that if he is unable to defend it, let him evacuate to Liaoyang," Nahachu said in a deep voice. "I obey your command." Quinlan immediately obeyed the order, then strode away. "Arlen, first it was Jincheng, then Kaiyuan, and now it's Tiling. You've ruined so many of my good things. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a great enemy of our Yuan dynasty in the future." Nahachu's face looked very ugly. Now he has completely taken Arlen to heart, but even so, it's too late. If Arlen had been taken into account when the ambush was set in Tiling, and a force had been left behind to guard against the Daning border army, then the battle would not have been lost so easily. After all, it was because Nahachu's strategy did not consider everything comprehensively that led to this defeat. Beiping City, Daniel's mansion. "Every time a secret report comes from Liaodong, Your Highness feels this way. It seems that Arlen really makes Your Highness feel different." Doran looked at the secret report in his hand and smiled slightly. "This boy, every time I see a secret report, it's related to him, and every time he always manages to be more outstanding. Nahachu is a man of exceptional military and political prowess. In the Battle of Tiling City, I can hardly see any loopholes. Rufus fell into Nahachu's trap not because he was incompetent in commanding troops, but because this strategy was almost inevitable. After all, Rufus was tasked with recovering Liaodong, so an attack was inevitable. Nahachu waited for the enemy to tire, spent months preparing his plan, sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to achieve this strategy, turning defeat into victory. Without the Daning border army, Rufus would have been annihilated. Daniel's face was filled with worry and his eyes were filled with deep fear. This ambush, which was almost flawless, was actually seen through by Arlen. He even took advantage of the situation and launched a counter-encirclement against the Yuan army, inflicting heavy damage on them and killing and capturing nearly 100,000 of them. Such a result. It's really unimaginable. For a 17-year-old, this is amazing. He was a fierce and brave general, and it was said that he possessed the courage and strength of the former overlord of Western Harding. The Battle of Tiling further demonstrated his talent for commanding troops. Such a genius with both literary and martial skills, I really didn't expect that he could be a 17-year-old. And he has no background, let alone any help. Is it true that every generation has its own outstanding people? At this moment, Daniel couldn't help but ask this question. Maybe. However, I think what Your Highness is worried about is not Arlen's talent in commanding troops. Doran smiled faintly, as if he saw through the essence of Daniel's ugly expression at the moment. Hear this? Daniel raised his hand holding another secret report. "Do you know Arlen's hometown?" Daniel asked in a deep voice. "Only the Ministry of War knows about this matter. Didn't the prince send people to investigate the Ministry of War, but to no avail? I want to come. Arlen's status and position are different now. Information about his hometown has been kept confidential. Perhaps it is the Crown Prince and the Emperor who are personally inquiring about it. Naturally, no one dares to leak it." Doran said calmly. "Arlen, your native place is in my own Beiping prefecture." Daniel said this almost gritting his teeth. Obviously, when he said this, he was already angry. He's from Beiping prefecture, so why did he go to Daning to join the army? Doran's expression also changed at this moment, and he asked in surprise. There must be something hidden behind this. However, when Blake made the secret report, he only learned from Arlen that Arlen's hometown was in Beiping prefecture. Blake didn't know why he was assigned to Daning Prefecture. Daniel said in a deep voice, such a talent should have been under the prince's command. He actually ran to Daning. There must be something fishy about this matter. Doran said in a deep voice. Daniel nodded. Yes, this is why I am unhappy today. Such a great man should have served under me. Such a capable and brave general. If he had served in the Peking army under my command, I would have gained a great help. But now the Daning Prefecture has gained something for nothing, and I have also lost a wise and brave general. Speaking of which, Daniel's heart was bleeding. Obviously, in Daniel's view, if Arlen were in his Beiping army, he could also stand out. After all, he strictly abided by the Ming dynasty's military merit system when employing people. Those who had merits would be rewarded, and those who had faults would be punished. With Arlen's ability, he might be able to achieve greater military exploits in the Beiping army. Your Majesty, perhaps we need to investigate this matter of origin. Ming dynasty military law stipulates that when recruiting soldiers, civilians should be prioritized in their native prefectures. Only after the soldiers in their prefectures are fully recruited can they go to other prefectures to enlist. However, this time, the Beiping army was ordered to go to war, and there were still vacancies for soldiers. Obviously, they haven't recruited enough. Being able to get Arlen, whose hometown is Beiping Prefecture, to enlist in the army in Daning Prefecture is not something that ordinary people can do. It must be a collusion between the powerful and the wealthy. It must be the power of authority. Otherwise, it's impossible. Doran analyzed carefully. You mean Arlen was framed and deliberately sent to Daning Prefecture to join the army? Daniel thought carefully and immediately understood what Doran said. Apart from this possibility, it is impossible for Arlen to join the army in Daning Prefecture, Doran said with certainty. Daniel nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Arlen may have been framed and transferred to Daning to join the army. Before the Liaodong campaign began, the most dangerous prefecture in the Ming dynasty is Daning. Not only are the Jianu causing banditry in Daning, but the Daning border troops have also suffered heavy casualties suppressing the bandits. If Pericles Yingru was really sent to Daning Prefecture on purpose, then someone must be trying to kill him. Moreover, Arlen's death was justified, and there was no evidence to support it. Daniel analyzed carefully. If Arlen heard the conversation between Daniel and Doran here, he would also be deeply moved. He was able to analyze so much based on just one piece of information. He is worthy of being the Yongle Emperor and the Doran in history. Your Majesty, use this as a starting point for investigation. If we can find out the truth, we can do Arlen a favor. Perhaps with this favor we can still let Arlen return to Beiping Prefecture, Doran said with a somewhat calculating tone. Daniel's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, how can we get Arlen to return to Beiping Prefecture? Start with their place of origin. Of course. We still have to wait until we have investigated the reasons why Arlen went to Daning Prefecture to join the army before we can make any plans. After all, Arlen's hometown is now a secret, and Your Highness cannot mention it on his own initiative. Otherwise, the suspicious Emperor of Yingshan will definitely be suspicious of Your Highness, Doran said in a deep voice. Daniel nodded. This matter I naturally understand. But you're right, everything still needs to be investigated thoroughly first. If Arlen could really be allowed to return to my Beiping Prefecture and take command of the army and be used by me, that would be perfect. The capital of the Ming dynasty, Yingshan, tapping outside the city. There were bursts of rapid footsteps. Get out of the way. Urgent news from Liaodong. Urgent news from Liaodong. A fast rider held a command flag and shouted loudly. Seeing this situation, no one dared to stop them, and the soldiers guarding the city gates made way to clear a path. The urgent report soldiers entered the city unhindered. And inside the city, countless people looked on in amazement. Urgent news from Liaodong. Did something happen? Will not. It is said that the Ming dynasty fought very well on the Liaodong battlefield. We have been on the expedition to Liaodong for half a year now. I think we can pacify Liaodong soon. Liaodong was originally the territory of the Cornelius Chinese. After being lost for so many years, it will finally be returned to the control of the Chinese. Good. Your Majesty's achievements in civil and military affairs are a blessing to the Cornelius Chinese people and will restore the glory of our Cornelius family. Just wait and see, it's definitely a good thing. Perhaps it's news of victory from Liaodong. Looking at the urgent report soldiers rushing into the city, countless people were in awe and did not believe that the urgent report could be bad news. This was also the reason why Evander restored the dignity of the Cornelius Chinese after he established the Ming dynasty. Especially the people of Yingshan Prefecture, they have immense confidence in the current emperor and the Ming army. Inside the imperial palace, Hall OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall. Report. Urgent news from Liaodong. The general presents a report. The urgent messenger came into the hall, knelt respectfully, and held up the urgent report in his hand to present it. Urgent report? Evander glanced at Zachary with a hint of doubt. The Battle of Liaodong has been going on for half a year now. All battle results will be reported directly to the Ministry of War. If there is no truly urgent military information, there will be no urgent report. Send it up. Evander felt a little uneasy. He waved his hand immediately. Gawain, who was serving on the side, immediately walked down quickly, picked up the urgent report, turned around and handed it to Evander respectfully. Evander immediately opened the urgent message and took a look. His face immediately turned ugly. After reading this, there was a snap. Evander threw the urgent report in his hand directly onto the table. Suddenly, the expressions of all the ministers in the court changed. Zachary, who was standing on the stairs, also looked at it with confusion. Father, what happened? Has there been any change in Liaodong? Zachary asked immediately. Rufus, we are so disappointed. Evander shouted coldly. He picked up the urgent report again and threw it at Zachary. When Zachary took it and looked at it, his expression turned a little ugly. Father, the situation on the battlefield is unpredictable. This time Nahachu planned carefully. He planned it with the destruction of an entire city in mind, which is why he was able to achieve this ambush and murder. Rufus was skilled in commanding troops, but he never imagined Nahachu would be so ruthless. This is why he was ambushed and killed. On the battlefield, victory and defeat are commonplace. Fortunately, Arlen led the Daning border army to provide timely rescue, preventing the entire army from being annihilated by Nahachu. Although our army suffered casualties, it also avoided being annihilated. Zachary said to Evander immediately after reading the urgent report. Hear this. The ministers in the hall also understood. Rufus suffered a defeat in Liaodong and was ultimately rescued by Arlen. Ha. Rufus was arrogant and domineering, acting recklessly and self-righteously, believing he was the best commander of the army. He looked down upon everyone, and now he has unexpectedly been defeated. Ridiculous, ridiculous. This Rufus really deserves it. It would be a waste of opportunity if we don't report him this time. I must report this. Although defeat on the battlefield isn't a capital offense, having this opportunity to target Rufus and those Huexi warriors is rare. After understanding the situation, many ministers who usually disliked Huexi immediately became interested. It would definitely not miss such an opportunity, but, at this moment, they still don't know the full picture of the urgent news, so they haven't come forward yet because according to convention, urgent reports to the court will naturally lead to discussion in the court. Emperor, did the Ming dynasty suffer losses in Liaodong? Lester stood up and asked respectfully. As the Minister of War, he has the authority to ask this question. Nahachu set an ambush at Tiling, burned the entire city and surrounded it. Rufus's army of 100,000 fell into this ambush. We almost ended up being completely wiped out. Fortunately, Arlen led the Daning border troops to come to our aid and counter-encircled the Yuan army. At the critical moment, we turned defeat into victory and annihilated nearly 100,000 Yuan troops, achieving a great victory. Zachary spoke slowly. I wonder how many casualties the Rufus suffered this time. Please explain clearly, Your Highness, Lester said with a somewhat ugly expression. Nearly 30,000 people were killed and over 20,000 wounded, most of whom suffered burns and were unlikely to survive. Zachary's face also looked a little ugly. The casualties this time were greater than those during the nearly half-year campaign in Liaodong. Casualties increase. First, it affects the morale of the army. The second is to increase the pension. It has a great impact on the statistics of the Ministry of War and the National Treasury finances. This is why troops will be held accountable if they suffer heavy casualties during marches and battles. A general leads his troops to gain military merit. That is the benefit. If a general leads his troops but fails to do something and suffers casualties, that is a mistake. It has two sides. As Zachary finished speaking, immediately, an imperial censor stood up. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. This time the army was ambushed and nearly annihilated. This is a mistake and someone should be held accountable. An imperial censor stood up and spoke loudly as soon as these words fell. Immediately, several imperial censors stood up and said, "I second the motion." This ambush was certainly caused by Rufus's greed for merit and his reckless advance, which resulted in the deaths of so many innocent soldiers. This is his crime. They should be held accountable and severely punished. The Rufus should be severely punished. The censors spoke one after another. At first one person stood up, then five, and then some ministers in the court all agreed. Visible, how many people did Rufus offend in this court? Watching the speeches of many ministers in the court, Evander's brows were also furrowed, obviously. Rufus's command of the troops was poor this time, resulting in the loss of soldiers and the almost complete annihilation of the army, which made Evander a little angry. "Rufus, it deserves punishment." Evander spoke slowly. The sound of the call to punish Rufus was like the final word. "Father." Although the Rufus suffered heavy losses on the battlefield this time, it was not intentional, but an unintentional mistake. Although punishment is allowed, it should not be excessive. Otherwise, it will definitely shake the morale of the army in recovering Laiada. I think so. A small punishment is enough to give a big warning. If we impose severe punishment for this matter, I'm afraid no one will dare to lead the troops in times of crisis in the future. Zachary turned around and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hear what Zachary said. Evander also nodded. The prince is right. This time, Rufus's mistakes caused heavy casualties among our Ming soldiers. He will be temporarily punished with a 1-year salary. As for the subsequent punishment, it depends on whether Rufus can make meritorious contributions on the Liaodong battlefield. Evander said loudly, "Father, the Holy Ming." Zachary immediately agreed. I also feel a sense of relief in my heart. Huixi. Although he was domineering, he had a close relationship with Zachary. If Rufus was really severely punished this time, he, as the crown prince, would feel embarrassed. After all, the expedition to Liaodong was agreed. In terms of selecting generals, Rufus and Maxim were both recommended by Zachary. Evander naturally had to take this into consideration as well. The emperor's holy might. The impeachment censors in the court also echoed him. The goal of punishing Rufus has been achieved, so they are naturally satisfied. After all, it is impossible to kill Rufus directly by relying on this defeat on the battlefield. After all, what Zachary said made sense. If the general who commanded the troops was severely punished, because of this incident, no one in the court would dare to appoint a general to command the troops in the future. Father, from the urgent report submitted by General Falconbridge Tobin, Arlen played an indispensable role in breaking Nahachu's encirclement and annihilation plan this time. Zachary raised his head and said with great emotion, although it was just an urgent report, it was submitted in writing. But this was written by Tobin himself, reporting the urgency of the battle in Tailing and many other situations. Use the entire city of Tailing as bait. Once the main force has entered the city, burn it down. The Yuan army ambushed outside the city will then surround the entire city and attack Rufus's rear. Nahachu's strategy is worthy of his belief that it can turn defeat into victory. This strategy is indeed superior. If there were no Daning border troops, there would be no Arlen's assistance. Rufus will be completely annihilated. Nahachu's army will definitely counterattack the cities in Liaodong captured by the Ming dynasty and even attack our Daning prefecture. Evander said with a somewhat relieved tone. With his strategic vision, he could naturally see that if Nahachu's strategy really succeeded, the situation in Liaodong would inevitably be reversed. Father, this strategy is a desperate move by Nahachu. He wants to survive in a desperate situation. But I didn't expect that, after all the calculations, I had overlooked the Daning border army. This battle is over. Nahachu was defeated. His army of 150,000 men lost over 100,000 men, and this was the last of his forces. Although the Ming dynasty also suffered tens of thousands of casualties in Tailing, compared to Nahachu, our losses were smaller. Moreover, after this battle, Nahachu will no longer be able to resist the Ming dynasty's offensive. This achievement should belong to Arlen and the Daning border army. Zachary smiled and said loudly, "The prince is right. The credit for this battle must go to Arlen and the soldiers of the Daning border army under his command." Evander nodded in agreement. Arlen, this kid actually surprised me. At the beginning of the army's attack on Tailing, Arlen suspected that the Yuan army might set an ambush in Tailing based on the situation of the Yuan army Arlen in the city. He even sent someone to remind Rufus to be cautious, but Rufus did not listen. That's why Tailing was almost annihilated. Arlen, he is indeed a talented general of our Ming dynasty. The prince promised him the title of champion in the past, and it was true. Evander praised with a big laugh. You can tell. He was really satisfied with Pericles Yingzhen. As the emperor who was in charge of the entire Ming Empire, Evander built it from scratch, so he naturally had a strong strategic vision. Arlen turned the tide in the Battle of Tailing. Father, Arlen performed a great deed this time. He not only saved the lives of tens of thousands of Ming soldiers, but also dealt a heavy blow to the Yuan army, leaving Nahachu with no chance to rebel against the Ming. Deserves a heavy reward. Zachary immediately asked for a reward for Arlen. The prince is right. But Evander looked a little thoughtful. After a moment of reflection, after the Battle of Tailing, Nahachu was no longer able to resist the Ming dynasty. Lai Adong will be recovered. We think we should wait until Lai Adong is completely pacified before rewarding Arlen for his merits. We can reward them together when the time comes, Evander said with a smile. Hear this? Zachary also nodded. Father, your majesty is wise, but Arlen's achievements deserve encouragement. The achievements of the Daning border troops should be further encouraged. Preach our will. In the Battle of Tailing, the soldiers of Daning worked hard and made great contributions. Encourage Abner, the acting commander of Daning, and reward him with 100 gold coins. All officers and soldiers of the Daning border army will be promoted as soon as possible according to their merits in killing the enemy. Of course. Also, Arlen, send him a separate imperial edict to encourage him and praise him highly. Prince, just draft these 2 imperial edicts. Evander said with a smile, My son, I accept the decree. Zachary gladly accepted the order. All right. Do you have anything else to report? Evander looked towards the court. Let's start playing, your majesty. In this battle at Tailing, tens of thousands of Ming soldiers were killed or wounded. After the battle is over and the roster is compiled, the Ming dynasty may have to pay a large amount of compensation. This matter still needs the emperor's decision. Lester stood up and started speaking loudly. Ragnar. Evander looked directly at the Minister of Revenue. Emperor. The Lai Adong conquest war has been going on for more than half a year. Countless money and food are consumed every day. When the war is over, there may not be much left in the national treasury. Ragnar immediately stood up and said, Apart from reserves for natural disasters, the rest must be used to support the compensation of casualties. This is the first priority, Evander said directly. I obey your order. Ragnar accepted the order respectfully. All right, Prince. Another imperial decree will be sent to Tauben along with the punishment for Rufus. Lai Adong will be settled soon and everything will proceed smoothly. Nahachu, if you can capture him, capture him. If you can't, kill him. This time we don't have to live. Evander said coldly, the old days. During a major battle during the northern expedition of the Ming dynasty, Nahachu had actually been captured by the Ming dynasty. At that time, Evander wanted to win over the hearts and minds of the people, so he released Nahachu back to the northern Yuan dynasty. As a result, he became the Tewei of the northern Yuan dynasty. It allowed Nahachu to take root in Liaodong and become a hidden danger to the Ming dynasty. So this time, Evander would certainly not show any mercy. Liaodong, Liaoyang, above the city gate. Nahachu stood on it and looked at the front of the city. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen rushed forward. Nahachu's face also looked very ugly. The day has finally arrived. Minky, Daning. It seems that the Ming general leading the charge, riding a black Fergana horse, is Arlen. Nahachu stared and murmured, General, now we have as many as 100,000 soldiers in Liaoyang city. Even if Liaodong is about to fall, our army will bite off a piece of the Ming army's flesh. We will perish together with the Ming army. Jacob on the side said coldly with a resolute tone in his voice, Perry Amos, is there any news? Nahachu looked at the boy beside him and asked, Reply to the commander. The king of Gorieo has issued an order, ordering General Eldrin Wentworth to lead an army of 100,000 to aid Liaodong. It's on the way now. As long as we hold on to Liaoyang, there may be a turning point once the 100,000-strong Gorieo army arrives. Quinlan replied immediately. A Gorieo army of 100,000. Their fighting power is even inferior to that of the Jianu. It is better to hope that the Emperor Ming will die suddenly and retreat than to pin your hopes on them. Nahachu said sarcastically. Obviously, Nahachu did not have much hope that Gorieo would come to his aid and resolve the crisis. After the Battle of Tailing, the only chance to turn defeat into victory was lost. Nahachu's heart was already filled with pessimism. If Nahatchu had not been too embarrassed to go back and meet Emperor Yuan, he might have abandoned Liaoyang City and fled. But in the end, Nahatchu could not do such a thing. Once you escape back, not only did he lose his position as Grand Marshal, he was even ostracized by the powerful officials in the Yuan court, and even the loyalty and righteousness he had built up over the years was gone. So, for the sake of his own reputation and even more so for his family, Nahatchu could not escape. And now, it's about 200 steps away from the city. Waves of footsteps swept over, as Arlen raised his hand. Moorland. Nearly 20,000 cavalrymen behind him pulled their reins and stopped. Arlen, who was at the forefront, also stopped, gazing at Liaoyang City ahead. Bros, our army has arrived in Liaoyang first, Arlen said with a smile. Mighty, mighty. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen behind him excitedly raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Combined with the Ming Dynasty's battle flag in the front and the Daning's battle flag, the military might was fully demonstrated. General, now we have arrived first. But the main force has not yet arrived. According to reports, there are no fewer than 100,000 Yuan troops in Liaoyang City, and they have ample food and supplies. If we attack this time, we will suffer no consequences. Todd said respectfully. Nonsense. Arlen turned around and angrily scolded. Do you think I would just attack and seek death? Hey, we are used to following the general into battle. Whenever we encounter a city, the general will lead us to break into it and charge in. I was afraid that the general would lose his mind and charge in directly. Todd laughed awkwardly. Although it is not allowed to attack, but we can also issue another challenge to Nahatchu. Arlen smiled. Then he raised his hand. Marvin immediately understood. He took out a piece of cloth and a pen and handed them to Arlen immediately. Arlen took it. He picked up the pen and wrote a sentence on the cloth. Subsequently, he took out an arrow from the quiver behind him. Whitaker the cloth to the arrow, mentioned the precious carved bow and arrow. The precious carved bow, which is difficult for ordinary people to pull, was easily pulled into a full moon shape by Arlen's arm strength. Next moment, a hissing sound. The arrow flew out of the bow. It turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards Liaoyang City, almost instantly. Be careful, Commander. The commander of Nahatchu's personal guards saw a streak of light coming quickly and rushed towards Nahatchu. There was a pop. The arrow was nailed directly onto the bluestone slab. Behind the city gate. Even spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bluestone slab, which shows how powerful this arrow was, even directly into the three-pointer. What strong arm strength! What a powerful bow! Nahatchu looked up and saw the sharp arrow that had penetrated 3/4 of his body, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Such arm strength and power, he is truly a formidable enemy of the Yuan dynasty. There's a cloth on it, take it off. Nahatchu stood up straight and said to his men. A personal guard immediately ran forward and took away the arrow. The arrowhead was bent, but the cloth on the shaft was intact. Nahatchu took it and took a look. His expression changed, but he laughed out of anger. There was only one sentence on the cloth. Nahatchu, wait for my Jiang to take your head. Arlen, it's him indeed. Many of my generals died at his hands. Now he is so arrogant that he wants to take my head. Nahatchu said with a bit of coldness, this Arlen is too rampant, General. Now, while the main force of the Ming army has not yet arrived, I am willing to lead my troops out of the city, catch these Ming soldiers off guard, and behead Arlen and present him to the Morgan. Jacob said angrily. He was extremely grateful to Nahatchu. He originally lived in the old nest of the Northern Yuan dynasty, but because he killed a powerful person, he had nowhere to go. Later, he was taken in by Nahatchu and was able to survive. So he was very grateful to Nahatchu and was willing to sacrifice his life to serve him. Madness? Nahatchu cursed, his face serious. Can't you see that Arlen is deliberately trying to provoke us in order to lure our troops out of the city? Nahatchu sneered, obviously having seen through Arlen's intention. Arlen's army appears to be less than 20,000. The forces in our city are enough to annihilate them. Is the commander too worried? Jacob asked in surprise. It seems he doesn't have many troops now, but how can you be sure there aren't Ming troops lying in ambush behind him? This Arlen is extremely cunning. Nahatchu said in a deep voice. How can you be so cunning at just 17? Who on earth is this Arlen? Jacob cursed. An enemy that our great Yuan cannot ignore in the future. Nahatchu sighed. Arlen stared at the city in front of him with deep fear. This is something that has never happened even when facing many powerful generals in Huixi. Pass on the commander's orders. From today on, the entire city is sealed off and no one is allowed to enter or leave. From today on, all troops are to prepare for battle. No matter how angry the Ming army is, they must not leave the city to engage in battle. The priority is to defend the city. From today on, we will defend the entire city and fight the Ming army to the bitter end. It's winter now. When it gets coldest, maybe we in Liaodong will have a chance to counterattack. Nahachu gave a loud order. The last general takes orders. Many Yuan generals on the city gate said in unison, "Turn your eyes," looking at the Liaoyang city where there was no movement. Arlen looked disappointed. Pity. It didn't even provoke them to go out of the city to fight. This Nahachu is indeed an old fox. Arlen said with some disappointment. He originally planned to trick some Yuan soldiers out of the city to fight and then kill them himself. This would be considered a jackpot for being the first to arrive in Liaoyang city. Never thought. Nahachu doesn't give me a chance. Send the general's order. Choose a spot to set up camp and wait for the main army to join forces. Arlen said loudly. Then he spurred his horse and turned around to leave. Nearly 20,000 cavalry soldiers also followed. The vibration sound continued and left the Liaoyang city. Time flies under night. It is less than 5 miles away from Liaoyang city, where the Ming army set up camp. The Ming army went to Liaodong to Arlen and recapture various cities. All the rest are gathered here. In the camp, the terms of service for all the generals who were sent to conquer Liaodong have expired. The security outside the camp is very strict, and no one is allowed to enter without the order of the general. Every general in the camp is a deputy commander, or even a general above him. Tobin was in the main position. On the left and right are the two main generals, Maxim and Rufus. Of course. Because of tiling, many generals under Rufus's command died in battle, and some were recuperating in the wounded camp. This also leaves a lot of vacancies in the general camp today. Generals. Under the imperial order, the army for the Liaodong expedition has been assembled. Tobin sat in the main seat and smiled at the generals. In the tent. General, just give the order. Liaoyang is within reach and Nahachu is already at the end of his strength. We must capture Liaoyang tomorrow and recapture the entire Liaodong. Maxim asked directly. Yes, General, just give the order directly. I am willing to be the vanguard. I am willing to do the same. Suddenly, generals such as Taran and Scott all spoke out to request orders. The troops arrived at Liaoyang, which was also the last major battle in the attack on Liaodong. As long as Liaoyang is captured, the remaining cities in Liaodong will not be difficult and can be easily recaptured. These brave generals from Huexi have started again. Abner lowered his voice and said to Arlen beside him, "Let them rob it. Anyway, this is the last major battle in the attack on Liaodong. The Daning border army has already received a lot of deserved military merit. Although this is the last battle, Nahachu will certainly defend Liaodong to the death. It won't be easy to take credit for this great achievement. Let them fight for it first." Arlen smiled faintly and didn't care about taking credit for anything. Attack the city and capture the territory. Everything still depends on combat power. Correct. Let them take it away. Abner smiled slightly, also in the mood to watch the show without saying a word, looking at the generals in the tent asking for battle. Tobin smiled slightly and was very satisfied with the fighting spirit. This time the troops are gathered together. The army is nearly 200,000 strong. Our army has at least twice as many troops as Nahachu. And they are all veterans of the battlefield. No one Nahachu can match them in terms of combat power. In this battle, we will conquer Liaoyang, recapture Liaodong, and recover our Cornelius homeland. Just waiting to be recovered. All of you generals are meritorious officials of our Ming dynasty. Your names will be recorded in the history of the Cornelius Chinese. Tobin said solemnly. Liaodong has been separated from the Cornelius dynasty for hundreds of years. Ever since Yuan took control of the world, it has been under the control of the Yuan court. Even after the founding of the Ming dynasty, the Cornelius territory was gradually recovered, the south was pacified, and the north returned. Liaodong was still under the control of the Yuan court, and only now began the crucial task of recovering Liaodong. I am willing to swear to serve the Ming dynasty. For the Cornelius Chinese, to recover our homeland. Now every general's expression was extremely solemn, full of desire to leave their names in history. There will be a battle tomorrow. Our army must exert its full combat power. Liaoyang City, as the capital of Liaodong Prefecture, was managed by Nahachu for many years. Its defenses were strong, surpassing those of Jincheng and Kaiyuan. But Liaoyang City is vast and has 4 gates, east, west, south, and north. Although Nahachu has gathered troops to defend Liaoyang, his manpower is limited and is inferior to that of our Ming dynasty. In this battle, we must give full play to the advantages of our large number of soldiers and generals. Tobin said in a deep voice. Obviously, he had already figured out how to mobilize his troops and how to attack Liaoyang. At the command of the general, all the generals in the tent said in unison, "The west gate is the main gate of Liaoyang City facing our army. Also, the south gate, handed over to General Smith's men to attack. General Rufus will lead the attack on the east gate. The north gate will be attacked by the Daning border troops. This battle, attack from all 4 gates simultaneously." Tobin didn't think too much about it and immediately appointed a general and issued an order. Now that the army for the Liaodong expedition has gathered, it is natural to fully utilize the advantages of this army. The troops were divided into 4 groups and launched a forced attack. Although Liaoyang City is high and strong, it is easier to attack than Jincheng and Kaiyuan because he has 4 doors. In this day and age, every city has 4 gates. The rest of the cities have 2 gates. Now that the Ming dynasty has sufficient military strength, it must fully utilize its advantages. As long as one gate is breached, the Yuan army in the city will be unable to take care of both ends and will be in chaos and collapse. The last general takes orders. As General Falconbridge, Tobin gave the order. The generals who were called upon obeyed the orders one after another. Ebner, who was beside Arlen, also received the order. When we attack the city tomorrow, whoever captures and kills Nahachu first will be the first to achieve the first victory. The Emperor has already sent someone to convey his order. This time, life or death is irrelevant. The Emperor no longer has any tolerance for Nahachu. Tobin said coldly, "The last general takes orders." There was a burning look in the eyes of all the generals. The attack on Liaoyang City was the final and decisive battle in Liaodong. Nahachu, Tewei of the Northern Yuan dynasty and the head of Liaodong. Whoever captures him will be killed. That is the real great achievement. Now, even Arlen is no exception. Nahachu, I wonder if killing him will yield a second-tier treasure chest. After all, he is in charge of a region and holds a very high position in the Northern Yuan dynasty. The leader of a small tribe like the Jianu, even the king of Goryeo, cannot match this power. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. Everyone in the tent wanted to capture and kill Nahachu, but there was only one Nahachu, so it all depended on their own abilities. This time, in addition to the Emperor urging our army to recapture Liaodong, there are also other imperial decrees of reward and punishment. Tobin changed the subject, and his voice echoed throughout the tent. Hear the sound. Rufus's expression changed. He naturally understood that this punishment was related to him, the Emperor's order. Abner, the acting commander of Daning, has been rewarded with 100 gold coins and commended for his meritorious service in controlling the Daning border troops. Tobin took out an imperial edict and read it briefly. Abner stood up excitedly and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I, Abner, thank you for your grace." For Abner, it's incredibly exciting at this moment. This was the first time in his life that he received an imperial edict from the current emperor. What an honor and blessing this is. Although there were many officials serving in the Ming dynasty, only a few were honored enough to receive imperial edicts of commendation. The commander of Tobin's personal guards immediately picked up the imperial edict and placed it in Abner's hands. "Lord Percival, although you are a civilian official, you have temporarily taken on the post of commander-in-chief and have made many contributions in logistics and supplies. You have also cooperated with the border army generals to conquer Liaodong. You deserve this reward from the Emperor," Tobin said with a smile. "Thank you, General." Abner was extremely excited as he held the imperial edict in both hands. When returning to your position, Abner held the imperial edict tightly and looked at Arlen with gratitude. "General Pericles, thank you. This is the first imperial edict I have ever received in my life. If it weren't for you, I would have no chance of getting it." Abner said happily, "My lord, you're welcome. This is what you deserve, my lord. As the commander of the Daning border army, you will share the glory of the Daning border army's military achievements," Arlen said with a smile. "Kindness." Abner nodded heavily, but the gratitude towards Arlen in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Arlen, the co-governor of the Daning border army," Tobin said loudly again, "the end will be here." Arlen came out immediately. "The Emperor has a decree. General Pericles' rescue efforts during the Battle of Tiling saved our Ming soldiers from annihilation. This meritorious service will be celebrated. After we pacify Liaodong, you will surely be handsomely rewarded. The Emperor and the Crown Prince hope that General Pericles will continue to serve the country and defend the nation. Tobin said loudly. He also read out the meaning of the imperial edict. Your servant Arlen will never fail the Emperor's grace. Arlen also replied immediately. Then the commander of the personal guards handed the imperial edict to Arlen. The host receives an imperial edict and is rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompts, "It would be great if old Pericles could give me 10 imperial edicts at once. That's 10 treasure chests." Looking at the imperial edict of encouragement in his hand, Arlen smiled with emotion. As 2 imperial edicts of commendation were issued, next came the imperial decree of punishment. Tobin looked at Rufus. After feeling this gaze, Rufus also stood up with a frustrated look on his face. Rufus. He was too greedy for success and rushed forward without carefully investigating the enemy situation, leaving his troops in danger and ambushes. If foreign aid had not arrived in time, the entire army would have been annihilated. It was an unintentional mistake on your part. Now, I will fine you 1 year's salary as a punishment. On the Liaodong battlefield, you are given the opportunity to redeem yourself from your crimes and make meritorious contributions. Tobin read aloud. Your Highness Rufus, I accept your command and thank you for your grace. Rufus looked frustrated and bowed respectfully. Tobin saw this. He walked up to Rufus in person and placed the imperial edict in his hands. General Valemont, I hope you will treat it with caution when commanding troops in the future. Tobin said this earnestly. I will remember this. Rufus held the imperial edict tightly and said in a deep voice, for Rufus at this moment, no doubt, humiliation, it is a humiliation for him. Since the founding of the Ming dynasty, although he was often impeached, he was never punished in public by an imperial decree or given a minor punishment or a major warning. All right, the strategy for tomorrow's siege has been decided. If the generals have nothing else to add, today's military meeting will end here. After reading the last imperial edict, Tobin did not waste any more time and immediately spoke to the generals in the camp. Military meeting also dispersed. Silent all night. The entire army is recuperating. All the generals are looking forward to tomorrow's battle to capture the city and kill Nahatchu. Everyone knows that tomorrow's battle will be the real decisive battle in Liaodong. After breaking the city, capturing and killing Nahatchu was the final great achievement. Whoever gets it will be rewarded handsomely. The next day, in front of Liaoyang City, it is where the 4 gates of Liaoyang City are located. An army of the Ming dynasty was deployed in front of each gate with a total of 200,000 troops. Divided into 4 groups to attack the city. This can greatly weaken the Yuan army's defense of 1 gate in the city and can also disperse the Yuan army's forces. Teiwei Mansion, report to the commander. The Ming army has already formed up in front of the city, ready to attack at any time. Report. The Ming army has gathered outside our 4 Liaoyang cities. Now we are investigating, but we don't know which is the main attack and which is the feint. One by one, scouts came into the hall to report to Nahatchu. The Ming army is gathering. Tobin commanded the troops. I think they are going to play to their advantage in military strength. Nahatchu sighed. When he learned that there were Ming troops at all 4 gates, he already knew how Tobin was going to attack. Attacking from all 4 gates simultaneously would weaken his city defenses and his defensive forces. General, if the Ming army attacks from all 4 gates simultaneously, how should our army defend itself? After all, our army has less than 100,000 soldiers, Jacob asked in a deep voice. The situation is now clear to the Ming army. They will definitely attack from all 4 gates simultaneously. City defense. The only solution is to fight to the death. Pass on the commander's orders. Troops will be evenly distributed across the 4 gates to guard them. All generals' personal guards will be transferred to oversee the battle. Anyone who dares to flee will be executed immediately. All slaves in the noble houses in the city are given weapons and serve as the first batch of defense. After a moment's thought, Nahatchu made a decision immediately and issued the order. For Nahatchu, this time there is no choice. Apart from fighting, the only options are surrender and escape. But he would not choose the latter two. For him, the only option is to fight to the death. Faced with the attack of the Ming dynasty's absolutely superior military force, Nahatu had no choice but to defend himself. Guard one gate, guard one place. General, all the slaves of the nobles in the city should number close to 10,000. These have already been counted, but their joining may not change the disparity in military strength. Moreover, if the defense forces are dispersed like this, what will happen next if one gate is breached? Quinlan asked worriedly. Pass on the commander's orders. If one gate is breached by the Ming army, the other 3 gates must not give up defense and must continue to defend with all our strength. This is a fight to the death. The fight will not stop until one dies. Nahatu said coldly. Yes. The generals in the hall responded loudly, and this time outside the city, every door is located, the front line of the army. Each of them has 200 artillery pieces as front line suppression. The archers came after the artillery. This battle was the decisive battle in Liaodong. Even the Angus Ning border army, which had not been allocated artillery before, was now equipped with 200 artillery pieces. Even Abner came to the battlefield in person at this moment. Now, the front line of the Daning border army, 200 artillery pieces, was set up, and 10,000 infantry archers. Then came the nearly 20,000 Daning cavalrymen. Arlen stood on his horse, holding a tiger-head sword in his hand, looking very powerful. Behind the cavalry were 20,000 infantry. 50,000 Daning border troops gathered here. It's time for the decisive battle. General Pericles, this battle depends on you. If we can capture and kill Nahatu, then the Liaodong campaign will be a complete success for our Daning border army. Our Daning is the most meritorious in conquering Liaodong. Abner was also riding a warhorse and spoke to Arlen with anticipation. Although this time the attack was from all sides, Abner still had great expectations for Arlen's combat power. Don't worry, my lord. I will do my best, General. I also want this military achievement. Arlen said with a smile. Listen to Arlen's words. Abner nodded and smiled with great satisfaction. Okay, I believe you. Of course, just do your best. Even if we can't capture and kill Nahatu, it will be enough for our Daning border troops. Battle of Liaodong. It was Arlen who led the Daning border army and won fame in the war in the Ming dynasty. For the Daning border troops, this was the biggest gain. At this time, the west gate of Liaoyang is also the main gate. Tobin drew his sword, pointed it at Liaoyang city and shouted, "Attack!" This sound fell. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of artillery suddenly rang out. The roar of the artillery was like an order. After hearing the roar of the artillery, the other 3 artillery formations that had been prepared long ago were also activated. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of artillery continued. Blast towards Liaoyang city. Although it did not have the destructive impact of artillery fire in later generations, the landing of artillery also brought great deterrence. Attack! As the artillery sounded. At the 4 gates, the commanders of their respective troops shouted at the same time. The attack on Liaoyang city began. Eyes turned. Arlen held a tiger-head sword in his hand. A swing of the sword. Archers press forward. Arlen shouted coldly, "Kill, kill, kill." Tens of thousands of archers let out a deafening roar. The troops were divided into several formations and advanced towards the city. Fire arrows. Looking at the advancing archers of the Ming army, the Yuan general on the city gate immediately shouted. Suddenly, arrows were shot out of the city like rain. The archers scattered, gradually approaching, once within range. The commander of the archers immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Time. The archers of the Angus Ning border army outside the city fired thousands of arrows at the Yuan army inside the city and began to suppress them. Combined with artillery bombardment, there was constant killing intent. Archers outside the city were often shot and killed by the Yuan army's arrows, but inside the city, arrows rained down like rain, and Yuan soldiers were killed from time to time. Both sides shoot at each other. There were casualties on both sides. The archers exposed outside the city naturally suffered greater casualties. In a siege, the defenders have the advantage. This time, Arlen picked up his sword and held it high. "Where are the Daning cavalry?" Pericles Yingwei shouted. "Kill, kill, kill." 20,000 Daning cavalrymen raised their swords and gave a deafening shout. "Kill with me?" Arlen shouted without any nonsense. A slap on the war horse. Odd Raphael raised his hooves. It turned into an arrow and rushed towards the city gate ahead. Now Todd Raphael is no longer the unruly Fergana horse imprisoned in the Brant Palace, but a war horse tamed by Arlen and fighting alongside Arlen for several months. Its cooperation with its master has reached the pinnacle of cavalry. It just needs to charge forward and leave the rest to its owner. Follow the general to the death, Marvin shouted. He led 400 personal cavalry guards and followed closely behind Arlen. Although they were still left dozens of steps behind by Todd Raphael, they still followed closely without any fear. Bros, follow the general to break through the city gate and capture and kill Nahatchu. Kill, Todd and Dustin shouted at the same time. As a general under Arlen, only Todd was completely under the military system of Arlen, while Dustin belonged to the military system of Daning Border Army. However, Abner completely delegated power to Arlen, and the entire Daning Border Army was under Arlen's control. After following Arlen for such a long time, they were completely convinced of Arlen, 20,000 cavalrymen, riding like thunder. With the force of a raging wave, it rushed towards Liaoyang City. The whole earth trembled under the momentum of this charge. Abner was in the rear army, watching with shock on his face. Cavalry charging the city gate is Arlen's unique method of breaking through the city. No siege weapons needed, the city can be conquered with force. I actually saw it with my own eyes today. The morale of our great Ning border army has reached such a high level. The Daning border troops in the past didn't have such morale and power. All of this was brought about by Arlen. In the future, Arlen will be the commander of the Daning Guard. The Daning border army will become the strongest army in the border prefecture of Daming. Abner looked at the army charging out and thought with great shock in his heart. As the acting commander of Daning, although he was a civil official, he was also very clear about the original combat effectiveness of Daning's border army. If we say that the combat power of the Daning border army in various prefectures was just that of an ordinary border army in the past, it has now become the true strongest elite. Above the void, the Yuan army fired arrows like rain. Murderous intent was everywhere. But in Arlen's eyes, the rain of arrows falling from the sky were all extremely slow. Arlen raised his sword. The sword, weighing dozens of pounds, seemed weightless in his hand. He swung it with ease, and the dozens of arrows shot at him were easily cut down to the ground. Todd Raphael rushed forward madly. Soon they rushed to the city gate. The rain of arrows from the city wall was falling crazily, intended to shoot Arlen to death. Arlen swung his sword and arrows rained down in all directions. His eyes were fixed on the city gate in front of him. Charge your strength and slash. Arlen gripped his sword tightly. All the strength of the body is gathered in the right arm, and the internal energy is also mobilized along the meridians and added to the tiger head sword. The moment Todd Raphael rushed to the city gate. Call out, the sword suddenly slashed towards the city gate. The blade was as fast as lightning. In an instant it was chopped down on the city gate. Boom, wherever the blade passes, sparks flew. The sturdy city gate was cut open in an instant, and the power of internal energy burst out completely. The entire city gate shattered into pieces in an instant. It was smashed to pieces by Arlen's powerful force. Ah. The Yuan soldiers in the city let out screams. He was instantly killed by the fragments of the city gate. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers, pick up 10 points of strength, pick up 10 days of life. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers. Pick up 10 points of internal energy, and pick up 15 days of life. The panel prompts constantly. Kill. Arlen had a cold expression on his face. Todd Raphael stepped directly on the broken pieces of the city gate and rushed into the city. The sword dances. The sword light flew into the air. Several or even dozens of Yuan soldiers came towards him and died under Arlen's blade. It's the Ming army's killer god, that Arlen. Black sweat and blood carrying a sword. It's him. This killer is here. When they saw Arlen rushing into the city, fear appeared in the eyes of many Yuan soldiers. The conquest lasted for more than half a year. Golden City. Kai Yuan. Tailing, in the battles in these three places, Arlen was extremely powerful. The reputation of Arlen, the killing god of the Ming dynasty, had long been heard by countless Yuan troops. Because many of them had fled and regrouped after being defeated, some of them had seen Arlen's ferocity. They were in the midst of chaotic army and were able to fight their way out of the siege of hundreds or thousands of people. They were extremely ferocious. Just ask, how could they not be afraid of a killing god like Arlen? Don't mess around. The whole army is pressing forward. Anyone who retreats will be killed immediately. When the Yuan general behind him saw this, although he was also afraid of Arlen, also had the army behind him to supervise the battle. If he did not order an attack, he would be the first to die. Subsequently, he raised his knife and directly killed a retreating soldier to deter him. Let's fight this killer. Superior. Kill him. Kill. The Yuan soldiers roared, gripped their spears and swords tightly, and rushed towards Arlen. From Arlen's perspective, The UN army rushed from all directions in front, blocking the entire road ahead. "Welcome, wild sword dance," Arlen shouted coldly. "The internal breath is diverted." The sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death slashing forward. Dense sword lights slashed out in the void. One chop, more than a dozen UN soldiers surrounding him were beheaded by the sword, with heads falling everywhere and blood splattering. In a blink, they all fell to the ground. Kill the northern UN soldiers, gain 10 points of speed, and gain 10 days of life. Kill the northern UN soldiers, pick up 10 points of physical fitness, pick up 5 days of life. Kill Bay UN. The panel prompts constantly, and Todd Raphael continued to charge forward. The heavy horse hooves trampled on the corpses of the UN soldiers and rushed out wildly. Boom. Several UN soldiers in front of him were directly rushed away by Todd Raphael and fell down. "Kill," Arlen roared. He charged into the chaotic army and madly killed the UN soldiers. "Follow the general and kill." Behind Arlen, Marvin led his personal guards and quickly rushed into the city. The 400 personal guards are all brave warriors under Arlen's command, and they have extraordinary combat power. Moreover, many of them have received fine steel knives bestowed by Arlen. Equipped with this sword, which is stronger than the weapons of this era, it can be called a magical weapon, and it further enhances their combat power. 400 cavalrymen rushed in. In an instant, a gap was created along Arlen's left and right. "Create a place to stay in the city. Kill. Follow the general and kill all these Tartars." "Kill," Todd and Dustin roared. "Kill, kill, kill." The Daning cavalry roared, followed and killed into the city. With the addition of a large army, the battle against the UN army in the city became a bloody one. Attack Liaoyang City. The Daning border army had already taken the lead, successfully broke through the city gate and entered the city. This is Arlen's fighting power. The cavalry broke through the city and charged into the city gates in one fell swoop. The other 3 gates should still be under attack. But our Daning border troops, led by Arlen, have already broken into the city. Abner of the rear army looked on excitedly. Daning border army, he also has glory, grown-ups. This is the general's extraordinary bravery. Now the army calls the general the reincarnation of the former king of Western Harding. "Unstoppable, no one can defeat me." Otis on the side said excitedly, his eyes full of awe. "Indeed so. Our Daning has produced a great man." Abner also replied with a big laugh. "Perhaps. This is also Abner's open-mindedness. If a superior is narrow-minded, he will definitely feel jealous when seeing his subordinates perform so well, and may even suppress them to prevent them from stealing his limelight." But Abner didn't care at all. Instead, he tried his best to promote Arlen's victory. Perhaps this is probably a manifestation of his open-minded character. Once the cavalry has completely penetrated the city, it will be time for our Daning border army infantry to go into battle. Otis stared at the battle situation in front of the city, his face full of anticipation and fighting spirit. "Send someone to report to the general." Our Daning border troops, led by General Arlen, have already breached the city gates and entered the city. Abner's mind moved, and he immediately said to the governor beside him, "The last general takes orders." The Arlen commander responded excitedly. He immediately arranged for cavalry scouts to go and report. "Soon, where Tobin is, report. Your Highness General, I come here to report on the orders of Lord Percival Abner. Our Daning border army, led by General Arlen, has successfully breached the city gates and entered the city to engage in fierce battle." The scout cavalry from the Daning border army came to Tobin and reported. Hear the sound. Tobin and Maxim beside him both had changed expressions. Less than half an hour, the goal was broken. Tobin asked in surprise. "Reply to the general." To be precise, it took less than an incense stick of time for General Pericles to break through the city gate and charge into the city. The Daning scout cavalry also reported proudly. "Arlen's name. It is the pride of the entire Daning border army. Every Daning soldier believes in the existence of Daning border army god of war. General. This may be Arlen's unique fighting method. The cavalry was the only tactic he could use to break into the city." Maxim said with emotion, "What a boy. It seems that this time Nahatchu is very likely to fall into Arlen's hands." Tobin also said with a smile, "If we attack from all 4 gates simultaneously, whoever breaks the city first and kills Nahatchu first will all depend on their ability." Maxim smiled. Although he also wanted his generals to capture and kill Nahatchu, all this depended on their own abilities, and they could not afford to lie in the current war. "Go back and tell Abner. I am waiting to hear the good news that Arlen has captured and killed Nahatchu. Tobin immediately said to the Daning scout cavalry in front of him. I accept your orders. The scout cavalry clasped their fists and bowed, then quickly rode away. And now, Tobin also did not spread the news that Arlen had captured the city. At this moment, the army's morale was high, and every soldier was putting all his strength into attacking the city, in order to win the merit of the decisive battle in Liaodong and capture and kill Nahatchu. If they knew that Arlen had already broken through the city gate, it would also affect their morale in wanting to take credit. Liaoyang Nahatchu, after nearly 8 months, it's finally coming to an end. Tobin looked at the huge Liaoyang city with anticipation in his eyes. Eyes turned, inside the city, kill, kill, cries of killing arose. Arlen rushed forward with his sword, unstoppable. Wherever you go on horseback, your path is full of blood. Todd Raphael trampled on the corpses of Yuan soldiers and rushed into the center of the Yuan army's defensive formation. Arlen swung the sword in his hand continuously. The Ming cavalry behind him also charged forward. Frantically, the city gate has been completely captured by the Daning border army. Don't mess around, press them all up. The Morgan has issued an order. Anyone who retreats will be executed immediately. Go up there. Looking at the chaotic Yuan army on all sides, which had already been defeated, the Yuan generals stationed here roared loudly, trying to maintain their position. But his maintenance was of no avail, and this time, Arlen was already riding his horse and charging towards him. Arlen, General Yuan's face changed. Break! Pericles Yingzhen swung his sword. Several shield soldiers around this Yuan general were swept away in an instant, and he advanced straight ahead without any hindrance. Cut it off with one knife. Kill all the generals of Beiyuan. Pick up 30 points of all attributes. Pick up 30 days of lifespan and be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompts. As expected, you still have to kill the general. At least you can get a treasure chest as a gift. Arlen thought to himself, the offensive continues. With this, the commander will be beheaded. Without a general to command them, the surrounding Yuan troops became even more chaotic and fled in all directions. Ming soldiers, attack the Grand Marshal's mansion. Capture and kill Nahatchu, Arlen shouted, holding a knife. Chase and kill directly. Todd Raphael was extremely fast and caught up with the Yuan army and started to slash with his sword, kill enemies like crazy. After this battle, the Battle of Liaodong will be declared over, and there will be no chance to kill enemies and pick up attributes for a long time. Arlen naturally wanted to seize the opportunity and kill as many people as possible. Follow the general to the death. Kill all the Tartars. Kill! Countless Ming soldiers in the rear roared and rushed forward. Seeing the Yuan soldiers was like seeing prey, and they chased them and killed them. As all the Daning cavalry rushed into the city, Daning's 30,000 infantry also rushed in. Looking at the fleeing Yuan army, they shot arrows and stabbed with spears. Golden Eagle, sharing vision. When Arlen charged into battle, he directly shared the vision of his spiritual pet, the Golden Eagle, high above Liaoyang City. A golden eagle is flying around, with shared vision turned on. In Arlen's mind, another picture immediately appeared, which was the view of Liaoyang City from above. As the capital of Liaodong, Liaoyang City is naturally extremely large. Without the Golden Eagle's vision, Arlen would have found it difficult to find the exact location of the Teiwei mansion in the city. He could only charge forward mindlessly. But now that he has the Golden Eagle's vision, Arlen should make good use of it, seize the best opportunity, break into the Teiwei mansion, and capture and kill Nahatchu. Found it. In the center of the city at the Grand Marshal's mansion. There are at least 5,000 to 6,000 Yuan soldiers guarding this mansion, and they are all wearing the most elite armor. They must be Nahatchu's personal soldiers. Flying at low altitude through the Golden Eagle's vision, Arlen immediately knew the exact location of the Teiwei mansion. Immediately. Arlen immediately changed direction and charged directly towards the Teiwei mansion. With the vision of a Golden Eagle, it's like having a god's perspective and the enemy has nowhere to hide. Teiwei mansion. There were Yuan troops stationed everywhere. Those stationed here are the real elite who have been trained by Nahatchu for many years. Report. Your Highness, something bad is going on. The North Gate has been breached by the Ming army, and a large number of Ming troops have now entered the city. Please let the commander decide. A Yuan general ran to the palace in panic to report. At this moment, Nahatchu was no longer dressed as a northern Yuan noble. Instead, he was wearing heavy armor and a helmet. Ready for battle. Which Ming general is in the north? Nahachu asked in a deep voice. Reply to the commander. Look at the flag. Ming army Daning. General Yuan, who came to report, said with a grim expression. Arlen, it's him again. Nahachu said coldly, but at this moment he was surrounded by enemies and at the end of his rope with a look of determination to die. Report, the Ming army in the north is charging towards the Teiwei mansion. It's less than 3 blocks away from the Teiwei mansion. One of Nahachu's personal guards ran over in panic. How can it be so fast? Nahachu's face changed. Although the Teiwei mansion is located in the city, Liaoyang city is so huge that it is difficult to find its location so clearly. What's more, they were in the middle of a war, with the troops fighting in chaos, which made Nahachu even more puzzled. Kill, kill. The sound of shouting and killing reached the Teiwei mansion, which showed that the Ming army was really not far away from the Teiwei mansion. Pass the order. All officers and soldiers of the Teiwei mansion follow this Teiwei to fight. Also, pass on this Grand Marshal's order. The Ming army has entered the city, and our Yuan men will fight to the death. If it really comes to the point where we are truly unable to resist, let the men make the decision as appropriate. Nahachu sighed and said to the guards in front of him. Obviously, it has come to this. Nahachu did not expect everyone to live and die with him. Even ants try to survive, let alone humans. Time flies. Outside the Teiwei mansion, Nahachu's 6,000 personal guards gathered and stood outside the Teiwei mansion. Nahachu put on a suit of armor and stood in front of the mansion, and right in front of these 6,000 guards. Every street, all the open spaces have been surrounded by the Ming army. The leading rider was none other than Arlen. Surrounding him were not only the Daning cavalry but also the Daning border army's infantry. Nahachu, you have nowhere to escape. By order of the emperor, you have a chance to surrender. Arlen held up the sword that was still dripping with blood and stared at Nahachu. Ming General Arlen. I've heard your name for a long time. This general has been defeated. It's better to say that we were defeated by you rather than by the Ming army. In the Battle of Tailing, I can turn defeat into victory. But because of you, Tailing suffered a crushing defeat. I also lost the last chance to turn defeat into victory. Nahachu also stared at Arlen with a sense of unwillingness. If the defensive failures in Jincheng and Kaiyuan made Nahachu angry, then the defeat in Tailing was something he was truly unwilling to accept. The dawn of victory is approaching, but it was broken by Arlen. This feeling made Nahachu despair. The land of Liaodong is the homeland of the Cornelius Chinese people. Your Yuan court has occupied this place for so many years and enslaved my Cornelius family for so many years. That's enough. Right now, no need to say anything more. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or surrender. Arlen raised his knife and pointed it at Nahachu. The murderous intent on his face did not diminish at all. Ha ha ha. I am the Morgan of the great Yuan dynasty, deeply favored by the emperor. How could you surrender? How can you surrender? Nahachu laughed loudly, and a stern look gradually appeared on his face. Warriors of the Yuan dynasty. Nahachu yelled at the top of his lungs, fight the Ming army to the bitter end. Kill. The roar was like thunder exploding out of nowhere, echoing between heaven and earth in front of the Teiwei mansion. Kill. Great Yuan Yangcheng. Kill. In an instant, more than 6,000 Yuan soldiers in front of the palace responded in unison, their shouts intertwined like a surging tide. With a determination to die, they rushed towards the Ming army that surrounded them on 3 sides. Those faces were distorted with anger and determination, and the weapons in their hands flashed with cold light, as if telling of their determination to defend the glory of the Yuan dynasty to the death. Leave no one behind. A cold light flashed in Arlen's eyes, and he spat out these words coldly, then swung the sword in his hand violently, just like a sharp lightning across the gloomy sky. Moment. The Ming army archers, who had been ready for battle and stood in position, pulled the bowstrings in unison like well-trained machines. In an instant, thousands of arrows were fired at once, and the dense feather arrows were like Shura's soul snatching, covering the sky and the sun, and shooting mercilessly towards the Yuan army in front. The air was filled with sharp whirring sounds, followed by the dull thuds of armor piercing flesh. Under this torrential downpour of arrows, Yuan soldiers were shot and fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies were pierced by the arrows, and blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the ground beneath them a shocking dark red. They fell into the pool of blood that gradually gathered. Arrows were raining down incessantly, and the rhythm of killing became increasingly rapid. Seeing that the Yuan army, despite suffering heavy casualties, was still charging forward fearlessly, Arlen suddenly raised his hand and said in a low but powerful voice, "Spearmen, follow me and kill." The words have not yet fallen. Pericles Yingyi jumped off his horse as swiftly as a tiger, descending from a mountain. His movements smooth and seamless, followed by, with a swish he drew out the gleaming seven-star sword from his waist. On the blade, the seven-star pattern seemed to contain mysterious power, flashing a cold light in the sunlight. "Kill!" Arlen, holding a short knife in his hand, rushed towards the Yuan army in front like a black whirlwind. There was a chilling determination in his eyes, and every step he took seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force. The seven-star sword was wielded with great force in his hand, and the flashing blade was extremely sharp. Before the Yuan soldiers in front of him could react, they were already covered by his sword light and were killed instantly. Blood splattered out, drawing dazzling arcs in the air. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers. Pick up 10 points of internal energy. Pick up 10 days of life. Kill the northern Yuan soldiers. In Arlen's mind, the panel prompt sound kept ringing. As usual, Arlen had no time to care about these things. He was just immersed in the fierce fighting, or rather the one-sided killing of enemies, and the knife in his hand never stopped for a moment. Following Arlen's order, the Ming army's attack became more and more fierce. The archers continued to rain arrows on the Yuan army in an orderly manner. The rows of feather arrows continued to harvest the lives of the Yuan army, while the Daning infantry spearmen rushed forward from three sides like a surging tide. The spears in their hands flashed with a cold, metallic luster as they stabbed fiercely at the Yuan army in front of them. For a moment, the sound of swords clashing, the sound of metal colliding, the shouts of soldiers, the screams of the wounded were intertwined, forming a tragic and cruel picture of the battlefield. The Teiwei mansion, which was once magnificent, solemn, and majestic, has now become a hell on earth. Corpses are scattered everywhere, and bright red blood is flowing freely, infecting the land. The air is filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Arlen fight. Nahachu watched his soldiers retreat step by step, his heart burning with anger, and he was determined to die. He roared, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. Holding the heavy sword, he rushed towards Arlen in front of him like a mad beast. He was wearing heavy armor that gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and he was also tall and strong. Rushing towards him like this, he looked even more ferocious, like a moving hill, carrying an unstoppable momentum. War! Arlen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer as if mocking Nahachu's arrogance. Arlen took a step forward, his figure agile as a ghost. The sword in his hand rose and fell. The cold light flashed. Wherever he passed, one Yuan soldier after another was cut down by the sword. Those Yuan soldiers were like fragile straws in front of him and could not withstand a single blow. This is Arlen's current powerful strength. Die! In the blink of an eye, Nahachu strode to Arlen, raised the heavy sword in his hand high, and slashed down towards Arlen's head with a force that seemed to be able to split a mountain. The knife was so powerful that it seemed to cut Arlen in half. However, in Pericles Yingru's eagle-like sharp eyes, Nahachu's knife seemed very slow. "Your speed is too slow," Arlen said coldly, with a hint of disdain in his voice. Arlen flashed like a black lightning and easily avoided Nahachu's fatal blow. Next, he appeared behind Nahachu like a ghost in an instant at a speed beyond ordinary people's cognition. "It's time to finish." Arlen's voice was still as cold as ever, as if it came from the nine nether hell. The seven-star sword in his hand shook violently, and the coldness of the sword suddenly became stronger. With a fierce, murderous intent, he slashed at Nahachu fiercely. There was a crisp and horrifying sound of click. The blade was sharp and easily cut through Nahachu's bones. What? Nahachu didn't even have time to react. He felt a piercing pain like a surging tide, instantly drowning his consciousness. The next moment, he lost all feeling. His head shot up into the sky, flying into the air and drawing a strange arc in the air, while his headless body was like a chopped-down wooden stake, blood spurting out like a fountain, and finally he fell to the ground powerlessly, raising a cloud of dust. Kill the Northern Yuan dynasty's Morgan Nahachu. Pick up 200 points of all attributes. Pick up 200 days of lifespan. Pick up a Nahachu's treasure map and be rewarded with a second-level treasure chest. The panel prompt sounded again, exceptionally crisp. Arlen reacted very quickly. He stomped on the ground and jumped high with the help of the reaction force. His left hand stretched out like lightning and caught Nahachu's head steadily. Subsequently, Arlen held up Nahachu's head high. The head's eyes were still wide open, as if filled with endless unwillingness. Arlen shouted to the surrounding Ming soldiers, "Ming soldiers, Nahachu has been killed by me. Kill all the Yuan soldiers, and spare no one who refuses to surrender." This loud shout was like the ringing of a huge bell or rolling thunder, shaking the very void. The entire area in front of the Teiwei mansion was enveloped by this sound, and everyone could hear it clearly. "Arlen, kill all the Tatars, kill!" Countless Ming soldiers around were instantly excited when they heard this. There was a fanatical light flashing in their eyes, as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline, and their fighting power instantly increased. They shouted and roared, launching a more fierce attack on the remaining Yuan army. When the Yuan army saw that their commander Nahachu was dead, they all showed dejection on their faces. Their originally firm will to fight was now like a candle in the wind, crumbling. However, they were all loyal guards carefully trained by Nahachu. Although their commander was dead, their loyalty in their bones had never disappeared. They held the swords tightly in their hands, with determination in their eyes. They did not choose to surrender, but instead held the swords and resolutely chose to fight to the death, trying to use their last strength to defend the dignity of the Yuan dynasty. West Gate of Liaoyang City. Report. A scout from the Daning border army came galloping over on his horse. Before he arrived, his voice could be heard from afar. He looked exhausted, but his face showed irrepressible excitement. "Report to the general." He came up to Tobin, suddenly pulled the reins, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said excitedly, "I just received a report from the city. General Arlen of our Daning border army broke into the Teiwei mansion in the city and beheaded Nahachu. Arlen killed Nahachu." Tobin's face was filled with shock when he heard this, his eyes filled with disbelief. He frowned slightly, as if wondering if he had heard correctly. "Your Majesty confirms," the scout replied decisively, his voice loud and resolute. "Many soldiers have seen General Pericles carrying Nahachu's head. The Teiwei mansion has also been captured by our Daning border army." "It is good." The shock on Tobin's face instantly turned into ecstasy. He slapped his thigh and said "good" 3 times in a row. "Good, good." The voice was filled with excitement and joy. The victory had been achieved. Battle of Liaodong. Tobin looked up into the distance, a trace of emotion in his eyes. It took 8 months and it's finally over. The homeland that the Cornelius Chinese lost for hundreds of years is finally going to be recovered. His voice became louder and louder, and in the end, it was almost like a passionate shout. "Congratulations, General. Liaodong is recovered, and one day the general's name will be recorded in history." The generals around Tobin gathered around him and congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with admiration and joy, and they were sincerely happy for this hard-won victory. The one who will truly be remembered in history will be Arlen. Tobin shook his head slightly and said with emotion, he played a huge role in the Liaodong campaign. Tobin's words were full of praise and affirmation for Arlen. This was not just his opinion, but a fact witnessed by all the Ming soldiers who went on the expedition to Liaodong. Everyone saw and remembered Arlen's outstanding performance in this war. No one could ignore or swallow up such a glorious military achievement. "General," the deputy general stepped forward and said respectfully, "Nahach is dead. City gates have been breached by our army and it's time to order a full-scale attack." "Yes," Tobin nodded, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Pass on my orders," Tobin shouted, his voice brimming with undeniable authority. "Attack with all your might. Announce Nahachu's death to the Yuan troops in front of the battle line. Tell the Yuan troops in the city that those who lay down their weapons and surrender will be spared. If you remain stubborn, you will fight to the death with my army, and not a single one will be spared." "I will obey the general's orders." Many generals shouted in unison. Their voices were uniform and loud, like rolling thunder resounding through the sky. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. They turned around and rushed to their respective battlefields, ready to carry out the final attack order. Battle of Liaoyang. The entire Ming army quickly gathered together, like a surging steel torrent, and launched an all-out attack on Liaoyang City. This attack came swiftly and decisively, like an unstoppable storm. Everything happened extremely quickly. In less than a day, the seemingly impregnable Liaoyang City, which was originally garrisoned by 100,000 troops, was successfully breached by the fierce attack of the Ming army. And the most crucial thing is that Nahachu, the Teiwei of the northern Yuan dynasty, was also beheaded by Arlen. This news spread throughout the battlefield like thunder out of the blue. At this point, The overall situation in Liaodong will be determined. With the capture of Liaoyang City, the next step is to continue to the east to recapture the Liaodong City. After this great battle, the morale of the Yuan army was low, while the morale of the Ming army was high. Moreover, the remaining Yuan army in Liaodong had few troops left, so this process naturally would not encounter much strong resistance. Liaoyang City, Teiwei Mansion. The hall that originally belonged to Nahachu was now occupied by the generals of the Ming dynasty. However, only generals above the rank of commander-in-chief are qualified to enter this hall. At first glance, most of the generals in the hall were not stained with blood. Their armor was clean and tidy, and it gleamed with a cold and hard light under the candlelight in the hall. However, only Arlen and several generals under his command had their armor and robes deeply stained with blood. Some of them even had wounds that had not yet healed, and traces of blood continued to seep out of the wounds. Such a sharp contrast may also make people understand why the Daning border army was victorious in every battle. They lead by example and will not try to escape. This behavior of leading by example is the most powerful motivation for their troops. Although it is full of dangers, the effect of improving the combat effectiveness of the entire army is immediate. General Pericles. As soon as Tobin saw Arlen enter the hall, he immediately asked with concern, "Where is Nahachu's head?" There was a hint of anxiety in his eyes, as if he was waiting for a crucial answer. Hear the sound. Arlen took Nahachu's head from his waist without any hesitation. Boom, sound, throw it on the ground. The head rolled on the ground for several times before finally stopping, its eyes still wide open, as if still expressing its unwillingness. Tobin and other generals in the hall all focused their attention on the head. "It's Nahachu." Tobin looked at him carefully, a relieved smile on his face. "When I captured him, I remember his appearance." There was a hint of emotion in Tobin's voice, as if he was recalling the past. The other generals in the hall looked at Arlen with extremely complicated expressions. Among them, some had envy in their eyes, envious of Arlen for his great military achievements, while others were a little jealous, envious of Arlen for taking the lead in this battle and gaining the greatest victory. They attacked with all their might, but in the end they were no match for Arlen's speed and might. However, no one dared to say anything in front of Arlen, who had made great military achievements. After all, if you want to win military merit by attacking from all four gates at the same time, everything depends on your own ability. Arlen's ability to achieve such an achievement is also a reflection of his strength and bravery. "General Pericles," Tobin said with a broad smile, praising Arlen, "you have rendered great service to the country once again. With the execution of Nahachu, the Liaodong War is assured." His words were full of praise and affirmation for Arlen, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. "Killing the enemy for the country is my duty." Arlen saluted with his fists and replied calmly. "Calm down, everyone." Tobin shouted loudly, "I am here." Carter immediately stepped forward and answered loudly. "Quickly calculate the results of the battle, seal Nahachu's head with lime, and submit an urgent report on the situation in Liaoyang, the results of the battle, and Nahachu's head to Yingshan and the Emperor. Liaodong will be completely pacified soon. This battle result should be reported to the Emperor promptly." Tobin gave orders in an orderly manner, his voice full of confidence and expectation, as if he had already seen the day when Liaodong would be completely recovered. "I obey your command." After receiving the order, Carter immediately turned around and hurried away. Ready to carry out this important task, generals. Tobin glanced at the generals in the hall and continued, "Now that Liaoyang has been secured, we need to speed up the recovery of the Liaodong cities to the east, General Vailmont." He turned his gaze to Rufus and said, "There are only less than a dozen small cities in the east. I'll leave them to you." When Rufus heard this, a feeling of gratitude suddenly surged in his heart. He glanced at Tobin gratefully and immediately knelt on one knee. "I obey your command." Obviously, Rufus's achievements on the Liaodong battlefield were not significant, and in comparison, they could not even be compared with those achieved by Maxim. Moreover, he was still a criminal under the imperial decree, so he needed military achievements to wash away his guilt. This time, Tobin gave him the task of retaking the small town in the east, which was undoubtedly giving him a rare opportunity. The major achievement had already been won by Arlen, and the remaining minor achievements of capturing the city were given to Rufus. Maxim never said anything about this. As a general of Huexi, he belonged to the same camp as Rufus, so naturally he could not bear to see Rufus being punished after returning to the capital. Arlen didn't say anything. He had already won the great merit of capturing Liaoyang. Naturally, he didn't care about these small merits of capturing the city. All right. Tobin waved his hand and said to the generals in the hall, "Generals, Liaoyang city has been captured. We have received many surrendered soldiers this time. They still need to be resettled. General Smith, the resettlement of these surrendered soldiers is now in your hands. For those seriously wounded surrendered soldiers, follow the old rules. Give them a quick death. Those with minor injuries should be treated if possible. Once the surrendered soldiers are gathered, they will be imprisoned together and await the Emperor's order for punishment. As for the other generals, return to camp and rest. If there is an order from the general, I will send someone to notify you." The last general takes orders. All the generals responded in unison, their voices uniform and loud. They all saluted, then turned around and left the hall in an orderly manner. At this moment, Maxim suddenly spoke up. "General, something is not right." There was a hint of doubt and worry in his voice. "What's the matter?" Tobin frowned slightly and asked Maxim. The generals who were originally preparing to leave also stopped and looked at Maxim. As the Morgan of the Northern Yuan dynasty, Nahachu managed Liaodong for many years. Maxim said seriously, "Liaodong has always been subject to heavy taxes that punish our Cornelius people. But after the army entered the Teiwei mansion, they did not find any gold or silver. This seems strange. Could it be that Nahachu had already transported the gold and silver back to the Northern Yuan dynasty?" At this moment, his eyes were full of thought, as if he was trying to find the truth of the matter. Before attacking the Teiwei mansion, all the generals seemed to have imagined the scene of gold and silver everywhere in the Teiwei mansion. After all, Nahachu had been levying heavy taxes and plundering in Liaodong for many years, so naturally he had a lot of wealth. However, after actually stepping into the mansion, he found that it was empty and there was no trace of gold or silver at all. "Surge." Tobin made a prompt decision, a flicker of determination in his eyes, and an unquestionable authority in his voice. "Investigate, track down. If Nahachu really took the gold and silver away, he would have left behind clues, and even if he did, we must find out where he took it." The last general takes orders. Maxim immediately accepted the order, then turned around and strode away, ready to investigate the matter. At this moment, Arlen was secretly thinking in his heart, "It seems that Nahachu's treasure map is the gold, silver, and supplies he has collected over the years of operating Liaodong. I think he should still be in Liaodong, but he is hidden very deeply by Nahachu. But with this treasure map, the treasures that Nahachu hid are mine." A hint of cunning flashed in Arlen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Pericle's yink was not so great as to directly offer such a large amount of treasure. Although Arlen is currently serving the Ming dynasty, one of the reasons is that fate played a trick on him, and he was harmed by the Sydney family, falling into a desperate situation and having no choice but to join the army. Secondly, the world is vast and boundless, and Arlen has lofty ambitions in his heart. How could he be willing to be a subordinate of others forever? Relying on the attributes picked up on the panel, he has lived for hundreds of years. During these long years, it is still uncertain who will be able to dominate the rise and fall of China in the future. Of course, the only thing that is certain is that no matter what, the ruler of this world can never be the Jianu barbarians. In Arlen's eyes, gold, silver, and money are the key to secretly helping him develop his own strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to realize his ambitions in the future, strong financial support was essential. Therefore, when faced with the wealth that could be in his hands, how could he easily hand it over? Even if he is dependent on the Ming dynasty at this moment, Arlen is just taking advantage of the Ming dynasty's conquest momentum to make himself stronger. His current dependence is all for the purpose of creating his own country in the future. As Tobin finished explaining all the matters, Arlen and Abner, along with a group of their generals, filed out of the Teiwei mansion that once belonged to Nahachu. Good boy. As soon as he entered the military camp, when no one was around, Abner could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. His face was full of smiles, his eyes were full of admiration, and he walked straight towards Arlen, praising loudly, "Amazing." The smile on his face and the excitement were beyond words and difficult to conceal. "Your Excellency, you have given me a reward." Arlen responded with a humble smile. "That's no exaggeration." Abner waved his hands, his tone becoming more and more excited. 4 armies competed for supremacy, all hoping to achieve great feats on this battlefield. Yet you managed to stand out amidst the heavy encirclement and fierce competition, successfully capturing Nahachu's head. You should know that the army under Huexi has always been famous for its strong combat capabilities. The soldiers under its command are the elite of the Ming dynasty. Yet, you led my Daning border troops to bravely kill Nahachu. After this, our Daning border army will surely become famous and feared throughout the world. Ebner spoke, waving his arms as his emotions grew more intense. Nahachu, that was the northern Yuan dynasty's Morgan, known as a ruthless hero. He maneuvered in Liaodong for many years. You would have thought that he would end up dead at your hands, ha ha ha. Ebner laughed loudly. His laughter was hearty and heroic, and he had some of the temperament of a military commander. After today's battle, it's been more than 8 months now, and the Liaodong War is finally coming to an end. Arlen raised his head slightly, a relieved smile on his face, and then whispered, "Finally, I can have a good rest." Indeed so. Ebner looked at Arlen, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Boy, you've been involved in battles one after another since you joined the army. First, there was the battle to suppress bandits in Daning, and then you went to the northern border and fought a desperate battle with the Jianu. Now, you've experienced life and death on this Liaodong battlefield. You've truly never rested for a moment along the way." Ebner shook his head slightly, his tone filled with emotion. "Of course." That being said, Ebner looked towards Arlen, with eyes full of admiration and approval. He was nearly 40 years old, and the years had left some marks on his face, but in his eyes, Arlen was like an outstanding junior with a promising future. Looking back, Arlen, regardless of the danger to his life, volunteered to stay in the northern border in an attempt to delay the Jianzhou Tartars. That moment, Ebner firmly remembered this brave and fearless young man. On that dangerous battlefield, Ebner knew clearly that for a general, danger often coexists with opportunity, and great military achievements are often hidden in crises. And Arlen obviously seized this opportunity. That's why, in just over a year, Arlen rose rapidly in the Ming army at an extremely terrifying speed, becoming the fastest promoted general since the founding of the Ming dynasty, and also the youngest general. All these glory and achievements were gained by Arlen, who risked his life to fight for military merits on the brink of life and death. General. At this moment, Todd came over with a grin, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I heard that a childhood sweetheart has come to your hometown. Is this true?" As Todd spoke, he gently nudged Otis beside him with his elbow, a meaningful smile on his face. "Real?" When Arlen heard this, Aubrey's gentle and charming face instantly appeared in his mind. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, as if he was reminiscing. "Congratulations, General." Upon seeing this, Todd immediately said loudly, "General, you have truly achieved great success this time. You have both a glorious military exploit and a beautiful woman by your side. I will have the opportunity to attend your wedding someday." As Todd spoke, his face beamed with joy, as if he had already seen the lively and festive wedding scene. "I must drink the General's wedding wine." Otis quickly agreed, with a sincere smile on his face. "That's right, the General's wedding is something we absolutely cannot miss." Dustin nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation. "There will definitely be a wedding banquet." Arlen responded with a smile, his eyes full of longing for a better life in the future. However, when thinking of Aubrey, Arlen's eyes turned cold instantly, and his thoughts involuntarily turned to the Sydney family. "Sydney family?" Arlen gritted his teeth inwardly. "Not only do you want to take my life, you even want to kill Yvonne Bow and Blake Blaze, and you sent people to assassinate them secretly. It seems that you, the Sydney family, are determined to fight me to the death." There was a flash of anger and murderous intent in Arlen's eyes. He would get revenge for this blood debt sooner or later. All right. Arlen took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and thought to himself, when the Liaodong War is completely over, I want to see what the Sydney family is capable of. At the same time, it will also be a good opportunity for them to see that I am no longer the fool they used to be. At this time, I must see what General Pericles' childhood sweetheart looks like, and also see how big the mansion the Emperor has given General Pericles is. Ebner said with a smile, breaking the brief silence. There was a hint of ridicule in his words, trying to ease the slightly depressing atmosphere. "General," Todd said with a smile, "let's not talk about the wedding wine for now. But I must drink in at the opening banquet." As Todd spoke, he rubbed his hands and had a greedy expression on his face. "Yes, this is the mansion bestowed by the Emperor, so a mansion banquet is a must." Otis nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Okay, okay. Arlen looked at the expectant eyes of the generals and his heart warmed. He quickly replied with a smile. When the war is over and we return to Daning, I will definitely set up several tables and entertain all of you brothers. General, you are not allowed to lie. Todd said with a smile, when the war is over. We will definitely go to the general's mansion to have a good time. Yes, we will definitely go. All the generals agreed with a smile. For a moment, the tent was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone's faces were filled with the joy of victory and Arlen's banquet. After this battle is over, the results will be reported to the Heavenly Emperor. Abner narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile on his face. Your general will soon become a real general. There is naturally a deep meaning in these words. Everyone knows that after the Lai Adong War is over, the Ming court will reward people according to their merits. With Arlen's outstanding performance and great military exploits in the Battle of Lai Adong, he will definitely be appointed as the commander of Daning. By then, Arlen will command more than 50,000 border troops in Daning and have full control over all soldiers in Daning Prefecture, becoming a true commander of the Arlen. For the general's merit, a general said loudly, this time he will definitely become the commander of Daning, there is no doubt about it. Yes, without a doubt. Other generals echoed their voices. With a general leading our Daning border army will surely become the strongest in the border region. The position of Daning Guard commander must go to the general. Everyone's words were filled with trust and admiration for Arlen. If the border troops of Daning were to be led by a general sent by the imperial court, they might still feel dissatisfied. After all, the border soldiers have been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and they are all iron-blooded men. They only respect the generals who are truly powerful and have fought for their military merits, but they were convinced by Arlen. Arlen's bravery on the battlefield was witnessed by all, and Arlen won the respect and support of every soldier with his bravery. Perhaps, Abner raised his head slightly and said thoughtfully, the emperor didn't appoint a commander in Daning back then because he probably anticipated that a great man like Arlen would appear today. The emperor is selecting a truly qualified commander for Daning to protect the Daning prefecture and guard the border. As Abner spoke, his face was filled with emotion. He himself was the prefect and commander-in-chief, which was an extremely rare case among all the prefectures in the Ming dynasty, and now, with Arlen's sudden appearance, everything seems to have become a natural process. Yes, sir. Otis suddenly spoke, a look of anticipation on his face. Now that our Daning border army has completed its assigned mission, there's no fighting for the time being. Do you think we should also go and search? If we find the gold and silver that Nahatchu transferred, wouldn't that be another great achievement? At the very least, it would at least allow the brothers to make a small fortune. As Otis spoke, he rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. If you want to find them, you can lead your army to look for them. Abner smiled faintly, his expression quite calm, but Nahatchu is a cautious and shrewd man. In my opinion, he has probably already transported the gold and silver back to the northern Yuan dynasty. As Abner spoke, he shook his head slightly, obviously not holding much hope for Otis's proposal. Got it? When Otis heard Abner's answer, although he was a little disappointed, he immediately nodded in response. He was already very satisfied to have Abner's permission, and he didn't care too much about whether he could find the gold and silver. Some time passed. Wait until this discussion is over. Arlen returned to his own tent under the protection of his personal guards. Uncle Guanjun, it's that kid. Outside Arlen's tent, the wind was so cold that the canvas of the tent was rustling. After entering winter, Lai Adong in the north has indeed gradually entered the cold season. General, Marvin stood up straight, his expression respectful, and bowed to Arlen with his hands clasped together. It's still the same old routine. The hot water is ready. Arlen was wearing a red cloak and heavy armor. Although his overall attributes were strong, his face showed signs of fatigue left on the battlefield after a day of fighting. Look at Marvin. Arlen smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, let the brothers go down and rest. Now that Laoyang has been secured, we don't need to worry too much about the next battle. Yes. Marvin responded, saluted again, turned around quickly, strode out of the tent and conveyed Arlen's order. Arlen looked at Marvin's departing back and smiled faintly. Then he slowly turned around and stepped into the tent. In the tent, as the general who is now in charge of the Daning border army, it is naturally different. The blazing charcoal fire made the entire tent warm, and a steaming bathtub was placed aside, with steam rising from it. Arlen raised his hand and slowly took off the armor that was stained with blood and smelled of rust. Then he undressed and stepped into the bathtub. Cool. Soaking in the bathtub, Arlen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His tense muscles gradually relaxing under the immersion of hot water. Leaning on the edge of the bathtub, squinting his eyes slightly, his thoughts drifted back to the gains of this battle, and an excited smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The harvest from this Liaoyang battle is really not small. Arlen thought to himself, 1 second-level treasure chest, 3 first-level treasure chests, 5 ordinary treasure chests, and an extra treasure map. 9 treasure chests, and there's also a second-level treasure chest that has never been obtained. As long as you're a little luckier, you can get magical weapons, secret techniques, and all of these. Most of these treasure chests were captured in the Battle of Liaoyang. Basically, they were obtained by beheading generals. After entering the city, as soon as Arlen saw those Yuan generals, he rushed forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, seizing every opportunity to kill them. After all, generals above 10,000 generals have invisible official luck and are much more valuable than ordinary soldiers. Arlen couldn't suppress his inner anticipation. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and immediately said to himself, "Open all the treasure chests." Moment. Command response. Open 5 ordinary treasure chests. Obtain 1,000 taels of gold. Obtain a compass. Obtained a blueprint for the advanced mechanism crossbow tower. Obtain the yellow rank, lower grade martial art 8 extreme fist. Obtain 10 bottles of hemostatic powder. Open 3 first-level treasure chests. Obtain the low-grade Elmer level martial art rage. Obtain the cement manufacturing catalog. Obtain the anthracite mining technology catalog. Open the second-level treasure chest. Obtain Ming Dynasty Hongwu era surrounding map. Panel prompt sounds rang in Arlen's mind one after another. All 9 treasure chests were opened. This is fucking... Arlen opened his eyes wide, his face full of astonishment. This astonishment was not caused by joy, but was full of confusion and disbelief. Compared with the gains from the previous 8 treasure chests, the result of this second-level treasure chest seemed to be extremely bad luck. A compass, well, it's just an ordinary treasure chest after all. Will be useful during marches and battles. I won't get lost like I did in the Jianu territory. Arlen frowned slightly and comforted himself. A crossbow tower, this should be used for defense. It's an advanced mechanism, not bad. When I really build my own foundation in the future, I can use it to defend the city. The effect should be quite good. Arlen's fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the bathtub, his eyes filled with thought. Bajiquin is not bad either, at least it has reached the highest level. It's a killing skill. I can teach it to my loyal followers in the future. Arlen nodded slightly, acknowledging this gain. What came out of these 3 first-level treasure chests is pretty good. At least there's 1 Elmer level martial art. Once you reach this level, it will be incredible. A bright light flashed in Arlen's eyes. Cement and anthracite, these 2 seem good too. Especially cement. This stuff is very useful in this era. Not only can it strengthen city defenses, but it can also repair roads. The effect is extremely great. Even for reinforcing riverbanks and bridges, cement is very useful. I didn't expect that I would open all of this. This first-level treasure chest is worth it. A relieved smile appeared on Arlen's face, however. When Arlen's eyes fell on the map that was opened from the only second-level treasure chest, his smile stopped instantly, replaced by an expression of wanting to cry, but not being able to. After so long of conquering the only second-level treasure chest, I got actually opened up a worthless map. Even if it's martial arts secrets or magical weapons, it will be fine. After all, the map that had previously revealed the Imperial Seal was acceptable. After all, it was a gift from heaven that would bring eternal prosperity. But now a map of the surrounding areas of Ming Dynasty Hongwu has been opened. Arlen was filled with helplessness and couldn't help but complain in his heart. I already had the Imperial Seal map. It would have been nice if you had also opened a map of the 9 cauldrons of China. After all, it's also the symbol of Chinese imperial power. When I founded my kingdom, I could hold the Imperial Seal in my left hand and point at the 9 cauldrons with my right. I claim to be the legitimate Chinese, but I only opened this surrounding map and the most valuable second-level treasure chest. My luck is too bad. Extract the map. Arlen sighed helplessly. Since the treasure chest had been opened, there was no regret and no way to reopen it. He could only retrieve the map first to see what was inside. Next moment, Arlen only felt a slight heaviness in his hand, and there was a leather map. Slowly unfolding the map, the territory of the Ming Empire was clearly presented on the map, as well as the countries surrounding the Ming dynasty, to the north, south, east, and west, all clearly visible. This map is not a world map. At most, it is a map of Asia. It includes the countries in Southeast Asia, the Northern Yuan dynasty in the north, the Golden Horde north of the Northern Yuan dynasty, the Eastern Chagatai Khanate in the west, etc. Just talking about the Asian region, it is very detailed. Arlen looked at the map carefully and muttered to himself, "A second-level treasure chest, this is it. I can accept it whether it's from an ordinary treasure chest or a first-level treasure chest." Arlen felt helpless and depressed. He finally got a second-level treasure chest, but this was the thing that came out of it. It was really hard for him to calm down. Yellow rank, lower grade, Badgequin. Rank, lower grade, violent. Extract all. Arlen calmed down and gave the order. Next moment, he only felt a strong surge in his sea of consciousness, as if an invisible force was instilling the two martial arts secrets into his sea of consciousness. Badgequin, a killing skill. It's good enough to be in the first level. Arlen felt the various information about Badgequin in his mind and nodded secretly. As for this violent, lower-grade Elmer-level ability, it can actually increase strength and internal energy in a short period of time. It will double in the early stage, triple in the middle stage, and triple in the late stage. However, this thing will make people weak. If you use this martial art in the initial stage of cultivation, you will have to stay in bed for at least 5 days. This is also a life-saving martial art in critical moments. My overall attributes have reached 5,000 points now. If I am really forced to this point, it will be like the Hongmen banquet, where I will be surrounded by thousands of troops. No, this kind of thing doesn't seem to take my life. Arlen secretly pondered the pros and cons of this martial art in his heart. Coming back to his senses, Arlen said softly, "Attribute panel." In an instant, a transparent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host Arlen age, 15 years old, interest rate, 5,068 points strength, 5,135 points speed, 5,022 points constitution, 5,042 points stamina, 5,023 points spirit, 5,014 points lifespan, 328 years and 262 days storage space, 59 cubic meters Gongfa, postnatal mystical skill. Horizontal refining Gong martial arts, charged sword / late stage, wild dance sword technique late stage, collapsing mountain fist early stage, continuous divine arrows mid stage, tiger roar early stage, golden bell cover mid stage, Badgequin beginner, berserk beginner. Skill points. 3 points can improve proficiency in any martial arts. The Battle of Liaodong has achieved great success and our strength has skyrocketed. Arlen looked at all his attributes with excitement on his face, and his heart was filled with emotion. Beiping Prefecture, the streets of the city were silent, with only the occasional sound of the night watchman beating the drum. Inside the palace, the lights were brightly lit. Daniel, dressed in his royal robes, sat in his study, clutching a secret report. His brow furrowed slightly, then he slowly unfolded it, a look of emotion on his face. Liaodong is finally going to be settled. Nahach is dead too. In 8 months, nearly 300,000 troops under Nahachu's command were annihilated. Liaodong, which has been exiled from our Chinese Cornelius nation for hundreds of years, has returned. Daniel murmured to himself, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. As a prince of the Ming dynasty and the son of the current Emperor Evander, Daniel's heart is full of honor and pride at this moment. This kind of victory means the return to the homeland, which is worthy of the pride of every citizen of the Ming dynasty and every Cornelius citizen. This is like the 16 prefectures of Yanyan that were lost during the Song dynasty, which has always been a pain for the Cornelius people. The loss of Liaodong lasted even longer, and the Cornelius people were enslaved by the Yuan court for hundreds of years. The emergence of the Ming dynasty is to restore the dignity of the Cornelius people in China and reshape the soul of the Cornelius people. The return of Liaodong made the Ming dynasty more orthodox and restored the glory of the Cornelius dynasty. The current emperor is a man of great talent and strategy. He is able to recover Liaodong and make his reputation even greater. Doran sat on the cushion as usual, wearing a black Doran's robe, with a calm expression, as if everything was calm in front of him, like a Doran who had seen through the world. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely do better than my father. Daniel raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination and also a longing for the future. Your Majesty will have a chance. Doran smiled slightly, his smile revealing confidence as if everything was under his control. Do you know who killed Nahachu? Daniel turned his head, his eyes fixed on Doran, and asked. Doran raised his head, his eyes flickering slightly. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, Could it be that Arlen again? Hear this answer. Daniel nodded affirmatively. Then he said, This boy is a fierce and brave general. Nearly all the great achievements in the Liada expedition were his. Nahachu was also a hero, and perhaps he was unwilling to die at the hands of Arlen. A battle in Liada, a battle in northern Xinjiang. The biggest gain was not Taban, nor those brave generals from Huixi, but the originally unknown Arlen. Daniel was very emotional. Nahachu's death and the destruction of hundreds of thousands of troops, Liaodong returned to the Ming dynasty. All these military achievements also laid the foundation for the emergence of a new and cutting-edge general in the Ming dynasty. With the Liaodong War over, Pericles Yingbai was promoted to the rank of guard commander, commanding the Daning border army. Doran said this with certainty, his tone revealing unquestionable confidence. The position of commander of the Daning Guard is naturally beyond doubt, but how can such a talented person be used by me? Daniel frowned slightly, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study. Your Majesty. Doran looked at Daniel calmly and said slowly, You've had Bertrand Silverwood investigating for so long, and there should be some clues. If you want to subdue Arlen, you must first find out all his details, and more importantly, find out everything about how he entered Daning. I've already asked Bertrand to investigate. After all, in my Baping prefecture, even if there's only one name, we can still find some clues. I hope that I can use this to make Arlen serve me. If not, I will have to use some other means, otherwise this boy will become my great enemy. Daniel narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, also in the city of Baping, in the lobby of the Sydney family, the atmosphere was solemn and depressing. The flickering candlelight illuminated everyone's gloomy faces. Father, Anson looked flustered as he hurried into the lobby, his voice trembling slightly as he said, I've checked everything. Sylvan sat in the main seat, wearing a gorgeous silk robe, looking very luxurious and honorable. He stared at Anson, his old face full of anxiety and heaviness, as if he had a premonition of something bad. So even though Anson hadn't spoken yet, Sylvan already had a guess in his mind. Real. Anson swallowed his saliva and said in a dry voice that Arlen from the Daning border army is exactly that kid. My Sydney family has made a great enemy. Anson's face looked extremely ugly, as if covered by a layer of dark clouds. Now, the same thing happened to Sylvan, who was sitting in the main seat. His face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled slightly, and he murmured, How could it be him? How could it be him? He was just a teenager. How could he have such a fate? He became a general and was even made an earl. Earl of Champion. With every word Sylvan spoke, his expression became uglier. Father. Anson looked at Sylvan anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. What should we do? We originally plotted to get Arlen to Daning in order to kill him. The assassins we sent to kill Elijah and Sydney Jemima also failed. They must have figured out that we were the ones who sent them. Now that Arlen is in power, he will definitely not let us go. There was a strong sense of worry in Anson's voice. Their Sydney family is already one of the top businessmen. Although they are not as wealthy as a country, they have enormous wealth. However, they live in the Ming dynasty, and what they fear is the power of the Ming dynasty, and Arlen just happens to have power now. Anson's two younger brothers stood aside, their faces equally grim. Once upon a time, they regarded Arlen as an ant that could be easily dealt with. With their money and power, Arlen was easily transferred to Daning prefecture. In their imagination, Arlen would die quietly in Daning, without any flaws, and no one would even suspect their Sydney family. But now everything has changed. Not only did Arlen not die in Daning, but he also gained promotion and became prominent by suppressing bandits, defending against enemies, and taking advantage of the Ming dynasty's foreign military operations. Now he has become a general, commanding tens of thousands of troops, and has been made an earl. He's also the highest-ranking military officer, the champion. Arlen has now entered Yingshan prefecture and caught the attention of the current emperor. The future is bound to be promising. The The hereditary earl and the position of General Daning were definitely not Arlen's end. Reaching the highest position in the country might be the end of Arlen's career. And now, their Sidney family has already offended Arlen so much that there is absolutely no possibility of any recovery. If there was a way before, it was through Aubrey. Perhaps because of her surname Sidney, Arlen would show mercy to the Sidney family in the future. However, after the Sidney family sent assassins to assassinate Elijah and Aubrey, all these recourses have been completely blocked by the Sidney family. There's no turning back between the Sidney family and Arlen, and it will be a fight to the death. Why panic? Sylvan slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Anson with a gloomy face. I am not dead yet. As the eldest son of our Sidney family, how can you be so uncalm, father? Anson looked at Sylvan nervously, lowered his head, and did not dare to speak again, but the ripples in his eyes showed that he was unable to calm down. Second brother. Sylvan looked at his Keegan, Warren. With a serious expression, how is the migration going? Go back to father. Warren quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, according to your instructions, after the marriage with the Rosalind family, our Sidney family moved 70% of our wealth to Yingshan Prefecture. We have already purchased a lot of properties in Yingshan Prefecture, and the mansion is ready. If you want to move, you can do so at any time. There is no time to lose. Sylvan's eyes were firm. Without any hesitation, he said immediately, we will start moving to Yingshan Prefecture tomorrow. Father, Anson raised his head, a trace of resignation on his face. Wouldn't this be too much of a fuss? Although we tricked Arlen into enlisting in Daning, everything complies with the court's recruitment regulations. My Sidney family hasn't done anything excessive on the surface. Even if we sent assassins, they would be deadly. They wouldn't be able to trace us. If we move directly to Yingshan Prefecture, wouldn't that mean we're giving up our properties around Beiping Prefecture? As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were focused on their father again. Pericles Yingban is just a young and inexperienced person. Sylvan spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. And judging from his past character, it can be seen that this boy is definitely a person who will seek revenge. He now holds military power, and Daning Prefecture borders Beiping Prefecture. If he truly wants to fight to the death with my Sidney family, then wouldn't my Sidney family really fall into his trap? Sylvan said this. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head slightly. Since he is now in power, then my Sidney family will avoid his edge. Sylvan sat up straight, his eyes firm, his tone revealing an unquestionable determination. Although my Sidney family is extremely wealthy, we are still the people. The people should not fight against the officials. This is an unwavering principle from ancient times to the present. But once he arrives in Yingshan Prefecture, it's no longer a place where he can act recklessly. Sylvan raised his chin slightly with a calculating glint in his eyes. Furthermore, Sylvan paused, leaning forward slightly, a calculating look in his eyes. Yingshan Prefecture is the capital of the Ming dynasty after all. My Sidney family has formed marriages with many powerful people and spent so much money on them. Isn't it all to help our family rise to a higher level? Yingshan Prefecture offers greater opportunities for my Sidney family. With the Rosalind family's connections, if we can obtain the mining rights to the coal and salt mines, it would be a real profit spree. Of course, no matter what, as long as there are people in the court, it will be easy to get things done. As Sylvan spoke, he gently stroked his beard with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a confident smile. Listen to Sylvan's words. Anson and his brother sat around, initially with some confusion and worry on their faces, but as Sylvan spoke, they gradually understood and nodded. A trace of admiration flashed in Anson's eyes. He looked at Sylvan and secretly sighed in his heart that although his father was old, he had experienced 2 dynasties after all. His experience and ability to steer the family were far beyond their reach. Father, Anson bowed slightly, his expression respectful yet with a hint of his own thoughts. Even if we have to move, we can't give up our industries in the north. My son thinks that someone should stay in Beiping Prefecture. Hasn't it been rumored for a long time? The current emperor and the crown prince have long considered moving the capital and have been secretly exploring the location of the new capital. If someone stays in Beiping Prefecture and comes to new capital, whether it is in the north or the south, my Sidney family can seize the best opportunity to enter new capital and purchase property, expand my Sidney family, and seize the opportunity. After Anson finished speaking, he raised his head cautiously and looked at Sylvan tentatively, his eyes full of expectation for recognition. Obviously, this decision still needs to be made by Sylvan. Hearing Anson's proposal, Sylvan was slightly stunned, and a thoughtful look slowly appeared on his old face. He leaned back in his chair, looked deeply into the corner of the lobby, and fell into deep thought. After a while, Sylvan withdrew his gaze and looked at Anson, a relieved smile on his face. "Estelaire," Sylvan said gently, "you are right this time. Although the industry has moved to Yingshan Prefecture, my Sydney family will focus on developing in the south in the future, but we cannot give up on the north." Sylvan's eyes were full of expectations. As his eldest son, he would be the head of the Sydney family in the future. He naturally had high hopes for him. "Thank you for the compliment, Dad." Anson's face was immediately filled with excitement. He straightened his body, his eyes flashing with joy. He was very happy to receive his father's affirmation. "Warrener." Sylvan raised his eyes slightly, his old eyes still as sharp as a torch, and fell on his Keegan Warren again. Hearing this, Warren's body suddenly stiffened. His heart felt uneasy, and a trace of uneasiness instantly appeared on his face. He naturally understood what Sylvan was going to say next, and he couldn't help feeling nervous. "Father," Warren's voice trembled slightly, but due to Sylvan's authority, he could only respond with a stiff upper lip. "Tomorrow, my entire Sydney family will move to Yingshan Prefecture." Sylvan stared at Warren with a firm gaze. "You stay in Beiping Prefecture. From now on, all the business in the north will be temporarily handed over to you to manage." Sylvan's tone was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Warren slowly stood up, clasped his hands together, bowed his head slightly, and replied respectfully, "Yes." Although his voice was steady, his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner tension and anxiety. And of course, more of it was unwillingness. The Sydney family moved to Yingshan Prefecture, and the main family was basically in Yingshan from then on. Beiping Prefecture was ultimately a side branch. Besides, Sylvan's voice suddenly turned cold, and a cold look appeared in his old eyes. The people who participated in the attack on Pericle's Yingru Daning border army. The three sons' slightly relaxed expressions suddenly tensed up, and they all turned to look at Sylvan. "All the insiders of my Sydney family have been dealt with," Sylvan said coldly. His voice seemed to carry a hint of chill. "Although we have moved to Yingshan Prefecture, my Sydney family's roots are still in Peking. Even if Arlen knows that it was my Sydney family who harmed him, I will make sure he dies without any evidence. The laws of the Ming dynasty are strict. Without evidence, it would be a frame-up. If he really dares to do something reckless, the law will not let him off." As Sylvan spoke, he clenched his fists, a smug sneer on his face full of calculation. "My father is wise." Anson and his brothers complimented him in unison, their faces full of smiles, but they were all thinking about something else in their hearts. The atmosphere in the lobby became increasingly oppressive and full of calculation. The capital of the Ming dynasty, Yingshan. The thick city walls cast majestic shadows in the sunlight. People lined up at the city gate, going in and out in an orderly manner, and the sounds of conversations and footsteps intertwined into one. Suddenly, a burst of rapid horse hoofbeats sounded in the distance. The rhythm was tight and powerful. Tread, ta-ta-ta. I saw a messenger holding a command flag, leaning forward, leaning tightly on the horse's back, galloping towards the capital. The messenger's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Sweat slid down his cheeks and wet his shirt on his chest. "Good news from Liaodong. Great victory, a great victory in Liaodong." As they gradually approached the city gate, the urgent messenger saw the people queuing outside the city and shouted excitedly at the top of his voice. The voice was filled with excitement and pride, echoing in the air. Apparently, there is no need to conceal the news of such a great victory. Publicizing it will inspire people. "Did you hear that? Great victory in Liaodong." An old man opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise, and said to the person next to him, "Liaodong must have achieved a great victory." A young man waved his arms, his face flushed, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "I suspect it's not just a great victory. Perhaps Liaodong has been successfully recovered." A man who looked like a scholar, with a gleam in his eyes and a tone full of anticipation. "Liaodong has been the territory of our Chinese Cornelius family since ancient times. In the past, the Tartars plundered the Central Plains, and our Cornelius Central Plains fell. After the emperor founded the Ming dynasty, he drove the Tartars away and unified the Central Plains. Now Liaodong has been recovered. The emperor is truly the son of destiny, the emperor appointed by heaven, and the emperor who will revitalize our Chinese Cornelius family." An elder in the crowd stroked his beard and said with emotion, That's right, the Ming dynasty will last forever. Lai Adong, lost for hundreds of years, has finally returned. The Ming dynasty will last forever, long live the emperor. The people's emotions were instantly ignited, and cheers rose one after another into the sky. For a moment, the entire Yingshan city was immersed in this exciting news, filled with joy and pride everywhere. The glory and dignity of the Cornelius family show in this moment. The dignity that was lost in the past seems to have returned at this moment. Inside the Ming Dynasty Palace, Hall OF Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall. The magnificent palace is solemn and majestic, and its flying eaves and brackets sparkle with golden light under the sunlight. Inside the hall, the carved beams and painted buildings, and the golden bricks on the floor, fully demonstrate the luxury and majesty of the royal family. The urgent reporting soldiers had an unimpeded journey and hurried along the long imperial road amidst the shouts of victory. Wherever he passed, not only did the common people cast curious and expectant glances at him, but even the guards stood up straight, with excitement flashing in their eyes. In the main hall, the messenger fell to his knees with a thud, holding the dispatch message high in his hands, and shouted in a resounding voice, "Your Majesty, a great victory in Liaodong. Your Majesty, please take a look." His forehead was slightly beaded with sweat, and his eyes were full of excitement and admiration. Hear this? A smile slowly appeared on Evander's originally majestic face, and his eyes were filled with relief. At this moment, he already understood what the results of this great victory were. "Show it to us." Evander laughed loudly and raised his hand, his voice steady and majestic. Gawain, who was serving on the side, was quite old but still very agile. He immediately ran towards His Highness. He respectfully held up the victory news with both hands, leaned forward slightly, and carefully presented it to Evander. The moment he received the victory report, a sharp look flashed in Evander's eyes, but after he opened his eyes, the smile on his face became even brighter. Zachary's gaze immediately fell on the good news, with a look of anticipation and a hint of nervousness in it. The gazes of all the civil and military officials in the court were drawn to him as if by a magnet. Some of them frowned slightly, as if thinking about something, while others looked excited with gleams in their eyes. A great victory in Liaodong will surely lead to the liberation of Liaodong, a minister whispered, with a very confident expression on his face. My great Ming has completely recovered the territory that originally belonged to my Cornelius family. Another minister raised his head slightly, his eyes full of longing. The emperor's name will live forever in history. An old minister with white hair stroked his beard and said with emotion, Liaodong has a large population, at least 5 to 6 million. Most of them are of Cornelius descent. After the war, the next step is governance. An official in official uniform said solemnly, with Elmer as the prefect, the situation should be settled and pacified quickly. A minister affiliated with the palace nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, if Liaodong is pacified, it will be our turn as civil servants to take charge of governance. Many civil officials in the hall were discussing in low voices, each with their own thoughts in their hearts. Okay. When Evander finished reading the good news, an extremely happy expression appeared on his face. He said 3 good words in a row and his voice echoed in the hall. Your Majesty. Evander raised the victory report in his hand and laughed loudly, saying, Liaodong, it's going to be a complete recovery. Our Ming dynasty has taken back our Cornelius family's homeland that had been lost for hundreds of years. Evander's eyes revealed dominance and imperial pride, and his voice was full of majesty and dominance. Without waiting for the ministers to open their mouths to congratulate, Evander waved his hand, handed the victory report to Gawain and said loudly, Read it out. Read it aloud to us. Let all the nobles know about the great victory in Liaodong. There was unquestionable majesty in Evander's voice. Gawain held the victory report in his hand and faced the ministers in the Fengshan court. He took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and then read aloud, Your Highness Tauben, I submit this report to the Emperor. Now, since the Battle of Tailing, all the battles in Liaodong have been decided. A Ming army will conquer Liaodong and will surround Liaoyang with all its might. Gawain's voice was clear and loud, echoing clearly in the hall. After the troops gathered at the gates of the city, I order the troops to split into 4 groups and attack the 4 gates of Liaoyang. The war begins. Daning Border Army Commander Arlen was the first to break through Liaoyang's north gate and charge into the city. As Gawain read out, he unconsciously raised his voice, as if he was recreating the fierce battle scene. After half a day of fierce fighting, the remaining 3 gates of Liaoyang were also breached by our army. General Arlan, with his unrivaled bravery, stormed into the Teiwei mansion in Liaoyang City and engaged in a decisive battle with Nahachu. I personally beheaded the Northern Yuan dynasty's Morgan Nahachu and annihilated over 6,500 of Nahachu's personal troops. Upon hearing this, all the ministers showed surprised expressions. Some whispered to each other, and some shook their heads slightly, as if they were marveling at Arlan's bravery and the victory reported. Of the 100,000 troops in Liaoyang City, nearly 30,000 were killed by our Ming soldiers, and the rest were captured. The Battle of Liaoyang is settled. One battle decides everything. All wars in Liaodong can be completely pacified within a month, and the territory can be recovered. There are now over 180,000 surrendered Yuan soldiers detained throughout Liaodong. Your Majesty, please decide how to deal with these surrendered soldiers. Your Highness Taban, I pay my respects to you. Gawain's voice was solemn, and even though it was soft, it still resounded throughout the court. When this voice fell, the ministers in the court had different reactions. Many people had expressions of joy at the recovery of Liaodong, with excitement flashing in their eyes, while many ministers had expressions of shock, with disbelief on their faces. Nahachu is dead, a minister said with wide eyes and a look of surprise. As a powerful figure in the Northern Yuan dynasty, this man was a great hero. He died just like that. Another minister said the same thing with emotion. Arlan, it was he who killed Nahachu again. A young official, his eyes full of admiration, whispered, "When I hear the name Arlan now, I don't feel as surprised as before." It seems that Nahachu's death at his hands was natural and there was no accident. An old minister stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "Brant, Cliff is rude. All these Northern Yuan generals died at his hands. Nahachu also couldn't escape Arlan's sword." Minister shook his head slightly with a hint of surprise. In his tone, almost all the Northern Yuan nobles in Liaodong died at the hands of Arlan. The Crown Prince bestowed the title of champion on Arlan, and he seems to really deserve it. An official nodded in praise. Ever since the Battle of Liaodong broke out, Arlan's name has been constantly heard in this hall, OF, Chinese letter / heaven serving hall. The Battle of Liaodong has become the battle that made Arlan famous. A minister affiliated with the Ministry of War was even more emotional, but that's okay. Compared to letting those Huexi warriors shine on the Liaodong battlefield, it would be better to let Arlan shine. If those Huexi generals are allowed to take all the credit for pacifying Liaodong, it will only become more domineering in the court and in their actions in the future. A minister's eyes flickered with satisfaction. After hearing the good news, the ministers in the court whispered to each other. While they were happy about the recovery of Liaodong, some also expressed their admiration for Arlan's great contribution. Of course, for those Huexi generals who had not achieved any real great achievements, many ministers in the court just watched the show, or even gloated and were happy to see it happen. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty. This is Nahachu's head," was specially sent by the general. At this moment, the messenger took a wooden box from his back and handed it to him respectfully with both hands. His movements were cautious and his face was full of awe. Hear the sound. Evander took a look, waved his hand casually and said calmly, "No need to look. Nahachu is indeed a character. There's no need to scatter the ashes. Just find a random place to bury them." Although Evander acted ruthlessly, he had no need to vent his anger on a defeated general of such status and position. After all, since you are in such a supreme position, there is naturally no need to be excessive about some things. "Congratulations, father." Zachary turned around and bowed solemnly to Evander, his eyes full of reverence and joy. Now Nahachu is dead. The remaining Yuan army in Liaodong is no longer able to withstand the attack of our Ming army. Liaodong can be said to have been decided. The land of Liaodong has been under the control of our Cornelius family for hundreds of years. Now it has been reclaimed by our Ming dynasty. Father's name will live forever in history. Zachary's voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the hall. "We congratulate His Majesty. Recovering Liaodong will surely go down in history." All the civil and military officials in the court turned around and bowed to Evander in unison. Their movements were coordinated and their voices were loud, full of respect for Evander. Looking at the congratulations from the whole court, Evander smiled slightly and did not show too much ecstasy. After all, he rose from a beggar and a Doran to his current supreme position. Along the way he experienced countless life and death, countless killings, and endless wars and slaughters. For countless ordinary people, Evander is like a saint. He drove out the Tartars, founded the Ming dynasty, and brought peace to the Central Plains. Such achievements are already recorded in history and cannot be compared with the recovery of Liaodong. Looking at the excitement in the court. At this time, Evander raised his hand and pressed it down slightly, signaling his ministers to be quiet. Having been on the throne for many years, his every move exuded majesty. The court immediately fell silent, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the emperor's next words. The credit for the recovery of Liaodong is not ours. Evander had a serious look on his face, but when his eyes fell on Zachary, they instantly became extremely gentle. But it's the prince's. The voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the hall, but it represented a special meaning. The words fell. Many ministers in the court immediately understood Evander's meaning. Some of them nodded slightly, while others had flickering eyes, as if they were thinking about something. This time, the Liaodong campaign is a big deal, from the dispatch of food and supplies to the selection of generals to the mobilization of troops. Evander sat firmly on the dragon throne, his eyes overlooking the court. He seemed nonchalant, but in fact he was very serious. The crown prince is in charge of all this, and he personally decides everything. I am just a bystander, simply assisting the crown prince in reviewing some memorials. Evander's tone was filled with affirmation and appreciation. For Zachary, what the emperor said is absolutely true. Minister of War Lester immediately stood up and spoke loudly. The pacification of Liaodong this time concerns both government and military affairs. His Royal Highness personally handles everything and makes every decision. The great achievement of pacifying Liaodong this time is undoubtedly due to His Royal Highness's strategic planning. Lester spoke again, his words showing no reservation about his full support for Zachary. I second the proposal. Ragnar, the Minister of Revenue, also immediately stood up and seconded the motion. Ragnar bowed slightly with a respectful look and said, For more than 8 months since our Ming dynasty launched military operations against Liaodong, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, has been reviewing memorials in the East Palace every day. He has inquired about and decided on every matter related to the Liaodong War. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, has made great contributions to the pacification of Liaodong this time. Ragnar's voice was equally firm, echoing in the hall, as the two ministers, who were most closely involved in the Liaodong War, stood up. Even the ministers in the court, no matter how slow they were to react, immediately understood what the current emperor's intention was. All the court officials then stood up, each with a solemn expression, and shouted in unison, Your Highness's contribution to the pacification of Liaodong is immense. This should be recorded in history books, recording Your Highness's leadership of the Liaodong campaign and your achievements in the restoration. Their voices were in unison, resounding throughout the court, and seemed to represent the common will of the entire court. In other words, this also echoes Evander's holy will. Seeing this scene, Evander nodded with great satisfaction. A gratified smile on his face, and his eyes showed his expectations for Zachary. This is exactly what he wants. As mentioned before, Evander, a humble man, founded the Ming dynasty and restored the dignity of the Cornelius people. Evander has already achieved the name left in history that others want, and in the future there will be a book of his record in the history books, in which all his achievements will be recorded. And so, Evander did not want to be remembered in history for the recovery of Liaodong, as he wanted to give it to his son. Let his son's name also be recorded in history. Both father and son will go down in history. Prince, Evander said to Zachary with a smile, his eyes full of love, Did you hear that? You have made great contributions to the recovery of Liaodong. This is what the nobles have said, and it will also be recognized by the people of the Ming dynasty. Evander's voice was extremely gentle, full of a father's recognition and pride in his son. For Evander, Zachary was not only his crown prince, but also his eldest son and biological son, Pericles Changba. She is also the only relative he has in this world with whom he can speak his mind. My son, thank you, father. At this moment, Zachary had thousands of words in his heart, but they were all combined into one word, thank you. Zachary bowed slightly, tears of emotion flashing in his eyes. He naturally understood his father's painstaking efforts. Although he was known for his benevolence in the court and throughout the country, his achievements were not tangible. Moreover, the credit for his governance was ultimately earned by his father, so it was ultimately the current emperor who took credit. This time, The liberation of Liaodong will surely be an act that will go down in history. All Evander could think about was paving the way for his son. Not only did he want to improve his son's ability to handle military and political affairs, but he also wanted to pave the way for his son's reputation and be recorded in history. Manfred, Evander said loudly, with majesty in his voice, the old minister is here. Manfred, the minister of rights, stood up and bowed respectfully, but his body was slightly hunched. It won't be long before Liaodong is pacified. Once the news gets back, the restoration of Liaodong will definitely be announced to the world. Regarding the Crown Prince's achievements, your Ministry of Rights must carefully draft an imperial edict to announce it to the world, so that all people in the world will know about the achievements of Liaodong's recovery. Vander explained with a serious face, his eyes showing how seriously he took the matter. Manfred immediately bowed and said in a firm voice, "This old minister will not disobey the Emperor's order." Obviously, Manfred also knew the reason behind this task clearly. If he didn't do it well, he would be guilty. Yes, Evander nodded with satisfaction. It can be seen that he attached great importance to the contribution of Liaodong's recovery and leaving his name in history to Zachary. Father, Zachary bowed and said solemnly, now that Liaodong is about to be completely recovered, the generals who went to Liaodong should be rewarded according to their merits. Especially Arlen. Whether it's the merits of tiling or the killing of Nahatchu in Lioyang. Both are invaluable contributions and deserve a generous reward. The words fell. The eyes of the court officials turned to Evander again. Obviously, Liaodong will be pacified. The rewards for the generals must also be implemented. Especially those Huaxi generals who were sent out from the capital area, their rewards must be implemented after they return. Indeed. Arlen's contribution deserves a generous reward. It's not just Arlen. This time on the Liaodong battlefield, all meritorious soldiers should be rewarded according to their merits. Especially the Daning border army. They fought bravely and showed us the combat effectiveness of the border troops. Evander immediately smiled and nodded. Naturally, he would not object to this reward to his meritorious minister. Prince. Evander sat upright on the dragon throne, looking at Zachary gently and asked softly, "Since you are the one who single-handedly managed the Liaodong War, how do you think we should reward Arlen this time?" His voice echoed in the solemn and majestic hall with unquestionable majesty. Upon hearing this, Zachary stepped forward, immediately bowed and saluted and replied loudly, reporting to the Emperor Father. Since the establishment of the prefecture, Daning has never appointed a guard commander. Instead, the prefect has temporarily taken on this position. Now Liaodong is about to be pacified. Arlen rose through the ranks of the Daning border army. He has made countless contributions and killed countless enemies for the country. I believe that the position of commander of the Daning Guard is the best choice for Arlen. When Zachary said this, his expression was firm and his tone was unquestionable, as if he was declaring to all the ministers the rationality of this appointment. Evander nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face, and then said, "In the past, the appointment of the commander of the Arlen required selection. The selection will be based on military merit in each region, and then the Ministry of War will consider it and make the final decision with our approval. Moreover, among the generals who hold the position of commander of the garrisons in our Ming dynasty, the youngest one is already nearly 30 or 40 years old. Arlen is only 17 years old, which is the youngest in the Ming dynasty." As he spoke, he gently stroked the armrest of the dragon throne, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Arlen's youthful and promising future. Listening to Evander's words, the ministers in the court naturally knew that the matter of Pericles Yingjin's appointment as the commander of the guards could basically be settled. After all, Arlen's military achievements were too dazzling. These dazzling military achievements were enough to make up for his age and the tedious procedures required to be promoted to commander. You know, the commander of a border Arlen commands at least 50,000 troops and guards one side. This can be regarded as a high-ranking official with military power. Reaching this position at the age of 17 had never happened in the history of the Ming dynasty. Father, Zachary smiled and said, "If Arlen had not been promoted 3 times this year, I would have wanted to promote him again." When Zachary spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were full of admiration and respect for Arlen. Hear this. All the ministers couldn't help but look at Zachary, and they were deeply impressed by how much Zachary valued Arlen. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really values Arlen. A minister whispered to the person beside him. In just 1 year, he was promoted to Vice Minister of Command based on his military achievements, and now he's about to be appointed Commander-in-Chief. This is truly unique, and he's even been promoted 3 times to Earl of the Ming Dynasty, instantly becoming a noble. Since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, only Arlen has received such a great honor. Earl of Champion Extraordinary. Everyone murmured in agreement. Their eyes filled with envy for Arlen and admiration for Zachary's ability to employ people. This may be the case of rewarding and promoting based entirely on merit, without any hypocrisy. Of course, the fundamental reason may be that the Battle of Liaodong was also personally handled by the current emperor and the crown prince. Evander smiled slightly and said, "One should do his job according to his position. This is an eternal principle." Arlen is still very young, and he has already received a great deal of grace. Let him hone his skills as the commander of the guards first. Commanding an army and governing a government is not as simple as it is on the battlefield. Crown Prince, after you return to the Eastern Palace, draft an edict. Caleb Jiang will be appointed as the commander of the Daning Guard and given the commander's seal. In addition, I will give you 1,000 taels of gold. I will grant you a mansion in Yingshan and give you the Plaque Champion Mansion. When Evander said this, his expression was solemn, and his tone revealed that there was no room for doubt. It was obvious that he had made the final decision on Arlen's reward. Hear this. Zachary immediately bowed and replied in a resounding voice, "Your son obeys my order." "All right." Evander glanced at the ministers in the court and asked with a smile, "On the occasion of this great victory in Liaodong, do you have any other memorials to offer?" Scanning his eyes, he was extremely majestic, as if he could see through the thoughts of the ministers in the hall. "Your Majesty," Lester stepped forward and respectfully said, "General Falconbridge Tobin has reported that nearly 200,000 surrendered soldiers from Liaodong need to be dealt with. Your Majesty needs your explicit instructions on this." As Lester spoke, he lowered his head slightly, holding the memorial in both hands, looking very respectful. "What do you think about these surrendered soldiers?" Evander pondered for a moment, then looked at the ministers in the court again, with a questioning look in his eyes. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." Ragnar stood up and said seriously, "I think it would be best to simply demote these surrendered soldiers into slavery. Our Ming Dynasty has a vast territory. Many roads need repairing, many cities need strengthening, and even the Great Wall needs strengthening and repairing. All of this requires sufficient manpower and material resources. If we can make good use of these surrendered soldiers, it will be of great benefit to the national strength." Ragnar spoke and gestured at the same time, trying to make Evander understand his ideas more clearly. "I think it's a pity that such a skilled warrior army should be reduced to slavery." An old minister slowly stood up with a thoughtful look on his face. "What do you think, Mr. Berkeley?" Evander asked directly. In the Hongwu period, after Dun Huaiyang was executed, Evander abolished the position of prime minister. The prime minister who once held great power no longer existed, and was replaced by the Grand Secretary who assisted Evander in handling government affairs. 4 palaces and 2 pavilions. Nowadays they are called Grand Secretaries, but in the post-Ming Dynasty they were called Grand Counselors. Although he no longer had the power of a prime minister, he still held great power, and his status was slightly higher than that of the 6 ministers. The old minister who spoke was none other than Achilles Berkeley, the Grand Secretary of the Huagai Palace, who was also a minister trusted by Evander. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." Achilles smiled and respectfully began. "The Northern Yuan dynasty is no longer the great Yuan it once was. Its national strength has weakened, and it was driven out of the Central Plains by our Ming dynasty. However, their army is not weak, and their combat power is also outstanding. If these troops can be used by the Ming dynasty to defend it from foreign enemies, they will definitely be of great use. After all, there are many wars in the northern border areas. It would be a pity to abandon such a strong army." When Achilles spoke, his words were clear and steady, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful look. "Master Berkeley." At this time, another minister stood up and said doubtfully, "Although the combat effectiveness of this surrendered Yuan army is not bad, has the Grand Secretary ever thought about one question? At least half of the surrendered soldiers captured in Liaodong this time are Yuan soldiers. If we use them to guard the northern border, can you guarantee that they won't collude with the northern Yuan?" As he spoke, his brows were furrowed and his expression was serious. showing strong concern about Achilles' proposal. And this person is none other than Oswald Thatcher, the Grand Secretary of Wying Palace. Grand Scholar Thatcher. Achilles said slowly, the current situation in the Ming dynasty and the world is no longer the same as it was during the Elderwood and Cornelius dynasties. In the Central Plains, countless ethnic groups already live there. Not only the Mongolians, but also many other ethnic groups have all integrated into the Ming dynasty. They are all citizens of the Ming dynasty and serve the Ming dynasty. In Liaodong, are no fewer than 1 million Mongols living there. Does the Ming dynasty have to kill them all? Population is part of the strength of the Ming dynasty, so we must make good use of it. As far as I know, Liaodong has always been managed by Nahatchu. Although it has connections with the northern Yuan dynasty, all its recruits are done in Liaodong. The families of those soldiers captured by our Ming dynasty are all in Liaodong. If the Ming dynasty were to surrender and reorganize them, and they dared to rebel again, it would be a crime punishable by genocide. I don't believe they would dare. When Achilles said this, his eyes were firm and his tone was decisive, as if he was completely sure of his point of view. After hearing his words, many ministers in the court nodded. When the Ming dynasty was first established, Evander's slogan for conquering the world was to drive out the Tartars and restore the Cornelius dynasty. This process caused a lot of killings, but the Ming army was also restrained. The Ming court did not divide the Mongolians who lived in the Central Plains and behaved themselves into different levels, and treated them all as civilians. Even in the army, there were many Mongolians who served the Ming dynasty and killed enemies for it. The Central Plains of the Cornelius dynasty is no longer dominated by a single ethnic group, as it was during the Elderwood and Cornelius dynasties. Instead, it is a mixture of countless ethnic groups that have completely integrated into China and been Sinicized. From ancient times to the present, the Cornelius family. The most powerful thing is not the military force, but the Sinicization and the thousands of years of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and culture. This also allowed the foreigners who entered the Central Plains to gradually integrate into the cultural circle of the Central Plains Cornelius people and become one with them. Of course, if we talk about the most complete Sinicization, it must be an emperor who once served in the Yuan dynasty. He was also the emperor who destroyed the Song dynasty and established a vast territory, the Yuan Emperor Bartholomew. Before he went south, he was the Myron Bartholomew, but after he destroyed the Song dynasty, occupied the Central Plains and ruled the world. He became the poster boy for the Cornelius family, claiming to be the Orthodox Bartholomew of the Cornelius family, also known as Carmichael Billy. This is the power of Cornelius Chinesization. Achilles is right. Evander slowly said, this group of surrendered soldiers must indeed be put to good use. When Evander said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. His seemingly calm agreement actually showed that he had his mind set on reorganizing this group of surrendered soldiers. Father, Zachary said seriously, this batch of surrendered soldiers is quite large. According to General Falconbridge Taubin's report, there are over 180,000 of them. If we truly want to reorganize these surrendered soldiers, we can't just set up a single Arlen. Furthermore, the reorganization must be meticulous, and we must be able to completely control them. When Zachary spoke, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed his worry and caution about this matter. If so many surrendered soldiers were really reorganized at one time, it would be unprecedented for the Ming dynasty. With hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers, each one would have to feed a person. Not only would the daily food consumption be extremely high, but there would also be hidden dangers after the reorganization. These surrendered soldiers naturally cannot form an army. Evander also nodded seriously. This matter must be carefully discussed before reorganization. Crown Prince, draft an edict and send it to Taubin, asking him to discuss with his generals the reorganization of the Liaodong surrendered soldiers. Give us a reasonable reorganization method as soon as possible. This force cannot be wasted. We come from a poor background. If we don't use so many soldiers, it would be a waste. When Evander said this, his eyes revealed his importance to this army. This time he asked Crown Prince Zachary to personally inquire about it, which was obviously also an announcement to the court officials about his intention to recruit the surrendered soldiers. My son, I accept the decree. Zachary bowed, accepting the order. Then, as if struck by a thought, he said, Father, now that Liaodong is about to be pacified, Should Generals Tauben and others return to Yingshan to report on their duties? Should their troops also be transferred back? Zachary asked tentatively, with a questioning look in his eyes. What does the prince think? Evander smiled and asked, his eyes revealing his expectation of Zachary's thoughts. Liaodong has just been settled, and many things are happening. Zachary said immediately without any hesitation, there must be remnants of the Yuan army hiding in various places in Liaodong causing trouble. The army needs to Arlen to ensure peace. Moreover, the hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers also need to be watched by the army to prevent chaos. Once the situation in Liaodong has been completely pacified, we can issue an order for General Falconbridge Tauben and his men to return to the capital to report on their work. When Zachary spoke, his logic was clear and his analysis was logical, demonstrating his outstanding political talent. Just as the prince said, Evander said immediately with a satisfied smile on his face, "Your Majesty is wise." Zachary bowed immediately, his face filled with joy that Evander recognized him. Evander looked at Zachary and smiled gently. The moment he turned his head, his gaze became majestic again as he looked down at the court. Subsequently, he spoke directly. Lester, Ragnar, Marlon, the three names were shouted out from Evander's mouth in a majestic and loud voice. The minister is here. The three ministers whose names were called immediately stood up and responded in unison. The three of them stood straight with serious expressions on their faces, waiting for Evander's order. The Liaodong War will soon be finalized. Evander said, the Ministry of War, as the main army, must quickly prepare a list of the casualties on the Liaodong battlefield for us, and then submit it to the Ministry of Revenue for review so that the compensation can be implemented as soon as possible. As for the Ministry of Revenue, actively raise funds and food, and prioritize the issue of compensation. All the soldiers who died fighting for the Ming dynasty must not be treated unfairly. There's also the appointment and dismissal of officials in Liaodong. This is the foundation of Liaodong's future governance. Although the Crown Prince has selected the prefect of Liaodong Prefecture and brought a group of assistant officials with him, Liaodong is a large territory with a large population, and it still needs sufficient officials to govern. The Ministry of Personnel must select and transfer officials as soon as possible. Now that Liaodong is settled, the key is to fully integrate Liaodong into the Ming dynasty. Evander spoke to the three ministers in front of him with a firm tone, and his eyes revealed the importance he attached to these matters. The Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Personnel are the three most critical among the 6 ministries. I accept the decree. Lester, Ragnar, and Marlon, the Minister of Personnel, bowed respectfully and responded in unison, all right. Evander glanced around the court and asked loudly, we have said everything we wanted to say. Do you have anything else to add? His eyes swept over the ministers again, waiting for their response. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Marlon respectfully said, now that Liaodong is about to be pacified, should our court reduce taxes? After all, the war has just ended. It may take a long time for the people of Liaodong to recover. When Marlon spoke, he lowered his head slightly, and his eyes revealed his concern for the people of Liaodong. Indeed. Evander also came back to his senses and nodded. Prince, how much do you think Liaodong's tax revenue should be reduced? Evander looked at Zachary again, his eyes filled with inquiry and expectation. This matter is of great importance, Zachary said in a deep voice, his face thoughtful. Your son also needs to consider it carefully. Should we reduce or exempt agricultural taxes alone, or should we reduce or exempt all taxes at once? As Zachary spoke, he frowned slightly, as if he was carefully thinking about various possibilities in his mind. Zachary did not dare to make a decision lightly on matters of taxation and national foundation. After all, the impact is too great. There's no rush for this, Evander said with a smile. I'll give you time. Since Liaodong is under your control, you must govern it thoroughly. When Evander said this, his face was filled with a gentle smile and he was full of trust in Zachary. Your son thanks you, father. Zachary immediately expressed his gratitude. After a while of court discussion, the court was dispersed. In the hall OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, only Evander and his son Zachary were left. Father. With no outsiders present, Zachary bowed to Evander with great solemnity. Thank you, son. Zachary said this with his eyes full of gratitude. See this? Evander smiled gently, slowly stood up from the dragon throne, walked to Zachary and helped Zachary up. You and I are father and son, what are you thanking me for? Evander smiled gently, his voice full of kindness, and his hands gently rested on Zachary's shoulders. "Dad," Zachary said gratefully, "the recovery of Liaodong will go down in history. You have given your son so much." Zachary looked at Evander with emotion in his eyes. "Ha ha." Evander laughed and said, "Don't even mention the achievement of recovering Liaodong. The entire Ming dynasty will be yours in the future. Everything I do while I'm alive is so that you can inherit a better Ming dynasty from me." During the Cornelius dynasty, the reigns of Emperors Malachi and Marlon were recorded in history. Dad was born into a common family. His hands are stained with the blood of countless people, and he has killed countless corrupt officials. There's no way my father could become an emperor like Emperor Malachi, who will be remembered for all time. But you can. Dad hopes that you will follow the example of Emperor Malachi and become the Emperor Malachi of our Ming dynasty, bringing grace to the world and the people, resting with the people, and starting anew with the people. This is Daddy's greatest expectation for you." When Evander said this, his eyes were full of expectation and trust in Zachary. His hands tightly held Zachary's shoulders. "Son." Zachary looked directly at Evander with a determined gaze and replied in a very serious tone, "I will definitely not let Dad down." At this moment, he stood straight. It was as if all his determination was concentrated in this one sentence, and he exuded a convincing aura. Evander looked at Zachary like this, and a hearty smile instantly blossomed on his face. Then he stretched out his broad palm, patted Zachary's shoulders repeatedly, laughed with satisfaction, and said, "Ha ha, Dad believes in you." He patted Zachary's shoulder with full strength, yet full of love, and each pat seemed to convey trust and encouragement. In this hall, Chinese letter / heaven-serving hall. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the glazed tiles, casting bright rays of light, illuminating the figures of the father and son. For Zachary, as the crown prince, he shouldered heavy responsibilities. On weekdays, he needs to deal with the court, handle various military and political affairs, and balance the forces of all parties. In the face of many complex state affairs, he never slacked off in the slightest. Relying on his outstanding military and political talents, he arranged many affairs in an orderly manner. When ministers reported on government affairs, he was always able to quickly grasp the key points and make reasonable decisions. In military deployment, he also demonstrated extraordinary strategy and made great contributions to the stability and development of the Ming dynasty. Zachary, he really never let Evander down, father. Zachary narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and with a hint of understanding he asked softly, "Liaodong will be pacified. The reason why the army is left in Liaodong to Arlen is not just to stabilize Liaodong, right? In fact, as early as when Leicester and the Ministry of War submitted a memorial on whether to summon the generals back to the court, Zachary, who was sharp-minded, had already vaguely sensed the deeper meaning behind it. "Sit down." Evander's smile did not fade. He moved slightly and sat directly on the stairs of the hall. He looked at Zachary gently, his eyes full of love and closeness, as if they were not in the majestic court at this moment, but in an ordinary home. Seeing this, Zachary did not feel restrained at all. He got along with his father without any barriers and sat next to Evander naturally like an ordinary father and son. Recovering Liaodong, in addition to taking back the territory that originally belonged to our Cornelius family. Evander straightened his back slightly, his eyes becoming deep and determined. He slowly said, "What's more crucial is to remove the sharp blade from the northern Yuan dynasty that is ready to pierce the Ming dynasty at any time." As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if the threat from the northern Yuan dynasty was right before his eyes. Now that the blade hanging overhead has been dealt with, the next step is naturally to deal with the culprit behind this dangling blade. When mentioning Liaodong, a fierce look instantly flashed in Evander's eyes. It was the fierceness that was unique to being at the pinnacle of power for a long time and facing the enemy. Zachary naturally understood that the culprit his father was talking about was, of course, the northern Yuan dynasty. The northern Yuan forces have been entrenched in the north, eyeing the Ming dynasty covetously. They have invaded the border for many years, bringing many hardships to the people and keeping the Ming dynasty in a tense defensive state at all times. It seems that Dad is planning to target the northern Yuan dynasty once Liaodong is completely stabilized. Zachary raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and spoke softly. He had already understood his father's strategic intentions and knew that this was an important decision that concerned the future destiny of the Ming dynasty. Liaodong is like a sword hanging over its head. Evander nodded heavily, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. The Northern Yuan dynasty is the real enemy. We can't sleep unless we completely defeat them. If we don't completely defeat them, how can we let you rule the country peacefully? Speaking of which, Evander laughed loudly. The laughter was hearty and heroic, echoing in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven-serving hall for a long time, showing the domineering power of an emperor. All a son can do is never let his father down. Zachary once again solemnly expressed his position. Although Evander's words were full of imperial arrogance, Zachary deeply felt the strong father-son love contained in them. Everything his father did was for the Ming dynasty, and more importantly, for him to be able to smoothly take over the throne. Thousands of words surged in his heart. In addition to being moved, there was also an unspeakable sense of responsibility that fell on Zachary. Liaodong. With the Ming army's capture of Liaoyang city, there was no longer much suspense in this battle to recover the city, and the overall situation was basically determined. For the Ming dynasty, this Cornelius homeland was finally recovered, and the lost land was reincorporated into the territory of the Ming dynasty. This was naturally an incomparable honor, not only for the Ming army, but also for the people of the Ming dynasty who cared about their country. Of course. For the Northern Yuan dynasty, the sharp sword hanging over the head of the Ming dynasty was now decisively removed by the Ming dynasty, and its strength suffered great damage. After losing Liaodong, the Northern Yuan dynasty would lose the opportunity to take the initiative to attack the Ming dynasty for a long time, and its strategic advantage of being able to fight and retreat would disappear in an instant. South of Liaodong, on the border with Goryeo, lies a quiet and deep forest. The 400 personal cavalry guards under Arlen's command were like a group of hidden cheetahs, slowly patrolling the mountains and forests. They were nimble and alert, and each of them exuded the aura of someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Step into the depths of the forest, the deeper you go. The trees around were growing taller and denser, their branches and leaves intertwined, almost completely blocking out the sky, with only specks of sunlight filtering through the layers of branches and leaves. In this era, there is no stealing and logging, so the forests are naturally very lush. This place is very secluded, and there is almost no human habitation around it. Arlen dismounted and handed the reins to the cavalry guard beside him. The cavalry guard took the reins steadily, led the horse back to the side, and kept observing the surroundings vigilantly. "You all wait here. I'll go in and take a look." Arlen instructed his personal guards. "I accept your orders." All the guards replied in unison. Subsequently, Pericles Yings walked alone, taking steady steps deeper into the forest, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness and anticipation. After walking for a while, Arlen came to a hillside and stopped suddenly. He stared at the hillside ahead as if he had found something. At this time, a joyful smile slowly appeared on Arlen's lips, and he murmured softly, "From what the map shows, this should be it." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and in his hand was a slightly old map. This map is the treasure map obtained after killing Nahachu. Now, although the war in Liaodong has been basically settled, and there are not many obstacles, the army that was sent to Liaodong is still busy pacifying various parts of Liaodong and trying its best to eliminate the remaining Yuan army forces. Arlen cleverly used this as an excuse to lead his personal cavalry to wander outside. On the surface, they were searching and eliminating the remnants of the Yuan army. But in fact, Arlen's real purpose was to search for the treasure left by Nahachu. Nahachu has been managing Liaodong for many years and has a deep foundation. If there really is a treasure hidden there, the amount must be astonishing. I wonder how much gold and silver Nahachu has hidden. I got it, so I must make good use of it. The war is about to end, and Liaodong will be unstable for a long time. This is exactly an opportunity for me. Arlen pondered in his heart. Think of this batch of treasures stored by Nahachu. Apart from anything else, this treasure will definitely be much more than the gold and silver obtained in Brant's mansion before. Now Arlen's total attributes have exceeded 5,000, and the storage space has increased to 59 cubic meters. 80% of the space is empty, waiting to be filled with these precious treasures. Arlen glanced around. Finally, keeping his eyes fixed, he followed the map's instructions and walked steadily to the hillside. After taking a careful look at the map, Arlen's gaze finally fell on the ground below. He leaned over slightly and stepped lightly with his foot. The ground did not feel solid but a hollow sound, as if there was a huge secret space hidden underneath. Found it. That's it. Arlen was delighted. Obviously, this batch of treasures was hidden underground. Arlen quickly drew the blue rainbow sword from his waist. Then he slowly squatted down, his eyes focused, and groped carefully on the ground for a while. Subsequently, Arlen aimed at a certain position and thrust his sword hard. Click, the sword penetrated the ground directly and sank into it. Rise! Arlen let out a low roar, stretched out his hands, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and lifted it up with force. Suddenly, with a burst of dust, a secret door hidden underground was opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. There was a damp smell in the staircase passage. It was obviously too humid in this forest where sunlight could hardly penetrate. Sure enough it is. Arlen's face showed joy and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Immediately, take out the night pearl obtained from the treasure chest. From the storage space, hold it in your hand. The night pearl emitted a soft and bright light, instantly illuminating the stairs leading to the underground. Arlen, holding the night shining pearl, slowly walked down the stairs. Didn't go long. After just walking up a few meters of stairs, a long dark passage appeared in front of me. Arlen walked along the secret passage, his footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. After walking another 10 meters, the view suddenly opened up and a huge space appeared before his eyes. Within the space, into the eye, the mountains of gold and silver shone with such dazzling light that it was hard to open one's eyes. Especially under the illumination of the night pearl, it shines brightly with golden light. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of thousands of gold, 500,000 or 600,000 silver, or even more stored here, because among the piles of gold and silver, there are also many precious jewels and jades, each of which is exquisitely carved and looks to be of extraordinary value. My good boy, this is far more than the treasures in Brant's treasury. Or, in other words, Brant's treasury should also belong to Nahatchu, but he just didn't have time to transfer it. With so much gold and silver, apart from anything else, it's enough to support a massive army of 100,000 men. If it's just simple expenses, we can have no worries for years. Nahatchu. Arlen looked at the gold and silver treasures with a smug smile on his face. He chuckled and said, I really have to thank you. You have been running Lai Adong for so many years, living frugally, and now it's all my money. Arlen's laughter echoed in the empty treasure house. Then, Arlen naturally wouldn't be polite at all. I collected all of them. Arlen quickened his pace and directly collected the gold, silver, and treasures one by one into the storage space. In his mind, these things can only be truly considered his if they are in his own space. Moreover, with Nahatchu's intelligence, as Lai Adong fell, he would definitely make arrangements for this batch of treasures and would definitely notify the Northern Yuan dynasty. In the future, someone would definitely come secretly to take them. Therefore, Arlen had to take it away first. As for whether the Northern Yuan dynasty would send people to take it in the future, that had nothing to do with Arlen. Once it is in Arlen's hands, it will belong to him and no one can take it away from him. Time passed by minute. Arlen's busy figure shuttled back and forth in the treasure house. Collecting treasures is a never-ending pleasure. After a period of time, the treasure house that was originally filled with gold, silver, and treasures has now become empty. It was directly emptied by Arlen. The entire storage space is full of gold, silver, and treasures. Arlen looked at the almost full storage space and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. A satisfied smile spread across his face. I've made a fortune. Although his storage space was already piled with gold and silver, who would complain about having too much money? Subsequently, Arlen glanced at the empty treasure house, and after making sure that there were no omissions, he turned around and left with satisfaction. After leaving the treasure house, Arlen had just walked a short distance when he saw Marvin holding Todd Raphael, looking around as if he was on guard and also as if he was waiting for Arlen. Seeing Arlen coming out, Marvin immediately came forward with a concerned look on his face and said, General. Arlen jumped on his horse and immediately ordered, let's go back to Lioy. Yes, Marvin accepted the order immediately without any nonsense. At this moment, an urgent cry broke the tranquility of the forest. Report. Cornelius looked anxious and rode his horse as fast as the wind. When he arrived in front of Arlen, he quickly pulled the reins, and the horse neighed loudly, raised its front hooves high, and stopped. Cornelius reported anxiously, General, we've spotted a gathering of troops outside the border. They appear to be coming from the direction of Goryeo, and their target appears to be Lai Adong. Korean, Arlen frowned slightly, and the previous information flashed quickly through his mind. When attacking Liaoyang before, the Ming dynasty had already received intelligence that Nahatu had issued an order, ordering Goryeo and other ethnic groups such as the Jianu to send troops to aid Liaodong. But after receiving Nahatu's order, they have been delaying. Now Liaodong is about to be completely controlled by the Ming dynasty, and Nahatu is dead. It is quite interesting that they are arriving so late. Let's go meet them, Arlen said without hesitation, without any fear in his eyes. General, Cornelius asked in shock. According to my recent investigation, this Goryeo army has at least 10,000 soldiers, while we only have a few hundred. If we were to fight, the disparity in strength would be too great. Liaodong is already the territory of the Ming dynasty, Arlen said solemnly, his voice filled with undeniable authority. As a soldier of the Ming dynasty, it is my duty to defend the territory of the Ming dynasty. Say it. Arlen squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and spurred the horse forward. Charging out of the forest, follow the general, drive. Marvin shouted loudly, his eyes full of determination to follow, and immediately rode his horse to follow. The 400 personal guards followed him one after another. There was no fear in their eyes, but instead a burning desire to fight. They have followed Arlen for so long and have gone through countless life and death battles. They all crawled out of the pile of dead bodies, and there is nothing to be afraid of. The border is there. An army with a battle flag bearing the character Amos was advancing towards Liaodong in a mighty manner. This army seemed to have a large number of soldiers, with 10,000 cavalrymen at the forefront. They were wearing the same standard armor as the northern Yuan dynasty and were armed with spears and swords. It is quite aggressive. Behind the cavalry, many soldiers of the rear army were coming in batches. At a glance, this Goryeo army was no less than 40,000 to 50,000 strong. General. At the vanguard of this cavalry, a Goryeo general with a puzzled expression looked at the middle-aged general beside him, clad in heavy battle armor, and respectfully asked. It said that the Ming have already conquered Liaodong prefecture, and the northern Yuan general has been killed in battle. What can we do now? Are we really going to go to war with the Ming? The land of Liaodong has belonged to Goryeo since ancient times. The middle-aged general looked stern and spoke with pride. Hear this. Several generals around him nodded. It's just that the Central Plains was full of powerful nations back then, and they forcibly snatched it from our hands. Now that Nahatu is dead, and the Ming army hasn't completely taken control of Liaodong, we naturally have to take this opportunity to seize some cities back. Once the news reaches the country, it will surely earn the admiration of all the people. And the middle-aged general's face was thoughtful, his eyes gleaming with calculation. After all, our Goryeo is a vassal state of the Yuan dynasty. You know how powerful the Yuan dynasty is. If we don't send troops, the Yuan dynasty will be furious. So no matter what, our Goryeo must send troops. Hear this. The deputy general beside him seemed to be thinking about it, as if he understood the deep meaning of it. He immediately said respectfully, General, you are wise. Obviously, the identity of this middle-aged general was clear. He was none other than Eldrin, the great general of Goryeo, Liaodong, Deyuan. As Eldrin rode his horse forward, he murmured softly, but a glimmer of ambition flashed in his eyes. What he just said to his subordinates was not what he really meant. The reason why he obeyed the order of the king of Goryeo and led his troops to Liaodong was not to sincerely help Nahatu to fight against the Ming dynasty. If that were true, he wouldn't have been slowing down the march all the way. He only wants one thing, and that is military power. Just as Eldrin led his 10,000 cavalry forward and rapidly approached the Liaodong border. Call out. Suddenly, a sharp sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard. A flare arrow, like a meteor, streaked through the air and shot down from a position less than 10 feet in front of Eldrin. There was a pop. It was deeply inserted into the land where the border was located. The arrowhead sank into the earth, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly. Moreland, when Eldrin saw the falling arrow, his face turned pale instantly. He was shocked and hurriedly pulled the reins of the horse hard. His warhorse neighed loudly, raised its front hooves high, drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily. If he had taken one more step forward, the arrow would have hit him. The Goryeo cavalry following behind Eldrin also reacted and hurriedly pulled the reins of their horses. For a moment, the sounds of horse hooves and neighing were intertwined, and the scene was a little chaotic. It is the territory of our Ming dynasty. One step further. Die. As the arrow fell, A cold and murderous voice exploded in the void, resounding across the border like a huge bell. Following the gaze of Eldrin and the thousands of Gorieo cavalry, they saw hundreds of red-armored cavalrymen marching towards the border rapidly like a surging tide. The leader was riding a tall, pure black warhorse, the horse galloping at full speed, and the general on top was even more imposing. The man was holding a bow in his hand, and the bow was shining with a cold light. It was obvious that it was him who had just shot the signal arrow. In just a blink of an eye, these hundreds of red-armored cavalrymen all stood in front of the borderline, in an orderly manner, like a great wall of steel. The leading general took the lead, standing majestically in the front, with a row of standing cavalry behind him. Each of them was filled with murderous intent in their eyes, like a group of ferocious beasts ready to pounce at any time. The Ming army has already attacked this place. Liaodong has been completely conquered by the Ming dynasty. After seeing this Ming cavalry, Eldrin already understood the situation in Liaodong. However, when looking at the Ming cavalrymen who were only a few hundred in front of him, Eldrin's eyes flashed with disdain, but he was not very afraid. "Who are you?" Eldrin stared at Arlen with a gloomy face and asked in a cold voice. "This general is none of your business." Arlen's eyes were as cold as a sharp blade as he stared directly at Eldrin and shouted coldly, "Anyone who crosses the border will be killed. Those who cross the border will be killed. Those who cross the border will be killed." Behind Arlen, 400 cavalrymen shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the sky. They held their weapons high, and the weapons flashed coldly in the sunlight. The murderous aura that erupted from the simultaneous shouts seemed to be tangible, spreading in the air. These 400 personal guards all followed Arlen through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and each of them had the lives of at least 7 or 8 Yuan soldiers in their hands. Whenever Arlen rushed into battle, his personal guards were the first to follow him. They had experienced countless battles, and the murderous aura in their bodies had long been ingrained in their bones. In terms of murderous aura and combat power, they are the strongest among the border troops. Such angry shouts and murderous intent burst out. Eldrin's face turned very ugly in an instant, and the expressions of the Gorieo cavalry behind him also changed drastically. Many of the war horses they rode seemed to be frightened by the murderous aura and became restless, their hooves digging into the ground and making noises. This Ming army is full of murderous aura. I don't know which army of the Ming dynasty it is. Eldrin thought secretly in his heart, and a solemn look appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already started to think about giving up. Now that the Ming army has arrived here, it proves that Liaodong has been completely occupied by the Ming dynasty, and there is no point for him to enter Liaodong again. Eldrin was not clear about the combat effectiveness of the Ming army, but he knew clearly how powerful the Northern Yuan dynasty was, and even more so how powerful Nahachu was. When Nahachu was in charge of Liaodong, many tactics and even weapons were sold from Liaodong to Gorieo. But now that Nahachu is dead, even the hundreds of thousands of troops under his command cannot stop the Ming army. Just think about it and you will know the combat effectiveness of the Ming army. Being able to serve as the general commanding the troops of Gorieo, Eldrin was naturally not stupid. However, when Eldrin saw Arlen being so arrogant and using hundreds of soldiers to threaten him, he naturally felt a little dissatisfied. "Your Excellency is too arrogant." Eldrin stared at Arlen, his face livid, and said coldly, "With just a few hundred soldiers, do you think you can stop my 10,000 cavalrymen from Gorieo?" "You can try it." Arlen raised his eyebrows and shook the sword in his hand. The blade was sharp and flashed with cold light. He stared at Eldrin with a very cold look, as if Eldrin and his 10,000 cavalrymen were not worth mentioning at all. Gorieo sticks. Whether in this period or in later generations, in Arlen's heart, it is so hateful. Arlen's first impression was very bad. As Pericles Yingzhen swung his sword, the 400 personal guards also clenched their swords tightly. Their eyes were determined. Although the Gorieo cavalry in front of them numbered tens of thousands, and their strength was dozens of times greater than theirs, they were not afraid at all, and their eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. This moment, in this Liaodong border area, the cold wind is blowing so hard that it hurts people's faces. The huge disparity in military strength between the two sides formed a sharp contrast at this borderline. A strange atmosphere spread across the border, as if the air had solidified. But, faced with the Ming army that was dozens of times inferior to his own, Eldrin and his thousands of Gorieo cavalrymen felt a sense of silent panic. Even though they had the advantage in military strength, they were no match for the mere hundreds of Ming troops in terms of momentum and fighting spirit. Don't these Ming soldiers fear death? I have 10,000 cavalry here, and he has only a few hundred men. Seeing Arlen and the hundreds of Ming cavalry around him like this, Eldrin was shocked and completely frightened by Arlen's momentum. However, there is a difficult problem facing Eldrin at this moment. Being forced to leave like this was somewhat embarrassing. He decided to continue the standoff with Arlen. The army was watching. If he was really repelled by Arlen like this, it would be a great loss of prestige for him as a great general. If I retreat like this, Eldrin thought to himself, his face becoming increasingly grim. Then how can I, Eldrin, gain a foothold in the army? After thinking about it, Eldrin felt a chill in his heart and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then he stared at Arlen intently and shouted, "I am General Eldrin of Gorieo. Do you really dare to attack our army?" But this time Arlen did not speak again, but just looked at him coldly with a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if he was waiting for Eldrin's next move. The 1000th Battalion listened to your orders. Eldrin drew the sword from his waist, the blade flashing with cold light, and he shouted coldly, "Go to Liaodong and recover our homeland of Gorieo." And many more. The deputy general beside Eldrin shouted hurriedly. Afterwards he rode his horse to Eldrin's side, leaned forward slightly and whispered, "General, are you really going to invade Liaodong? Now that the Ming Empire has completely conquered Liaodong, General Nahachu should be dead. It would be useless for us to enter Liaodong again. And the Ming army is so powerful that they even defeated the hundreds of thousands of troops under the command of General Nahachu. If we provoke the Ming, it will not be a good thing for us." The deputy general had a serious expression on his face, with beads of sweat even appearing on his forehead. This Ming general is so arrogant. Eldrin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Are we going to retreat just like that? If I order a retreat, how will the soldiers view me?" There was a hint of unwillingness in Eldrin's tone. In short, what Eldrin meant now was only one thing. He needed a stepping stone. He couldn't just retreat in disgrace just because of the intimidation of these hundreds of Ming soldiers. That would have a significant impact on his prestige as a general. Realizing this, the deputy general immediately understood. "General," the deputy general raised his voice, sounding sincere and anxious. "We cannot enter Liaodong. The Yuan general has been killed in battle, and the Yuan has already lost Liaodong. If our army enters Liaodong, we will be annihilated by the Ming army with our current strength. General, please think twice." The generals around him immediately understood. The general seconded the proposal. "The Yuan dynasty has been defeated. Our army's return to Liaodong will not change anything." "Correct. Our mission was to go to Liaodong to support the Morgan. Now that the Morgan is dead, the Yuan army in Liaodong has also been destroyed. We have no legitimate reason to go there. Once we set foot in Liaodong, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the Ming dynasty. General, let's withdraw our troops." One general after another tried to persuade Eldrin, their voices rising one after another. Amidst these cheers, Eldrin's ugly expression gradually relaxed. "It is good," Eldrin shouted in agreement, but his eyes turned to Arlen in the Liaodong territory ahead, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Ming General," Eldrin shouted coldly, "remember this. Today, I, Eldrin, am withdrawing my troops not because I'm afraid of you, nor because I'm afraid of your Ming Empire. Since the Morgan has died in battle, my military advisor remains nameless. I won't bother with you any more today. Withdraw." Eldrin shouted loudly and turned his horse around. The troops around him saw this. They also turned their horses around. "Come quickly, go fast too." They quickly evacuated towards Gorieo. Eldrin used Gorieo and established Joseon. He's quite a character. Arlen looked calmly in the direction where Eldrin left, thinking secretly in his heart, "This person, but he is the future founding king of the Joseon kingdom." This time, he responded to Nahachu's order and marched to Liaodong. It seemed that he really came to help Nahachu. But as far as Arlen knew, the king of Gorieo had already sent Eldrin to lead troops to help, but he did not enter Liaodong for a month or two. It can be imagined that Eldrin did not want to enter Liaodong. The only thing he had in mind was to usurp the throne of the king of Gorieo. But it's a pity, if only he could cross this border. In this case, beheading him is a natural consequence. But Arlen was also a little disappointed. This Eldrin is indeed an extraordinary person. If it were those rash people, they would have been unable to restrain themselves and would have led their army to charge forward, but Eldrin forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart, or perhaps he let his men find a way out. This is a man who can bend and stretch. He is worthy of being the hero who will succeed in usurping the throne in the future. Of course, for Arlen, with his archery skills, it was not difficult to kill Eldrin with one arrow. He could kill him as long as he took action. But Arlen knew very well that once he shot this arrow, the consequences would be disastrous. The Goryeo army would inevitably launch a frenzied counterattack due to the death of their main general, and the Liaodong War, which had finally been settled, would inevitably fall into the quagmire of chaos again. Not to mention, Arlen had only 400 soldiers under his command. Arlen might be able to kill as many enemies as he wants with his own strength and easily escape from the chaos without any fear. However, the 400 brothers who followed him to fight were very likely to die on this land and would not be able to enjoy the fruits of the victory of pacifying Liaodong. Arlen was definitely not the kind of foolish person who would easily disregard the lives of his soldiers because of a momentary impulse. Furthermore, from the perspective of the Ming dynasty, if they had really taken the impulsive action of shooting Eldrin, it would not only not be considered a merit, but would instead be an unforgivable mistake. Doing so would not only cause countless soldiers to sacrifice their lives in vain, but would also put the Ming dynasty's situation in Liaodong into a situation where it would have to mobilize troops again, which would be unpredictable and not worth the cost. General Marvin Beaming rode his horse to Arlen's side, his voice filled with excitement. These Koreans have actually retreated. It seems they truly fear the might of the Ming dynasty. Arlen smiled faintly, but his expression was cold and stern. He said calmly, "The Koreans are just uncivilized barbarians. Now that the Ming dynasty has successfully recovered Liaodong and dealt with Nahatchu, given time, we will surely let these Koreans know the power of the Ming dynasty." This time, a guard, his face full of longing, said with a chuckle, "Apart from anything else, I've heard that Korean women are all beautiful and charming. If I get the chance, I'll definitely follow the general into Korea, capture a few Korean women, and enjoy them to my heart's content." Hey, Angus Winslow, even though you may not be very capable, you have a big heart. You want to capture a few more. Do you have what it takes? You think you're as capable as a general? The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter, and the originally tense atmosphere became much more relaxed because of these jokes. Now that they have withdrawn, Arlen said loudly with a determined look in his eyes, and then decisively turned his horse around. "Then there's no need to waste any more time. Let's go to the next place. Now." Arlen's mind involuntarily emerged another location marked on Nahatchu's treasure map. Another treasure trove is only a few dozen miles away from here. Although there was only one copy of the treasure map left, by Nahatchu it clearly marked 2 treasure spots. Arlen had successfully stored the gold, silver, and treasures from one of the places into his own storage space. In another place, there are hidden armor and weapons that Nahatchu carefully stockpiled and crafted. These things were originally carefully prepared by Nahatchu for the future counterattack on the Ming dynasty. Armor and weapons are used to innovate armaments and enhance the combat effectiveness of the army, while gold, silver, and treasures are used as military expenditures to provide material support for the war. However, now all of this will become Arlen's spoils of war, which is a good thing for him. Time flies very quickly. Half a month passed in a flash. In Liaoyang City, heavy snow was falling from the sky like goose feathers. The snow fell very heavily. In just half a day, the entire Liaoyang City was covered with white snow. Looking around, all you could see was pure white. Not only Liaoyang City, but the entire Liaodong region and all of Daning welcomed the first heavy snow since the beginning of winter at the same time. This snow is like a gift from nature, covering this land that has been baptized by war with a layer of white attire. The countless bloodshed in Liaodong was also covered by the white snow. The natural forces of heaven and earth cleared away the traces of war and man-made disasters. Above the city gate, Arlen had already taken off the armor stained with smoke and blood, leaving only a black and red military uniform. Although he is not wearing armor, he looks even more heroic. A thick red cloak was draped over his shoulders, adding a bit of warmth to Arlen. Now, Arlen stood quietly on the city gate, gazing at the endless white snowfield in front of the city. We've been fighting all the way from spring and summer to winter now. Arlen murmured softly to himself, a look of emotion crossing his face. Time flies. Before I knew it, I've been in the army for over a year. During this period of more than a year, he experienced countless life and death tests and grew step by step from an unknown soldier to the highly regarded general he is today. And all this seemed like a dream. Before I knew it, I was already 15 years old in this new life. In a few months, I will be another year older and will be celebrating my 16th birthday. Arlen's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. He thought of his past and present lives and felt mixed emotions. Sylvan, Sydney family. Arlen's eyes instantly turned cold. I didn't expect that you wanted to take my life, but by some strange coincidence, you gave me a chance to change my fate. When I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay your Sydney family. Thinking of this, Arlen showed a barely perceptible sneer on his face. General. Marvin walked in front of Arlen with steady steps and said softly, "The general invites you to come and discuss matters. It seems that Liaodong has been completely recovered." Arlen nodded slightly and smiled. "Go tell the brothers in the border army to pack their bags and prepare to return to Daning." Arlen had been waiting for this day for a long time. Especially in Daning, there are two people who are very important to him. We're waiting for his return with great anticipation. It didn't take long. Arlen came to the main hall of the former Tayway mansion. At this time, the charcoal fire in the hall was already burning fiercely. The red charcoal fire illuminated the entire hall with warmth, forming a sharp contrast with the cold world of ice and snow outside, like two completely different worlds. "General Pericles, please." Arlen walked steadily to the door of the hall. Seeing this, the two guards on duty outside the hall immediately stood straight and opened the door quickly and neatly. "Thank you." Arlen smiled slightly and thanked him. She walked into the hall calmly, and as soon as she entered, two maids came forward lightly. Their movements were skillful and gentle. They took the cloak off Arlen's shoulders steadily with their hands and then carefully hung it on the hanger beside them. After entering the hall, Arlen quickly scanned the situation inside the hall. Many generals who were going to the Liaodong expedition had gathered here, including some generals who had previously nursed the wounded, such as Tristan and others. All the generals above the rank of deputy commander were present. Moreover, unlike the scenes of meetings in the past, there were neatly arranged tables and chairs in the hall today, and various exquisite wine utensils were placed on the tables. It was obvious that this meeting was intended to be a celebratory affair, perhaps a celebration banquet. "Arlen, come here." As soon as Abner saw Arlen come in, he immediately waved to him enthusiastically. Arlen smiled slightly and immediately walked towards Abner, and the moment he stepped into the hall, Arlen was also keenly aware of several jealous gazes shooting towards him like sharp arrows. "It's them again." Arlen sneered in his heart. He didn't even need to turn around to look. He knew clearly who they were. However, with Arlen's current strength and authority, he didn't even bother to look at him and walked straight towards Abner. "Grown-ups." Arlen came to Abner with a smile on his face, then sat down steadily in the seat next to Abner. Obviously, this position was specially reserved for him. In the third position on the left side of the hall, Maxim sat in the first seat and Abner sat behind Maxim. The arrangement of seats clearly highlights Arlen's current position in the army. "Today is a celebration banquet, so you should drink as much as you can until you're drunk," Abner said with a smile on his face and enthusiasm. "This is naturally a good thing. It's a rare opportunity to celebrate with all the generals." Arlen raised the corners of his mouth and responded with a smile. "It is said that the imperial edict of reward has arrived." Abner lowered his voice slightly, his eyes full of admiration and satisfaction for Arlen. "In my opinion, it is very likely that you will get what you wish for this time and become the commander of Daning. I am able to achieve what I have today entirely thanks to your strong support and trust. I will never forget this kindness." Upon hearing this, Arlen saluted solemnly with his fists clasped together and expressed his gratitude sincerely. If it were not for Abner's efforts behind the scenes, if it were not for Abner's bold delegation of power and giving him the opportunity to lead troops in battle, Arlen would never have been able to achieve such remarkable achievements in such a short period of time, let alone become a commander. Just as Abner and Arlen were talking, across the hall, Rufus and Tristan, who was wrapped in bandages, sat side by side. Tristan's face was filled with resentment and anger. He leaned closer to Rufus and said in a low voice, "Uncle, do you really have no idea at all? Look at this kid, he's so proud and successful now. I heard the court has issued an order to promote him to commander. It's only been a year and he's already been made an earl, and now he's on his way to becoming a commander. This kid has truly made a name for himself. If he succeeds in making military achievements again, our Huexi troops will have fewer and fewer opportunities to go to the battlefield. We will be completely trampled under his feet and will never be able to make a breakthrough. But Rufus seemed not to have heard Tristan's words. He stared at Arlen, who was talking with Abner, with an indescribable surprise in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be attracted by some characteristics of Arlen. He fell into deep thought and turned a deaf ear to Tristan's words. "Uncle, what are you staring at?" Tristan couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that Rufus had no reaction. He reached out and gently patted Rufus's shoulder. "Ah, what did you say?" Rufus was suddenly startled, as if waking up from a dream. He turned his head to look at Tristan and asked in confusion, "Uncle, I'm asking you why you're daydreaming. Are you listening to me?" Tristan's face was full of helplessness, with a hint of complaint in his tone. "No, nothing." Rufus glanced at Arlen again, and an inexplicable doubt arose in his heart. Why do I feel that this kid looks a bit like Corey Arlen? He turned his head and looked at Tristan beside him, and then his eyes fell on Arlen again. Upon closer inspection, although the two people's appearances are not exactly the same, their facial contours do seem to have some similarities. There is a Chinese saying that goes, "Nephews resemble their uncles." At this moment, this sentence involuntarily emerged in Rufus's mind. "I'm talking about uncle." Tristan continued, "I've already been released from the wounded camp, haven't I? Why do you still look so absent-minded? Don't worry, the Battle of Tiling has been over for so long. With the Crown Prince mediating, I think the Emperor won't embarrass us anymore." "I didn't think about that at all." Rufus glared at Tristan unhappily, feeling a little annoyed. The Battle of Tiling had ended long ago, and he had already put the matter behind him. Now Tristan brought up the old matter again, which made him very unhappy. "Uncle." Tristan still refused to give in, glancing at Arlen from the corner of his eye. "Look at how successful this kid is now. If there is another war in the northern frontier, will we still have a chance to make meritorious contributions? Especially you, uncle. You are only a marquis now. You are only one great achievement away from the title of duke. This Liaodong battlefield was originally a great opportunity, but as soon as this brat showed up, he stole all the credit. We Huexi people are completely disgraced. Hear this." Rufus's expression instantly darkened, and he said coldly, "On the battlefield, it all comes down to ability. Since we're not as skilled as the other party, what's there to complain about? Uncle, I just can't swallow this." Tristan gnashed his teeth and stared fiercely at Arlen. "Look at him, he is just a commander now, yet he dares to be so arrogant and bully us. If he gets promoted again, we in Huexi will be completely trampled under his feet. There will be no chance of recovery." In this regard, Rufus just shook his head helplessly and said, "So what if I don't like him? Do you dare to attack him? If you really dare to act rashly, Arlen Tian will not let you go easily." Tristan's face instantly turned ugly when he heard that. He clenched his fists tightly, anger burning in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. "Tristan." Rufus suddenly leaned close to Tristan's ear and asked in a low voice, "Take a closer look. Does this Arlen really look a bit like Corey Arlen?" "What?" When Tristan heard this, he was like being struck by thunder. The expression on his face instantly became extremely shocked, and he subconsciously raised his voice to respond. At this moment, the attention of many generals in the hall was attracted by Tristan's sudden exclamation. They turned their heads and looked at Tristan with confusion. No one understood why Tristan lost his composure and acted so surprised. "Rufus and Tristan have been staring at you." Abner noticed something strange happening across from them, frowned slightly, glanced at Rufus and Tristan, and said with some dissatisfaction, "They must be planning something bad again." "Let them be." Arlen looked calm, glanced at the opposite side lightly, and said nonchalantly, "As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke me, I won't bother to pay attention to them. Anyway, we're going back to Daning in these few days. With Arlen's current strength and the power he holds, if these Huexi people really want to play any tricks, Arlen will have enough confidence and means to deal with it. Whether it is an open fight or a covert fight, he is not afraid at all. Indeed." Abner nodded and said firmly, "As long as we act uprightly, even if these Huexi generals are powerful, what can they do to us? You are highly valued by the Emperor and the Crown Prince. They dare not attack you easily. Turn your eyes." Tristan lowered his voice and said to Rufus with displeasure, "Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? Levi has been dead for so many years, why are you suddenly mentioning him again?" And how can this Arlen be compared with Levi? Is he worthy? Tristan's tone was filled with anger and disdain. For many Huexi generals, the 15th year of Hongwu is a pain that they can never touch in their hearts. In this year, Levi, the Levi of the Emperor, whom they had high hopes for and fully supported, unfortunately died young. And Empress Pierce, whom they regarded as their mistress, and was respected by the entire Huexi and even by all the officials in the court, also passed away in this year. This year, Huexi group undoubtedly suffered an unprecedented setback. It seemed as if the whole world was plunged into darkness and the road ahead became confusing. At this moment, Tristan angrily scolded him. Rufus was not angry. He just looked at Arlen quietly, with a complicated emotion in his eyes, as if he was recalling something. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to notice. But if you look closely, he does bear some resemblance to Levi as a child. Rufus murmured softly. Before, he was wearing armor and fully armed, so you couldn't tell at all. But now that he's sitting here in casual clothes, I realize they really do look alike. Oh, maybe I'm overthinking it. A hint of sadness appeared on Rufus's face. As a rough man with a rough character in daily life, he showed such delicate emotions at this moment. Uncle, Tristan looked at the sad expression on Rufus's face, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. His tone became softer. Don't let your imagination run wild. Corey Arlen is gone. This is an unchangeable fact. If he was still here, how could Huexi have ended up like this? Who would dare to bully us? But the dead cannot be resurrected, so we must still look forward. Of course I understand. Rufus sighed deeply. It's just that when I saw Arlen, I suddenly felt something for some reason. I also know that the dead cannot be resurrected. And the past is the past. There was a hint of helplessness and melancholy in Rufus's eyes. As the uncle of the former Emperor's Levi, how could he not be worried? My mother-in-law is the eldest. This blood thicker than water kinship has always been deeply engraved in his heart. Okay, uncle. Tristan saw that Rufus was in a low mood, so he tried to change the subject. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. You should have a good drink later. You've been away on the expedition for so long, and except for the occasional sneaky drink, you have been holding it in for a long time. This time I must drink to my heart's content. This time, the general has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the hall, instantly breaking the atmosphere in the hall. Immediately afterwards, Tobin, wearing a black and red military uniform, slowly walked into the hall. He also had a bright red cloak draped over his shoulders, which swayed gently with his steps, highlighting his majesty and imposing presence. After Tobin entered the hall, two maids quickly came forward, skillfully took off his cloak and hung it aside. Welcome, General. Upon seeing this, all the generals seated in the hall stood up, bowed in unison, and shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Haha, everyone is here. Tobin's face was filled with a bright smile, and his eyes swept over every general present. This banquet is to celebrate our successful recovery of Lyadon. Everyone, please excuse yourself. Thank you, General. All the generals thanked him in unison, their voices uniform and loud. However, they did not sit down immediately, but waited quietly for Tobin to walk to the main seat. Please sit down. Today is a celebration banquet. There is no need to be restrained. Tobin smiled and waved his hand, his tone very easygoing. Besides, there will be a distinguished guest coming later. Hearing that a distinguished guest was coming, Arlen's heart moved. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the empty seat next to Tobin, and then looked at the other empty seats in the hall, thinking to himself, it seems that this is an important person from Yingshan. Otherwise, Tobin, as a general, would never treat it so seriously. Tobin glanced at everyone in the hall, then said loudly, since everyone is here, what are we waiting for? Come on, bring the wine and the meat. Today, we will drink heartily and celebrate the recovery of Lyadon. Tobin's voice was powerful and full of excitement. The door curtain of the back hall was lifted, and a group of maids dressed in plain, brocade clothes came out one after another. They held the wine jug steadily in one hand and the other. Hands supported a large plate with attractively colored grilled meat piled on it. The aroma of meat mixed with the unique fragrance of spices wafted in the air. Then they placed the wine and meat in various places one by one. Generals, Tobin slowly stood up again with solemnity and majesty. The sound echoed in the hall. Now, his eyes flashed with excitement and the excitement of conquering Lyadon. He looked around at every general present. Today, we are all gathered here. Tobin paused for a moment, a look of uncontrollable joy emerging on his face. I have some great news to announce. All the cities in Liaodong have been conquered by our Ming soldiers. Tobin's voice rang out again, his tone passionate. Liaodong, this land that has been separated from my Cornelius people for hundreds of years, has finally been completely recovered. Speaking of which, Tobin's eyes were filled with excitement. As the general of this expedition, there was no doubt that his achievement in recovering Liaodong would be enough to leave a mark in history. Having reached this level of official position, these are what he pursues. Of course, the greater the merit, the more fundamental it is to protect the prosperity of the family. Amulet. It took us a full 9 months to recover Liaodong. Tobin's eyes slowly swept over the crowd, his eyes filled with emotion for this difficult journey. In these 9 months, there have been countless offensive and offensive battles. Their cruelty needs no further explanation. They were all won at the cost of lives. This glory of restoration belongs to every general present here. Tobin's voice grew louder. He clasped his hands together and gave a solemn military salute to the crowd. It also belongs to all the Ming soldiers who marched to Liaodong. I am here, so I won't say any more empty words. Tobin nodded slightly, a sincere smile on his face. Today's banquet is to celebrate the recovery of Liaodong. Not just within this hall. Tobin's eyes revealed a hint of relief. I have already issued an order to lift the ban on alcohol in the army. Except for the soldiers on duty, all soldiers in the army can enjoy as much wine and meat as they want today. Drink to your heart's content. As soon as the words fell, there was a slight commotion in the hall, and the faces of the generals showed surprise and excitement. This is a reward for the entire army. This is a special grant from the current emperor, Tobin added, his voice full of respect for the emperor's grace. Your Majesty, we thank you for your grace. All the generals in the hall clasped their fists in unison and bowed towards Yingshan in the south. Under the imperial power, no one dares to ignore the emperor's grace. Full of wine. Tobin laughed loudly like a bell and waved his hand violently. Next moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively. The generals reached out and picked up the ancient and heavy wine jug on the table. They used the jug to fill the wine bowls. The aroma of wine also spread, filling the entire hall in an instant. For 9 months of campaigning, all the generals have worked hard and achieved great success. I offer a toast to all the generals. Tobin was smiling, his eyes full of admiration and gratitude for his generals. He held the wine glass steadily with both hands and saluted solemnly to the generals in the hall, the corners of his robe swaying slightly with his movements. The achievement of recovering Liaodong was not accomplished by him alone, but by the entire army. How could Tobin not be excited about earning a place in history? Cheers to the general. The uniform shouts echoed in the hall, and the sound waves rolled. All the generals raised their wine glasses at the same time, their movements quick and decisive. Every general had a smile on his face and stared at the wine glass in Tobin's hand. Fuck, Tobin shouted loudly, his voice echoing between the beams and pillars of the hall. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, showing his boldness. Dry, the generals in the hall did the same. They all raised their heads and poured the wine into their mouths. Many of them exhaled the wine happily after drinking it. Many generals had not touched alcohol for more than 9 months, so they were enjoying it very much. All right, today is a celebration banquet. Generals, please enjoy yourselves and drink to your heart's content. There is no need to be restrained. Tobin smiled as he looked at a group of brothers fighting side by side. As he spoke, he raised his arms and waved them vigorously, indicating that the generals in the hall could relax at will. Followed General Pericles. Blake moved, picked up the wine glass, and walked to the side of Arlen, who was next to him with steady steps. He leaned slightly to the side, with a sincere smile on his face, raised his glass to Arlen and said, I toast to the general. You're welcome, General Farley. Arlen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He also raised the wine glass steadily and raised it in response. Now that this war is decided, my Baping army should also be under the control of Baping Prefecture. I should be able to travel a distance with General Pericles by then. Blake said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. As if he was imagining the scene on the way back, his face filled with anticipation. Having not been home for such a long time, Blake naturally missed it very much. Of course, as for peers, the Baping army returned to Baping Prefecture, so naturally they passed through Daning Prefecture. We can travel together then. Arlen replied with a smile, his eyes full of friendliness. Arlen would naturally not refuse to make friends with Blake, a famous historical general. Maybe in the future I can get to know Daniel through him. That's right. It's a blessing to be able to discuss marching strategies and battlefield tactics with General Pericles along the way. Blake's face was full of excitement, his eyes were shining, and he nodded repeatedly. In the main hall, it was a very lively scene. Many generals gathered in groups of 2 or 3 talking to each other. Some generals gestured in the air with their hands to illustrate the situation on the battlefield as they spoke, while others patted each other on the shoulders and laughed. Of course, the place where Arlen was located was as lively as a market. From time to time, generals with grateful faces would come quickly with wine glasses in hand to toast. Some of them would excitedly hold Arlen's hand when toasting, and express their gratitude to Arlen for saving their lives in tiling with sincere words. Some generals had eyes full of admiration and the desire to make friends, and wanted to establish a better relationship with Arlen. Everyone knows that Arlen has a promising future and is highly regarded by the emperor and the prince. Making friends with Arlen can be considered as paving the way for the future. However, the Huexi generals kept their distance from Arlen. They gathered together, glancing at Arlen from the corner of their eyes from time to time, talking in low voices with a hint of disdain on their faces. For Arlen, this is fine, he doesn't care about it. The banquet continues. Time passed quietly amid laughter and clinking glasses, and just then, outside the hall, a series of neat and powerful footsteps came from far away. Layadong Governor, Lord Elmer has arrived. A loud shout suddenly rang out in the hall like a huge bell, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Follow closely. The palace door creaked open slowly, making a dull sound. The cold air outside the hall was also particularly noticeable coming in. A man in official robes with an upright posture and extraordinary temperament was probably in his 30s and looked quite young. He looked calm and walked slowly into the hall with steady steps, followed by several officials. These officials followed behind him in an orderly manner, with their heads slightly lowered, showing their utmost respect. Elmer. It's actually him. When Arlen heard the name, his heart moved and he immediately thought of who it was. In other words, he thought of the battle that made Elmer famous. In later history, Fengshan Jingnan. In the initial period after Daniel got through the most difficult time, he had a smooth journey for a long time. However, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Elmer and almost lost his life. Elmer, there is no doubt that he was loyal to that idiot Roland, or in other words, he was loyal to Zachary. Therefore, even if he died in the end, he was loyal to Roland. Now that Layadong was just settled and there were many things to do, it seemed reasonable to let him serve as the prefect, which was enough to show that Zachary valued him. Prefect Elmer, you are finally here. The seats have been prepared for you. Seeing the person coming, Tobin immediately stood up with quick and powerful movements. He clasped his hands together, a smile on his face, and greeted Elmer. Tobin did not dare to be disrespectful to this close minister of the Crown Prince and treated him with great courtesy. Meet Tobin. Elmer walked in with a smile on his face and clasped his fists in return for Tobin's greeting. As a civil official, Elmer's smile was humble and polite, without the roughness of a military general. Everyone, please take a seat. Come here. Serve the wine and the meat. This is a celebration banquet for the recovery of Layadong, and also a welcoming banquet for Prefect Elmer. Tobin laughed and said this in a cheerful voice. As he spoke, he waved to the attendants beside him. Thank you very much. Elmer thanked him in a gentle voice. Then he waved to his subordinates behind him with a simple and neat movement. Subordinates immediately bowed, and under the guidance of the maids, sat down in an orderly manner in the seats reserved for them. Obviously, compared with the boldness and generosity of the military generals, these civil officials appear to be more polite. Their every move and gesture revealed a kind of elegance unique to scholars. They sat upright and had a calm expression. Elmer also walked slowly to his seat, but he did not sit down directly. Instead, he swept his sharp eyes over the dozens of generals in the hall one by one. That gaze seemed to have substance, and even the battle-hardened generals in the hall felt a little uncomfortable when they were stared at by him. In just a moment, his eyes were fixed on Arlen. I wonder which one is Arlen, General Pericles? Elmer asked directly. Although it was a question, seeing his eyes fall on Arlen, it was obvious that he had already confirmed it. After all, none of the generals in this hall is as young as Arlen, and it can be seen at a glance. Arlen, nice to meet the Prefect Elmer. Arlen reacted quickly, stood up immediately, stood straight, clasped his hands together. replied with a smile. Haha, good, it seems I was not mistaken. General Pericles is indeed, as the rumors say, young and handsome. It is my great honor to see you today. Elmer looked at Arlen with admiration in his eyes and praised him happily. As he spoke, he nodded slightly, and the smile on his face became brighter. See. He also came to see Arlen on behalf of Zachary. Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency the Prefect. Arlen responded politely, still with a humble smile on his face. Tobin, I have come here with the will of the Emperor and the Crown Prince. As Elmer spoke, he clasped his hands together, turned towards Yingshan, and raised them respectfully from a distance. Your Highness, Tobin respectfully listens to the imperial decree. Tobin immediately bowed. His movements were quick and standard, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. Obviously. On weekdays in the army, Tobin didn't care too much about some customary etiquette. But facing these civil officials, he seemed a little afraid. You must know that when you are in the court, those civil officials and censors will keep a close eye on you and watch you make mistakes. The co-commander of the Daning Border Army, Champion Bo Arlen. Observe your orders. Elmer did not hesitate and took out the imperial edict from his arms skillfully. The imperial edict was wrapped in bright yellow silk and was very visible even under the candlelight in the hall. Arlen immediately walked to the center of the hall, bowed, and replied loudly, Your Majesty, I respectfully listen to your command. Not only Arlen, all the generals in the hall stood up and bowed in unison. The entire hall was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, as if even breathing had become cautious. When the imperial edict arrives, it is like the emperor himself is here. This has been true since ancient times. The Crown Prince, by the grace of heaven, decrees this. General Arlen of the Daning Border Army made countless contributions in the battle to recover Lyodong. He worked hard and made great achievements. He defeated powerful enemies for the country and recovered the country's homeland. His contributions are invaluable. Now, according to the Ming Dynasty's military merit promotion and reward and punishment regulations, Arlen is promoted to the position of commander of the Daning garrison and granted the official seal of commander. He is in charge of the Daning Border Army and controls all the troops in Daning Prefecture. In addition, I grant you 1,000 taels of gold, a mansion in Yingshan, and a plaque with the inscription Champion Mansion. I hope that when you assume the position of commander, you will manage the military affairs of Daning well and not make any mistakes, so ordered. Elmer read out the imperial edict in a loud voice. After these words were spoken, Abner showed a relieved smile on his face. He was not at all surprised by the imperial edict's reward and Arlen's promotion. In other words, after Arlen really came to prominence and became the benchmark of the Daning Border Army, Abner handed over the military power to Arlen and was also trying his best to promote Arlen to become the commander. The general has become the commander. From now on, we are truly under the general's command. Great. As for Otis, Dustin, Todd, and others, they were also extremely excited at this moment. Their faces were flushed with excitement, their eyes were excited, and they looked at each other, full of conviction and joy for Arlen. After spending such a long time together, although each of them is older than Arlen, they are full of trust in Arlen. HMPH, a brat. Tristan snorted coldly, his nostrils flaring slightly, his face full of disdain. The corners of his mouth curled downwards, his eyes shone with contempt, and there seemed to be a hint of jealousy in his gaze towards Arlen. Not only him, but also Scott, Taryn, and others were watching coldly. They folded their arms across their chests, with no smile on their faces and their eyes filled with indifference and dissatisfaction. They were not in a good mood about Arlen's promotion to commander. Rufus looked at Arlen out of the corner of his eye, as if recalling some memories, but his expression was also very complicated. Angus Ning, commander. Commanding the Daning border troops. This is already considered a high-ranking official in the army. Arlen was excited. He was promoted to a higher position and took a step forward. Arlen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Coming back to his senses, Arlen immediately shouted, Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, and the Crown Prince. I will continue to serve the Ming Dynasty and fulfill my duties to the best of my ability. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the hall. Elmer looked at Arlen and smiled, a smile that was filled with encouragement and expectation. Then he slowly walked in front of Arlen. General Pericles, the Crown Prince gave me specific instructions before I left. His Highness is quite fascinated by you and hopes that the general can come to Yingshan to meet you one day. Elmer said with a smile and gently patted Arlen's shoulder as he spoke. "It is my honor." Arlen replied with a smile, a flattered expression on his face. "Even if there is nothing much in your heart, you still have to show it in front of everyone." He. Elmer laughed and decisively placed the imperial edict into Arlen's hands. He then said, "General Pericles, manage your troops well. The Emperor and the Crown Prince both hold you in high regard. As long as you make contributions to the country, you will have a promising future." "Yes." Arlen took the imperial edict with both hands, nodded solemnly, and his eyes showed a serious look. The host receives an imperial edict and is rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompts. This time, Elmer slowly produced another imperial edict. He leaned slightly to face Arlen and said in a gentle voice, "General Pericles, the Crown Prince has another order. The Lyodong campaign has concluded, and the Daning border troops have suffered heavy casualties, as well as numerous meritorious service. Once you return to Daning, you can discuss promotions for military merit with Vincent Carter and submit a report to the Ministry of War. This matter will be led by you." Upon hearing this, Arlen nodded immediately and said in a loud voice, "I will definitely not disgrace the Emperor's order." Then the imperial edict came. The host receives an imperial edict and is rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompted again. After receiving the two imperial edicts, Arlen was also very satisfied, thinking to himself, "Not bad, these two imperial edicts are like two treasure chests. Zachary is still very polite. Governor Elmer. Now that Lyodong has been completely recovered, I wonder if the Emperor and the Prince have issued an order stating when our generals who went out to fight can return to Yingshan to report on their work." Tobin looked at Elmer with a hint of expectation in his eyes and asked. The words fell. Generals such as Rufus and Maxim also turned their heads and cast their gazes at Elmer. Undoubtedly, their eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, Elmer had just taken office as the Lyodong prefect, but he was also the angel of the imperial court, conveying the imperial edict. How they would be dispatched from then on was entirely up to Elmer. The Emperor has issued an order. Now that Lyodong has been initially pacified, there must be remnants of Yuan troops within the territory, and there are still tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers within Lyodong. Therefore, apart from the Beiping Border Army and the Daning Border Army, the army under the governor's office will remain stationed in Lyodong. The generals in command are all in Lyodong waiting for the imperial edict. Elmer said with a serious expression and a steady tone. Hear this. Tobin was slightly disappointed, but he nodded quickly and said, "So, I understand. Until the imperial edict arrives, I will lead the army to Arlen Lyodong and ensure its peace." Many Huexi generals in the hall looked disappointed. They originally thought that after Lyodong was pacified, it would return to Yingshan. Although one can gain military merits by going on an expedition, staying in the barracks all the time, deprived of the prosperity and enjoyment of the capital, is naturally very boring, especially in Lyodong after the Great War. If the Ming dynasty had not yet been established and was still a time when many heroes were fighting for supremacy, military discipline would not be so strict and many generals and soldiers in the army could still have fun. But now, of course, this is not feasible. After the establishment of the Ming dynasty, the laws were so strict that no one dared to break the taboos in the army. We have to stay in Lyodong. It's much colder than in the south. I don't know when I will be able to respond to the heavens. It's been more than 9 months. It's so boring. Many Huexi generals could not help but discuss. Quietly, as they spoke, they shook their heads and sighed, their faces full of helplessness and fatigue. However, Tobin and Elmer naturally pretended not to hear these voices. Elmer smiled and said, "The Emperor and the Crown Prince naturally trust Tobin very much, otherwise they would not have entrusted Tobin with the task of restoration. This time, in addition to taking up the post of prefect of Lyodong and governing Lyodong by the Emperor's order, I also have a matter that requires discussion with Tobin and the other generals." "This is the Emperor's order. I wonder what the Emperor's order is?" Tobin asked immediately, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Although he held the position of general and duke, Tobin was still very nervous whenever he thought of Evander or talked about Evander. During this Lyodong recovery campaign, Ming captured nearly 200,000 surrendered soldiers. The Emperor intends to reorganize the surrendered soldiers. He has specially ordered Tobin and the generals who are going to the expedition to discuss how to reorganize these surrendered soldiers and how to make them serve the Ming dynasty. Elmer said with a serious expression, emphasizing each word. How about reorganizing all these surrendered soldiers? Anything else you want? Tobin was stunned. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He obviously did not expect such an arrangement. With so many surrendered soldiers, if there were any mistakes in the reorganization, or if they surrendered and then rebelled again, it would be a serious matter. Tobin obviously did not expect Evander to be so courageous. Select the elite and reorganize them, and demote those who are unqualified to slaves, Elmer added. Then how many troops does the Emperor want to reorganize, and what kind of military system will he use? Tobin asked again. The Ming dynasty had a strict military system, the most common type being the Vincent Suo, followed by the Oran Suo. A place like Liaodong naturally couldn't be a Oran Suo. The Emperor wants to reorganize these surrendered soldiers into 3 guards. The specific reorganization method still depends on the discussion between Tobin and the generals, and then it will be reported to the Emperor for approval. Elmer said slowly. Upon hearing the 3 guards, Arlen, who was sitting in the hall, immediately understood. It seems that this reorganization is to reorganize the 3 Doyen guards, which were historically known as the most powerful in the northern border of the Ming dynasty. An army composed mainly of Mongols. Historically, when Daniel borrowed troops from Ellis after the Jingnan rebellion, it was these 3 guards of the flowery Willowbrook guards that he borrowed. 3 guard stations. Lao Pericles' move is indeed huge. However, the establishment of these 3 guards is also very complicated. It should not be that easy to set up. After all, they are all surrendered soldiers. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. Combining history, Arlen can be sure of one thing. These 3 guards must be the Doyen 3 guards, the 3 most powerful guards of the future Ming dynasty. Later, after Ning Warren, Ellis became a fief. He was controlled by Ning Warren. Is there a schedule for this matter? Tobin asked again. With Elmer's arrival, the original celebration banquet seemed to have changed. As the task of reorganization fell on Tobin, the celebration banquet became silent and urgent. The Emperor said that Tobin should draft the regulations with the generals as soon as possible, and then submit an urgent report to Yingshan. Elmer said, "Well, I understand." Tobin nodded and his expression became serious. There was a serious look in his eyes. It was obvious that this task was urgent and could not be delayed. Song Guogong. Generals, since today is a celebration banquet, we should not delay the celebration of Liaodong's recovery. We'll discuss the reorganization after the celebration banquet. I, Taixuan, have just arrived. I will need your full support in governing Liaodong in the future. I'll raise a glass of wine this time and toast to all the generals. Elmer smiled at the generals in the hall, then picked up the wine glass on the table, raised it high in a toast, then tilted his head back and drank it all. Cheers to Governor Taixuan. Many generals also raised their glasses in response. All the generals are good drinkers. We civil officials can't compare to him. Elmer laughed. The banquet continues. But with Elmer's arrival, the atmosphere was no longer as lively as before. Obviously, there is still an unspeakable gap between civil officials and military generals. After drinking 2 bottles of wine, Arlen didn't feel drunk at all given his physical condition. Belonged to the Daning border army camp. There was naturally laughter and joy in the camp. Each tent was filled with good wine and meat. Many soldiers could be heard shouting happily, completely releasing the tension of the long battle. In this regard, Arlen and Abner would naturally not disturb them. If they passed, perhaps those border troops simply couldn't let go. Inside the tent, it seems, it will take a few days for us to return to Daning. The war lasted so long and Daning has so many political affairs. I'm sure I'll be worried sick when I go back this time. Abner sighed and said, "Ha, grown-ups. If you want to go back, you can leave tomorrow. I am the one who has the military supplies here." Arlen said with a smile. Listen to this. Abner's eyes lit up. "Yes, you are now the commander." "Yes, you are now the commander." Abner nodded slightly with a faint smile, revealing a sense of relief. Arlen watched from the side and smiled slightly. "I've lost my position as acting commander." Abner still had a smile on his face and said with a joking look at the busy days in the past, "I don't need to worry about military affairs anymore. Speaking of which." Abner's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he suddenly thought of something and stood up immediately with quick movements. He walked quickly behind the table and took out a wooden box from a cabinet carried by the army. Looking at the wooden box, Abner held it in both hands, taking it very seriously. Subsequently, Abner walked straight up to Arlen and solemnly handed the box to him with both hands, saying in a serious tone, "Commander-in-Chief Seal, here it is. Finally, I won't have to manage military affairs anymore." Ha ha. Abner's laughter was bright and cheerful, echoing in the tent. It was a kind of joy that came from completely letting go of a heavy burden. His eyes were very clear, without any nostalgia for the power of a military commander. Obviously, as a civil official, Abner really didn't care much about the power of this military general, and he could even avoid it. "Why do I feel like you, sir, have just dropped a hot potato?" Arlen looked at Abner's series of anxious actions and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth with a hint of teasing in his eyes. At the same time, he took the box that carried the power of the commander. "No way." Abner spread his hands helplessly, a look of fatigue appearing on his face. "Since arriving in Daning, I've not only had to deal with tedious government affairs, but also to manage military affairs. I'm so busy every day that I'm exhausted. Now that you have taken over, it is naturally what we want." Abner smiled happily as he spoke. It seemed that he was looking forward to the days when he would have more time to rest after leaving his post as acting commander. After retrieving the commander's seal from Abner's tent, Arlen walked quickly towards his own tent. At this moment, Arlen walked briskly, full of excitement and impatience. After all, this time he not only obtained the high position of Daning commander, but also got 2 treasure chests. This naturally attracted Arlen to quickly return to the tent and open the treasure chest. The host is promoted to Daning commander and is rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. After returning to the tent, the familiar panel prompts appeared in time. "Do you want to gather the official seal of authority?" Immediately afterwards, another prompt appeared on the panel. "Concentrate." Arlen gave the order in his mind without hesitation. Next moment, it seemed as if a mysterious force was surging. "Commander's official seal condensed successfully." The panel prompted, "You can view the official seal's attributes." The commander's seal should have doubled the combat power and morale. Arlen was filled with anticipation. Before his eyes, the attributes of the official seal had already clearly emerged. Official seal of the Commander-in-Chief of Daning. Command the border troops of Daning, double the combat power, morale, and endurance of the soldiers under your command. It really is a double bonus. Arlen's eyes flashed with surprise, and the corners of his mouth lifted up in a satisfied smile. "Very good. Based on this attribute, the soldiers under my command are at least equivalent to 2 people. 50,000 troops are equivalent to 100,000. And combat effectiveness can truly be demonstrated. On the battlefield." The more Arlen thought about it, the more excited he became. He was full of confidence in the future war and the killing on the battlefield. This improvement is huge. It cannot be shown on ordinary days, but on the battlefield, it will be fully displayed to the enemy. The combination of combat effectiveness and morale makes an army that is invincible. Subsequently, there are 3 more treasure chests. Arlen didn't think about it anymore. He immediately came to his senses and shouted in his heart, "Open the 3 treasure chests." The 2 imperial edicts correspond to 2 ordinary treasure chests, and being promoted to commander will give him another first-level treasure chest. This is what he is looking forward to at the moment. Open 2 ordinary treasure chests. Obtain the lower-grade yellow-rank muscle-splitting and bone-crushing hand. Obtain unlimited flint. Open the first-level treasure chest. Obtain high-yield rice seeds. A series of prompts on the panel. The treasures that were drawn were completely presented in front of Arlen. "It seems my luck is not bad this time," Arlen thought to himself and smiled. "It's a high-grade martial art. Although its power isn't particularly strong, it's a great aid in interrogations. It's called the tendon-splitting and bone-crushing hand. Just the name alone tells you it's enough to cause untold pain. Think of this." Arlen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a picture emerged in his mind of this martial art being effective in the right scenario. Trial, torment, flint is a must-have for marching. In a wild environment, this is the key to starting a fire. You can put it in the storage space as many times as you want, and you won't have to worry about fire problems in the future. Arlen nodded slightly and was very satisfied with what was opened from the 2nd treasure chest. High-yield rice, I'll definitely need it in the future. The people take food as their heaven. No matter what era, food is the real key. There was a glint of excitement in Arlen's eyes, and he felt more confident about his future plans. Good. Arlen was naturally very satisfied with what he got from the 3 treasure chests this time. Arlen felt more satisfied than the last time he opened 8 treasure chests. Extract the muscle-splitting and bone-crushing hand. Arlen did not hesitate at all and directly retrieved his martial arts skills and prepared to start practicing. Now that the war is decided, after more than a year of brutal battlefield experience, Arlen has improved all his attributes to 5,000. However, Arlen knew that it would not be so easy to get promoted in the future. As Arlen's attributes become higher, the attributes he picks up after killing enemies on the battlefield become fewer and fewer. After all, this is like leveling up by killing monsters. The higher your level, the less experience you gain from killing ordinary monsters. Therefore, self-cultivation must be put on the agenda in the future and become a key way to improve strength. The next day, the entire Liaoyang city was still covered with snow, giving this war-torn city a white coat, covering the blood, and it seemed that everything had calmed down. The former Tewei mansion has now become Tabin's temporary residence. The mansion was heavily guarded both inside and outside. Tabin's personal guards, dressed in armor and holding spears, stood neatly on both sides of the mansion gate, like 2 rows of solid guards. The same was true inside the mansion. Unlike usual military meetings, all generals above the rank of deputy commander can attend and participate in the meeting. But today, only generals above the rank of commander were present. The meeting hall in the mansion was spacious and solemn, with only a few chairs placed there, all of which were now occupied. Tabin was wearing a red cloak and a gorgeous robe, sitting upright on the main seat. Maxim and Rufus sat on the left and right respectively. Then came Tristan, Scott, Taran, Blake, and others, all sitting upright. Although there were only a few generals, each of them exuded a silent, murderous aura, filling the entire hall with a serious and oppressive atmosphere. Arlen has now become the commander of the Daning Border Army. On the Liaodong battlefield, the Daning Border Army has made many contributions. Since it is related to the reorganization task, Arlen will naturally be present. This time, Arlen was also wearing a red cloak and sitting in the second to last position on the left, with Blake on the right. Generals. Tabin's voice was deep and powerful, breaking the silence in the meeting hall. Nonsense, I won't say any more. How do we reorganize over 180,000 surrendered soldiers? How do we make them serve the Ming dynasty? How do we prevent them from rebelling again? Generals, please speak freely. Tabin's eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the generals in the hall, and his straightforward words spread. The current situation is very tricky. With so many surrendered soldiers, it is obviously not feasible to use conventional reorganization methods. General. Maxim was the first to stand up, clasped his fists and saluted, his voice steady. The Emperor ordered the reorganization of the 3 guards. With 50,000 soldiers per guard, that means 150,000 soldiers will be reorganized. In my opinion, the first step is to eliminate all the weaker surrendered soldiers, demote them to slaves, and hand them over to the local authorities. Keeping these weak individuals in the army will not only waste food and fodder, but may also affect the overall combat effectiveness of the army. As Maxim spoke, he was also looking at Tabin's expression. The second step is to select enough elite soldiers from the army to serve as officers in the reorganized 3 guards. None of these surrendered soldiers can serve as officers. From the rank of centurion and above, they must be officers of our Ming dynasty. This is the only way to ensure that control of the military remains firmly in our hands. Maxim's words were clear and full of decisiveness that he had not shown in many years. Hear this. Tabin nodded in agreement, a look of recognition on his face. These 2 steps are inevitable. If these surrendered soldiers are allowed to continue to lead the troops, there will be chaos. The stability of the army is related to the safety of the Ming dynasty and cannot be sloppy in the slightest. Especially since this is a reorganization of surrendered soldiers, we must keep a tight control on them. But Tabin looked thoughtful. After a while, he continued slowly, if these surrendered soldiers hadn't been intimidated by the prestigious Yuan generals, they might not have been so honest. Those Yuan generals who surrendered should be used if they can be used. Using barbarians to control barbarians has been the experience of our Cornelius people for thousands of years. Tabin's voice revealed a kind of pride that was unique to a Cornelius general. General. Rufus stood up, clasped his hands together and said loudly, the reorganized Yuan generals will serve. They cannot be the main ones but only the deputy ones. Moreover, they do not have the power to mobilize troops, only the power to assist. Even after the reorganization, we must be more vigilant against them. After all, these surrendered soldiers were once enemies. We must not take them lightly. Rufus's eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance and distrust towards the surrendered soldiers and these Yuan people. He did not have a good attitude towards these surrendered soldiers. If it weren't for the Emperor's order, Rufus would have even wanted to start the massacre. After all, these surrendered soldiers consume a lot of food every day. Even though the Ming dynasty's treasury is full now, a lot of food has been consumed after more than 9 months of war. In Rufus's opinion, it is a waste to keep so many surrendered soldiers. This is natural. Taubin nodded, a look of caution in his eyes. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. After all, the Northern Yuan still exists. These surrendered soldiers can be used, but we must also be on guard. My great Ming must be led by my Cornelius people, whether it's the government or the military. This is the foundation of my great Ming, and no one can shake it. The words here are not only what Taubin said, but also what the current emperor once said. The majesty and inviolability of the Ming dynasty. Now the Ming dynasty represents the Cornelius family group. Follow closely. General, I feel. Scott, Tarrant, and other Huaxi generals also stood up, saluted with fists, and made suggestions. Everyone actively put forward their opinions. When it comes to government administration, these Huaxi generals naturally don't have that much ability. But when it comes to military reorganization and military management, they naturally have their own unique insights. Their voices rise and fall, echoing in the meeting hall, and they all put forward their own ideas. The Huaxi generals in the hall kept making noises. Taubin listened attentively, nodded slightly, and asked some questions from time to discuss with the generals. Of course, the commander of Taubin's personal guards recorded in detail the useful reorganization methods proposed by the generals. At this time, as the generals gradually stopped, a moment of silence returned to the meeting hall. Taubin's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, finally landing on Arlen, who had remained silent the entire time. General Pericles. Taubin's voice was gentle and full of anticipation. What do you think about the reorganization? Taubin looked at Arlen with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Obviously, Arlen's outstanding performance on the battlefield was totally beyond the ability of a man of his age. Taubin also wanted to hear Arlen's other insights, which might bring new ideas to this thorny reorganization problem. Excuse me, General. Arlen stood up, clasped his hands together, and asked in a loud voice, after these 3 guards are formed, will they be stationed in Liaodong? Arlen raised his head and stared at Taubin, waiting for an answer. The matter of garrisoning still needs the Emperor's decision. Taubin replied, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. I do have some insights. Arlen frowned slightly, fell into a brief moment of contemplation, and then slowly said, Liaodong Prefecture has a large population, including many Mongolians. It would be inappropriate to have all 3 guards stationed in Liaodong. After all, the general and his army of hundreds of thousands will leave Liaodong sooner or later and will not stay there forever. At the beginning of the reorganization, the garrisons of the 3 guards must be determined. They cannot be stationed in the same place. The garrisons of the 3 guards must be separated as much as possible. Furthermore, the 3 guards' garrisons must strictly control their food and fodder. The 3 guards' reorganized armies can only have no more than 5 days' worth of food and fodder, which must be transported gradually to ensure the army's survival. Arlen's words were clear and logical. They strengthened the precautions against the reorganization of the 3 guards by the surrendered soldiers. He was extremely cautious, not only separating the 3 guards, but also controlling their food supply. After all, since it concerns the reorganization of the 3 guards, Arlen naturally has to treat it with caution, and the suggestions he made this time have been carefully considered. These 3 guards naturally cannot be stationed together. Taubin nodded in agreement. That's inevitable. As for what you said about controlling the food supply of the 3 guards, that's indeed feasible. As long as we control the food supply. If they try to directly ban the food supply, they will be doomed. There was a hint of coldness in Taubin's eyes, as if he had already seen an effective way to deal with the rebellion of the surrendered soldiers. Of course, this is just prevention. It is not that these surrendered soldiers will really rebel after being reorganized. Write down these 2 items as well. Taubin immediately said to the commander of the personal guards beside him. Yes. The commander of the personal guards nodded immediately, and the pen in his hand danced quickly on the paper, quickly writing down Arlen's suggestions. All the generals have made good suggestions this time. Taubin looked at everyone with satisfaction, revealing a gratified smile. I have already compiled a list of these suggestions. Later, I will compile the essence of them and submit them to the Emperor. I believe the Emperor will make a decision, and I will report each proposal to the Emperor clearly indicating which general made it. Tobin smiled and said in a commendatory tone, I think that when this memorial reached Evander, it would certainly attract attention, and it would be marked as bright and as a proposal, which would also be a commendation. General, Rufus couldn't help but stand up, clasped his fists and saluted. His voice carrying a hint of urgency, let me ask you when we can return to Yingshan. This question seemed to touch the hearts of several generals in the hall who came from Yingshan. It also made their eyes full of expectations. They all turned their gazes to Tobin, as if waiting for an answer about the date of his return. When I submit a memorial to Yingshan, I will also ask for the Emperor's opinion as appropriate. Tobin smiled slightly and nodded, revealing his understanding of the feelings of Rufus and other generals. May I ask the general? Arlen looked up at Tobin, clasped his fists and asked, I wonder when our Daning border army can return to Daning Prefecture. Arlen was full of anticipation for his return. After all, the war in Liaodong had ended, and he also wanted to return to Daning to realize his own ideas. There's so much money in the storage space, I have to use it. The battle in Liaodong is over. Tobin smiled and said, the Emperor has already decreed that the border troops of Daning and Beiping can be incorporated into the prefecture. Tomorrow, General Pericles can lead his troops back to Daning. Tobin was very sure about this move. So I understand. Arlen nodded immediately, a relaxed smile on his face. The situation in Liaodong was clear, so there was naturally no need for Arlen to stay here any longer. After all, Tobin is still in charge here, and the civil officials are also governed by Elmer. Arlen felt uncomfortable staying here. After returning to Daning, Arlen could also put his ideas into practice. Thinking of this, Arlen was also fantasizing about how to build a force that truly belonged to him. General. Blake also stood up immediately, clasped his fists and said, then I will start the process tomorrow. The casualties of the Beiping border troops were also not small this time, but the names have been counted. The Ministry of War will send relief to Beiping Prefecture soon. Tobin looked at Blake and said, I understand. Blake replied respectfully, correct. Tobin narrowed his eyes slightly as if lost in memory. After returning to Beiping, please give my regards to the Daniel on my behalf. Ever since Daniel became a vassal, I haven't seen him for many years. There was a hint of emotion in Tobin's voice, as if he was recalling the past when he was with Daniel. I will definitely convey the general's words. Blake immediately nodded solemnly. General Pericles, General Farley. Tobin stood up, clasped his fists solemnly, and said to Arlen and Blake, thank you for your hard work in this Liaodong campaign. I hope I'll have the opportunity to work with you two again in the future. Tobin's eyes were full of sincerity and expectation, which could also be considered a farewell. See this. Arlen and Blake did not dare to neglect him. They immediately clasped their fists in return and said loudly, I hope I can work with you again one day. The two replied in unison. The voice echoed in the meeting hall and seemed to reveal a sense of reluctance. All right. Tobin smiled and waved his hand, his tone gentle. Generals, please go and prepare to return. I will not stay any longer. I will retire at the end. Arlen and Blake responded, then bowed, turned around and left the hall side by side. Everyone. Tobin looked at the Huaxi generals in the hall, his expression becoming serious. The war has been decided. Let's reorganize the military affairs first. As for returning to Yingshan, I will tell the Emperor. But the words just fell. General. Tristan's tone became bolder now that the outsiders were gone. He raised his head, looked at Tobin, and couldn't help asking, how will the Emperor reward my uncle for his military exploits in pacifying Liaodong this time? Will there be a chance for my uncle to be promoted to Duke? Tristan's eyes were full of anticipation, as if he was waiting for an answer as to whether Rufus could be promoted. Shut up. When Rufus heard this, he hurriedly scolded him, with a hint of displeasure on his face. Obviously, Rufus also understood that it was almost impossible for him to be promoted to Duke after this Liaodong war. At most, it is just some small rewards, or the merits and demerits offset each other. Thinking of this, a hint of loss flashed in Rufus's eyes. If it weren't for the Battle of Tiling, there might still be some opportunities. However, after the Battle of Tiling, the Emperor might have simply let the Rufus's merits and demerits offset each other. Tobin sighed, a trace of helplessness on his face. Even if there are merits, it's only some gold and silver rewards. At this moment, Tobin was also full of helplessness. "General," Tristan stood up suddenly, slammed his hands on the table and leaned forward. His face was filled with resentment and anger. He stared at Tobin and said loudly, "You also know about the Battle of Tiling." Tristan's voice echoed in the meeting hall, filled with resentment. "That bastard Nahachu has been meticulously planning this for months. Who could have imagined he would be so ruthless, using an entire city's worth of UN soldiers and civilians as bait and setting an elaborate trap?" Tristan became more and more excited as he spoke. The veins on his neck bulged, and his fists were clenched tightly, as if he wanted to eat Nahachu alive. If it weren't for such a sinister and cunning scheme, Tristan paused and gritted his teeth. Why would the Rufus do this? Hear this. Tobin shook his head. If it weren't for Nahachu's trick and careful planning, the Rufus would have made an unintentional mistake. Then why would he only receive a simple salary deduction as punishment? You know that at that time, all the civil and military officials in the court submitted impeachment petitions. It was entirely thanks to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's intercession, that the Rufus received this salary penalty. Otherwise, if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince hadn't intervened, the punishment would have been even more severe. Tobin shook his head slightly, his expression solemn and full of worry. He was also powerless to help in this matter. Hear this. The generals also had their own concerns. Tobin slowly stood up, his eyes sweeping over everyone. He looked at Rufus earnestly and said, "When Rufus returns to Yingshan, you must thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for his kindness. This kindness must never be forgotten." Rufus sat aside, never saying a word. His expression was calm. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he just listened quietly to the conversation of the crowd. Hearing Tobin's words, he nodded slightly. His movement was so slight that it was almost imperceptible, and then he fell silent again, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. This time, Scott, who had been sitting in the corner, coughed softly, then slowly raised his head, glancing in Tobin's direction intentionally or unintentionally. He said, "This time on the Liaodong battlefield, Arlen really stole the show. The Emperor also thinks highly of him." "General, don't you have any thoughts at all?" Scott's voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the brief silence in the meeting hall. As soon as these words came out, the generals who were originally discussing Rufus's matter suddenly became quiet, and all their eyes were cast on Tobin. Some of their eyes were filled with curiosity, some with expectation, as if they were all waiting for Tobin to give an answer. Only Maxim remained calm. He sat there quietly, his gaze fixed on the distant wall. His eyes were blank, and he seemed to be oblivious to everything around him. Having experienced countless hardships, he has long since let go of many things. In his eyes, fame, wealth and power are nothing but passing clouds. Secondly, he also saw the majestic imperial power. The Emperor values Arlen. That's because Arlen earned this honor through his solid military exploits. Tobin stood up suddenly, put his hands behind his back, frowned, and became serious at this moment. "Do you think there's something shameful going on?" Tobin glanced at everyone present, his voice icy cold. "If you all want to gain the Emperor's attention, you can fight bravely on the battlefield and let your military achievements speak for themselves, instead of saying such outrageous things behind his back." Tobin's voice echoed in the meeting hall for a long time, shaking everyone's hearts. Although Tobin was also from Huixi, as a founding general of the Ming dynasty, he had the entire Ming dynasty in his heart. Of course, he was also well aware that the majesty of imperial power was inviolable, and he had a clear idea of what to say and what to do. It was also because of this that he was able to obtain the important task of commanding an army of more than 200,000 to march to Liaodong. Everything stemmed from his self-knowledge and loyalty to the Ming dynasty. "General." When Tristan heard what Tobin said, his face turned pale and red. He suppressed the anger in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. He took a step forward, looking directly at Tobin, his voice trembling slightly with suppressed anger. "You are also from Huixi. Don't you understand the impact that Arlen's rise will have on our Huixi in the future?" Tristan's eyes widened, as if he wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction in his heart. Now, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was solemn and depressing, and the heavy door was closed, isolating the noise from the outside world. These generals in Huixi have close relationships with each other, and years of fighting together have made them seem like one body. Tristan was not a reckless person in normal times, but in this meeting hall filled with people from the Huixi clan, The dissatisfaction that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time burst out like a flood that could no longer be suppressed. His eyes were wide open, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and he poured out all his anger in fierce words. His voice echoed in the hall. If there were outsiders present, given his cautiousness, he would never act so recklessly. Now that there are no outsiders, Tristan naturally has fewer concerns. Tobin sat quietly in the main seat, leaning forward slightly with his hands folded on the table, listening to Tristan's words very calmly. After Tristan finished speaking, he did not get angry as others thought. Instead, he raised his head slightly and looked into the distant past. After a long time, melancholy, even sadness, slowly emerged on Tobin's face. It was the helplessness that came from having experienced many vicissitudes of life and having a deep understanding of the world. Amos Shancheng is also from Huixi. Tobin's voice was low and hoarse, as if coming from the depths of time. The barely perceptible sigh. After a slight pause, his Adam's apple rolled and he slowly said, Dun Weiyang is also from Huixi. That's it. Tobin sighed deeply, leaned back in his chair and asked earnestly, and then, these few simple words were like a thunderclap exploding in the hall. The faces of the generals, who originally had different expressions, turned pale in an instant. Tristan was struck by lightning. His mouth, which had been talking non-stop, suddenly shut. His face froze and he stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with shock and fear, as if he was frozen in place by these two sentences. Tristan. Tobin sat up straight again and looked at Tristan with a serious look. His voice was very gentle. In terms of seniority, I'm your uncle. I know you have an impulsive personality, so I don't blame you for what you said today. But these words fell. Tobin paused slightly, his expression became more serious, and his eyes slowly swept over everyone in the hall. But you must know that we in Huixi are not the masters, but the subjects. The emperor today is not the same emperor as before, and the Ming dynasty today is not the Ta dynasty of before. Things in the future are changing rapidly. The emperor and the crown prince will not tolerate us forever. At this point, Tobin's voice gradually became louder, with a hint of warning in his voice. Don't think that I, Huixi, can act recklessly just because I have the merit of founding the country. Don't think that we, the families of meritorious officials, can be spared from slaughter. The emperor is above us. If you truly lose your sense of awe, the consequences will be. Tobin's tone suddenly became extremely serious. He spoke each word with such intensity that it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Death. As soon as these words came out, the hall instantly fell into deathly silence. Everyone's breathing seemed to stop at this moment, and the quiet atmosphere seemed particularly strange. And the faces of the Huixi generals present turned pale as paper in an instant, and some even swallowed unconsciously. Obviously, Tobin's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into their hearts and making them tremble violently. They thought of the once arrogant Amos Shancheng and the once powerful Dun Weiyang. But what is the end? Nothing is back. The family was massacred. At the same time, Daniel's mansion in Peking. The palace hall is spacious and majestic, with carved beams and painted rafters showing the royal style. The royal guards was standing everywhere. On duty. Inside the palace, an official affiliated with the Daniel's mansion, dressed in official uniform and with a respectful look, walked into the hall hurriedly. When he reached the main hall, only a few steps away from Daniel on the throne, he stopped, bowed, and reported loudly, Your Highness, General Farley has sent back news that Liaodong has been conquered, and the army will be preparing for a triumphant return soon. Also, the Ministry of War will contact our Beiping prefecture to discuss compensation for casualties among our Beiping army soldiers. On the throne, Daniel was wearing a royal robe. His face was dignified and his eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Hear the words. Daniel nodded slightly, his movements calm and dignified, and said, Yes, have the barracks prepare sufficient food and wine. Our Beiping soldiers were all brave and fearless in the Liaodong battlefield and have rendered meritorious service to the country. Upon their return, I will personally visit the barracks to reward the entire army. The official's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he said loudly, Your Majesty is wise. When the soldiers return from the expedition, they will be very happy to see Your Majesty in person. Bertrand. Daniel turned his gaze and looked at the official in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of majesty. Contact the Ministry of War. This matter is of utmost importance. You will be personally responsible for this matter and ensure that the compensation is distributed quickly. This king does not want the families of the soldiers who have served the country so loyally to suffer because of their compensation. Bertrand immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully with quick and decisive movements. He said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will take this seriously." Daniel nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly seemed to think of something. A trace of concern flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "By the way, how is the matter that I asked you to secretly investigate going?" "Hear this." Bertrand's expression instantly became serious. He slightly turned sideways, slowly reached his right hand into his arms, and carefully took out a memorial. Then Bertrand held the memorial in both hands and slowly walked to Daniel. He bent down slightly and gently handed it to him, saying, "Your Highness, all the information about Arlen's investigation is here." Daniel's eyes moved instantly, revealing deep concern, and he immediately reached out to take the memorial. His eyes quickly swept over the words above. As he looked at the content, Daniel's expression gradually changed. A hint of shock appeared on his originally calm face and then turned into anger. But at this moment, in front of his ministers, he seemed to be trying his best to suppress his inner anger. "Is it true?" Daniel closed the memorial, raised his head, and stared at Bertrand with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "I have personally verified it, and it is all true." Bertrand lowered his head slightly, speaking with a firm tone, without the slightest hesitation. "Arlen is originally from my Baping prefecture. He even has a residence in Baping City. The reason he went to Daning to enlist was because of a recruiting officer from my Baping prefecture recruiting office." Daniel's face instantly turned as cold as ice. His eyes filled with coldness. He slammed the table hard and a loud bang echoed in the hall. "As expected, Arlen was originally from my Baping prefecture. If it weren't for this recruiting officer, Arlen would have been a general of my Baping army. This person deserves to die. Because of his actions, our Baping army lost a brave general, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Bertrand quickly said, "The recruiting officer has been apprehended. He's been charged with dereliction of duty." "Your Highness, would you like to see him? Have you asked all the questions you should ask?" Daniel raised his head, stared at Bertrand, and asked, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his voice. "Asked?" Bertrand reported truthfully. He confessed everything. He accepted 100 gold coins from the Sidney family and changed Arlen's place of conscription to the Daning border army. Besides that, he also burned Arlen's original place of origin. It seems Arlen's original age was a little short, so he raised it to 16 before enlisting in the army. The Sidney family? Daniel frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. He tilted his head slightly and fell into a brief moment of thought. The Sidney family is the richest family in Baping prefecture, and even the richest in the north. Why would they target Arlen? Could it be that Arlen has some connection with the Sidney family? Bertrand nodded and said, "According to my investigation, Arlen's family seems to have a history with the Sidney family. It seems that Arlen's grandmother and the Sidney family once had an engagement." "Hear this." Daniel's eyes flashed with understanding. He immediately thought of the cause and effect, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He said, "It seems that the Sidney family does not want to marry their daughter to Arlen, so they want to send Arlen to Daning with the intention of killing him." Before the Liaodong War broke out, Daning was the most chaotic of the border prefectures. The Yuan court, the Jianu, and bandits were everywhere. If Arlen had enlisted, there was a high chance he would have died on the battlefield. The Sidney family is truly ruthless. Merchants chase profit and forget their principles. It's true, it can be seen that Daniel's attitude towards merchants is consistent with Evander's, and his eyes reveal deep disgust. Just as the prince said. Bertrand continued, "The Sidney family didn't want to fulfill their engagement with Arlen, so they tricked her into the most dangerous Daning mansion, hoping she would die there. Furthermore, after Arlen was taken to Daning, the Sidney family's daughter was married off as a concubine. The family that married the Sidney family's daughter was the Rosalind family." "Which Rosalind family?" Daniel asked, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Yingshan Prefecture, the eldest son of Minister of Rights Manfred Malcolm." Bertrand replied in a deep and powerful voice. Hear the words. Daniel had a thoughtful look on his face. He placed his right hand on the armrest of the chair and tapped it rhythmically, making a slight sound. After a moment, Daniel said coldly, "The Sidney family seems to have had many marriages in recent years. The generals of Huexi and now the Rosalind family. Merchants, you're stretching your hands too far." At this time, Daniel's face was full of displeasure, his brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Your Majesty, Bertrand continued, through this recruiting officer. I sent people to search for evidence of the Sidney family colluding with officials to disrupt government. But the Sidney family is very cautious. The person who contacted the recruiting officer has disappeared. Also, the Sidney family seems to have realized something was wrong. Most of the Sidney family members have moved to Yingshan, leaving only the Keegan of the Sidney family in Beiping. There is no evidence to convict the Sidney family based on the recruiting officer's testimony alone. Hear this. If the Sidney family had been caught so easily, he wouldn't have become a wealthy man in the Ming dynasty. Sylvan is a cunning old man. Daniel said this very calmly, without a trace of emotion on his face. Obviously, the person sent by the Sidney family to contact the recruiting officer had been secretly dealt with by the Sidney family. In this era, deaths occur frequently, but the people do not report them and the officials do not investigate them. If everything is investigated, the government will have no peace. Maybe it's dark, but maybe every era is like this. But why did the Sidney family leave my Beiping prefecture? Bertrand looked puzzled and asked, without evidence, are they afraid? The Sidney family's marriage alliances with many powerful people are fundamentally for the purpose of making the Sidney family more powerful. Daniel sat up slightly, then slowly said, the Rosalind family is in a terrible situation now. He is from a Shangshu family, and his daughter is the crown prince's most favored concubine. If the Sidney family doesn't use this path, then they are not merchants anymore. As for why they migrated to Yingshan so quickly, it was obviously because of Arlen. It seems they also know that Arlen is not only not harmed by them, but has been promoted to a higher position. Daniel sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. With his power and vision, he naturally saw through the essence of the matter easily. Then Your Majesty, Bertrand asked tentatively, should we do something about the Sidney family? There's no evidence. What can we do? Daniel said slowly, shaking his head slightly. Besides, this matter is not my business but Arlen's business. What I want to do is to do Arlen a favor, rather than giving it directly. Then Your Highness, should we hand over the information we have investigated to Arlen or what? Bertrand asked respectfully, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Send the recruiting officer to Daning. Daniel's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and then he said, this man accepted bribes from merchants and disregarded the law. He also ignored military regulations and should be punished with death. Also, report everything you've investigated to Arlen. Hear the words. Bertrand bowed and said, I understand, but Bertrand looked thoughtful, hesitant to speak with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Just say it if you have something to say. Daniel turned his gaze and fell on Bertrand. Your Highness is a noble man. Although Arlen is outstanding, he shouldn't be worthy of your attention. Bertrand asked in confusion, after all, he is just a commander. You look at things too simply. Daniel smiled and shook his head. There was a hint of meaning in his smile, but his expression was very serious. If Arlen was really just a commander, then he wouldn't be worthy of my attention and my willingness to do him a favor. But he was promoted to commander in a year and even to earl. This is worthy of my attention. After all, it was the potential shown by Arlen that impressed Daniel and made him take him seriously. It's ridiculous that the Sidney family would rather ruin this marriage and let their daughter go to the Rosalind mansion as a concubine and actually give up Arlen, a piece of unpolished gem. I'm sure the Sidney family must be regretting it now. Bertrand said with great emotion. He shook his head slightly, with a trace of regret on his face. All right. Daniel waved his hand and said decisively, go and do what I have instructed you to do. I'm leaving now. Bertrand bowed and quickly left the palace hall with brisk and powerful steps. After Bertrand left, Daniel muttered with a thoughtful look, the Sidney family, Arlen, I didn't expect they would be so involved. They're willing to put someone to death for a marriage contract. This Sidney family really is just a merchant family. And since the engagement is already in place, the Sidney family must have had some connection with Arlen's family in the past. They're so obsessed with profit that they forget their loyalty. This Sidney family is truly too much of a merchant. As my father said, merchants are obsessed with profit and must be suppressed. Just when Daniel was preparing to deal with the government affairs of Beiping Prefecture, a voice came accompanied by hurried footsteps. Report. Father the Prefect Ebenwood requests an audience. Subsequently, a young man about 17 or 18 years old but a bit fat walked quickly into the hall. He just quickened his pace and was already out of breath, with beads of sweat on his face and forehead, obviously due to his obesity. This person was Daniel's eldest son and the Daniel Gregor Frostborn. Looking at Gregor's appearance, Daniel was actually a little disappointed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible loneliness flashed in his eyes, but he did not show it on the surface. Seeing Gregor coming, Daniel sat up straight. A gentle smile appeared on his face and said, "Okay, since Ebenwood Jifu is here, he must have important matters. Please come in." "Yes." Gregor nodded immediately, his movements a little slow, and then shouted to the outside of the hall, "Prefect Ebenwood, please come in." To the outside world, Gregor remained very calm. In response, a middle-aged man in official robes slowly walked into the palace hall. When he saw Daniel, he immediately bowed, lowered his head, and said in a loud voice, "I am here to see you, Your Highness." "No need to be so polite, Prefect Ebenwood." Daniel smiled slightly, with a hint of gentleness in his smile. "Thank you, Your Highness." Cameron Ebenwood thanked him and stood up straight, his movements neat and clear. "Does Magistrate Ebenwood have important business this time?" Daniel asked with a smile, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Your Highness." Cameron stepped forward and said, "The Ministry of Rights has just sent a notice that needs to be announced to the world. Your Highness, please take a look." As he spoke, Cameron held a notice from the Ministry of Rights in both hands, slowly walked in front of Daniel, and placed the notice on the table with cautious movements. Daniel immediately picked up the notice and took a look at it. A ripple of emotion appeared on his face, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, Daniel smiled slightly and said, "Since this is a notice from the Ministry of Rights, it should be announced as soon as possible. I will not have any objection to this matter." Upon hearing this, Cameron bowed and said, "I understand." "By the way," Daniel continued, "Prefect Ebenwood has arrived just in time. Now that the Liaodong War has been settled, I have received news that General Farley Blake will soon return victorious. In this Battle of Liaodong, our Beiping army suffered heavy casualties and needs to be replenished. This matter still needs to be handled by Prefect Ebenwood," Daniel said with a slight smile, with a hint of expectation in his smile. Upon hearing this, Cameron immediately said, "The Beiping army has suffered losses and needs to be replenished. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will report this to the Ministry of War as soon as possible. Once the Ministry of War issues a recruitment order, I will immediately start recruiting soldiers in Beiping Prefecture." Daniel nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for your help." From this we can see that although the Ming dynasty enfeoffed many vassal kings, in terms of military power and recruitment, everything was mainly under the control of the Ministry of War of the imperial court. Moreover, the princes were distributed among the vassal states, each with its own checks and balances. The most important thing was that the princes could not meet privately. If they violated this, they would be severely punished by the Heavenly Emperor. Evander had plans for all of this in his mind. After Cameron left, Daniel looked at Gregor, who was standing beside him, and said softly, "Gregor, you can go down too." "Yes, father." Gregor bowed and slowly retreated, his steps slightly heavy. After everyone left, Daniel took another look at the notice from the Ministry of Rights brought by Cameron. He felt complicated, and his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and worry. Then, Daniel walked slowly towards the inner hall. In this inner hall, the candlelight is soft and the light is dim, but it has a kind of sandalwood fragrance. Inside the inner hall, only Doran was present. He was wearing a Doran's robe with a calm expression on his face, sitting quietly on a cushion beside him. Seeing Daniel coming, Doran smiled slightly, with a hint of understanding in his smile, and said, "The Liaodong incident has been settled. The Beiping army has also made many contributions. This can be regarded as an honor for His Majesty. Compared to the Daning border army, our Beiping army has no reputation at all." Daniel shook his head slightly, a wry smile on his face. This Liaodong battle, ultimately it became a battle that made the Daning border army famous. One general brought fame to the entire army. Daniel said this with great emotion, a hint of envy in his eyes. Looking at the prince's expression, he doesn't seem happy. Doran smiled slightly, his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. It seems that he has encountered some problems again. This is a notice issued by the Ministry of Rights, which will be announced to the world. Daniel handed the notice in his hand to Doran, his movements seemingly casual. The latter took it and looked at it. After just a few glances, he immediately understood. Doran nodded slightly, a trace of emotion on his face, and said, "The current emperor's kindness to the prince is truly beyond words. The Liaodong region has been isolated from China for hundreds of years and has always been controlled by foreign races. Now that we have successfully recovered, this is an achievement that will go down in history. Doran slowly put down the notice from the Ministry of Rights in his hand, his expression full of emotion. However, Doran suddenly changed the subject and continued, "However, it is so unexpected that the Emperor would actually give such a great achievement to the Crown Prince. The Emperor's move is clearly intended to use this achievement of recovering Liaodong to make the Crown Prince's prestige soar to the peak of his popularity, enough to make him a great figure in history. Such a boldness is truly unprecedented. Throughout history, which emperor has not longed to leave a glorious name in the annals of history, to be remembered and admired by future generations? Yet the current emperor was able to abandon this obsession and willingly hand over such an honor. This has far surpassed the ordinary love between father and son." As Doran spoke, he gently stroked his beard, and the expression of emotion on his face became more and more intense. Daniel listened quietly to Doran's words, nodded slightly, and forced a slightly bitter smile on his face. He slowly said, "Although the achievement of recovering Liaodong is extraordinary, compared with the great achievements of my father in establishing the Ming dynasty and reshaping the order of China, it is just a drop in the ocean, insignificant and not worth mentioning. In the annals of future history, my father will undoubtedly occupy a very important space. His achievements will be admired and praised by future generations for thousands of years to come." Daniel paused, and the expression on his originally calm face suddenly became complicated. There seemed to be thousands of waves surging in his eyes, which were the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time quietly surging. Daniel's face trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said softly, "And to my father, perhaps, only my eldest brother can be considered his true biological son." As the words fell, the inner hall fell into dead silence. This sentence, perhaps these were Daniel's true words from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps, except for his eldest brother, the other brothers felt the same way. Aubrey and Elijah were shocked. Perhaps, just as later generations evaluated the relationship between Evander and Zachary, father and son. Zachary was the eldest son of Evander and his first wife. At that time, Evander had not yet made a name for himself, and he welcomed his eldest son into the family of an ordinary citizen. All the children born after that were Evander's sons, and this Evander was no longer the Pericles Changba of that time. Perhaps they are essentially the same person, but for Evander, their meanings are completely different. "Your Majesty." Doran narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice carrying an elusive depth. "Time will prove everything." "Yes." Daniel straightened his body, his expression extremely serious. And a firm look emerged in his eyes. "Time will prove everything. I will also prove to my father that I, Daniel, am also his son. Once the governance of Liaodong is settled, your highness will have the opportunity to distinguish himself among the emperor's sons." Doran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, as if he had already seen the future scene. The current emperor is a man of great talent and strategy. He has already resolved the sharp sword hanging over the Ming dynasty from the northern Yuan dynasty. The next step is naturally to completely conquer the northern Yuan dynasty. Beiping Prefecture guards the Great Wall, facing the northern Yuan dynasty to the north. This time, the emperor will definitely mobilize the army, and your highness will definitely have a great opportunity to march to the northern border. If we can really defeat the northern Yuan dynasty, it will surpass the achievement of recovering Liaodong," Doran said in a serious and solemn tone. "If you really let me lead the army, I will definitely destroy the northern Yuan dynasty." A fiery light flashed in Daniel's eyes, and he was also looking forward to this day. The capital of the Ming dynasty, Yingshan Prefecture. The main hall of the East Palace is solemn and majestic, and the carved beams and painted buildings exude an aura of majesty unique to the royal family. The Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, and the Minister of Justice stood in the hall in an orderly manner, standing straight with an expression of great respect, looking at Crown Prince Zachary, who was sitting in the main seat. In this way, Zachary sat upright on the main seat, his eyes swept over the three ministers calmly, and he said calmly, "The Liaodong tax has been agreed upon. Agricultural taxes will be exempted for 1 year, starting from the day of spring plowing. Waste half of the commercial taxes to encourage merchants from the Central Plains to come to Liaodong to do business and revitalize the people's livelihood in Liaodong. This will last for 2 years. What do the three ministers think?" Minister of Revenue Ragnar's face immediately broke into a smile. He bowed slightly, his tone filled with admiration. Your Highness is wise. Lai Adong has long been controlled by the Northern Yuan dynasty, and they have always followed the Northern Yuan's cruel and oppressive policies, engaging in excessive military expansion and completely disregarding the suffering of the people. Exempting agricultural taxes will allow the people of Lai Adong to resume farming and restore their vitality. Exempting commercial taxes will attract many merchants from the Ming dynasty to Lai Adong. After all, profit motivates people. This will surely revive the people's livelihood in Lai Adong. I second your proposal. Minister of Personnel, Marlon quickly stepped forward and echoed respectfully, his voice full of certainty. With this measure, Lai Adong will surely quickly regain its former prosperity. Zachary nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. In that case, the tax will be implemented accordingly. The Ministry of Revenue will draft the regulations as soon as possible and announce them to the world in Lai Adong. The words fell. Zachary paused for a moment, his expression becoming serious as he looked at the Minister of Justice, Finn Rockwell, and said, "In addition to this, the Ministry of Justice needs to send more officials to Lai Adong." When the Northern Yuan controlled Lai Adong, many of its nobles acted recklessly, killing civilians, bullying men and women, and committing all sorts of evil. I will show no mercy to these evildoers and will not let any of them go. The Ministry of Justice will dispatch capable officials to conduct investigations and accept reports from the people of Lai Adong. If any such criminals are found, they will be severely punished according to the laws of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Finn immediately bowed and replied in a resounding voice, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. I have already drawn up a detailed list. 100 officials under the Ministry of Justice will be heading to Lai Adong soon." Very good. Zachary nodded with satisfaction, then added, "For those honest and respectable foreigners, Ming dynasty should treat them as its subjects. However, those who are arrogant and domineering, bullying men and women, the Ming dynasty will never accept them. The specific handling will be determined according to the law. Mr. Sidney must personally monitor this matter closely." Finn immediately nodded again, his eyes revealing determination. "I understand, Your Highness." Ragnar pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and said respectfully, "There's one more thing. When Lai Adong was first conquered, the farmland there was originally controlled by the Northern Yuan nobles. The common people had no land to farm and were forced to pay exorbitant rents. Now that Lai Adong has been liberated, we need to remeasure the fields and distribute them to the people for cultivation." Zachary heard this, smiled slightly, and said without hesitation, "Of course. Father's great ambition is to ensure that every citizen of the Ming dynasty has land to farm and food to eat. All the land in Lai Adong must be remeasured, and all civilians in Lai Adong will be given a fair share of land. The specific distribution will be determined according to the Hongwu land distribution law of the Ming dynasty." Ragnar immediately bowed deeply and replied, "I understand. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible." At this moment, report. Bernard Aldridge, the commander of the Eastern Palace Jinwu Guard, hurried into the hall, bowed before Zachary, clasped his hands together, and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the palace has received the Emperor's decree regarding the reorganization of the surrendered soldiers from Lai Adong. Send it over quickly." When Zachary heard that it was his father's order, his expression immediately straightened up and he waved his hand decisively. Bernard, the commander of the Jinwu Guard, immediately stood up, walked forward quickly, raised the imperial edict with both hands, and presented it respectfully to Zachary. Zachary took the decree, unfolded it slowly, glanced at it quickly, and immediately understood it. Tobin and Rufus are indeed veterans in the army and very experienced. Their reorganization proposals are very good. Zachary nodded slightly, with an admiring look in his eyes. Reorganize the 3 guards and divide them into 3 places, Lai Adong and Daning. As he spoke, he looked carefully at the edict again, as well as the compilation record submitted by Tobin, with an expression of satisfaction on his face. "Your Highness." Ragnar raised his eyes cautiously to look at Zachary and asked tentatively, "Has the Emperor already decided on a plan for reorganization? Should we invite Minister Farnsworth to come and discuss it together?" "No need." Zachary glanced at the decree, his expression relaxed and said directly, "The decree for this reorganization has been decided. I will pass it to Lester later." "I understand." Ragnar responded respectfully, took a step back and stood back in his original position. "Arlen, that's pretty good." Zachary looked at the imperial edict again, muttering to himself with a hint of satisfaction on his face. divide the garrisons into 3 places, and impose additional regulations in each place. Also, all the former Northern Yuan generals with a rank of more than 1,000 households, except for those with a rank of more than 50,000 households, were killed. This will effectively prevent these Northern Yuan officers from causing chaos again. They're controlling the food and fodder, balancing the 2 sides. Not bad, really not bad. Zachary looked at the strategy proposed by Arlen and could not help but nod in admiration. Your Highness. Bernard, standing aside, bowed slightly and said respectfully, the Emperor has said that the reorganization plan should be based on the proposals made by Tobin and other generals, but the locations of the 3 guards' garrisons still need to be determined by His Highness. A branch town. Zachary frowned slightly, looking thoughtful, after thinking for a moment. Zachary decisively waved his hand and said loudly, take the map of Liaodong and Daning. In response, an official from the Eastern Palace quickly stepped forward from the side and presented 2 maps with steady hands. They were the maps of Liaodong and Daning. With the strength of Pericles Yingdaning's border troops, they are enough to completely suppress Yue. Zachary tapped the map lightly with his finger, his eyes focused as he made a methodical decision. Reorganize the first guard of the surrendered soldiers and place them in Huizhou Daning Prefecture. As for the second guard, it will be placed on the border with Goryeo. The third guard is placed north of Jincheng in Liaodong Prefecture. Zachary only thought about it for a moment, and quickly outlined a strategic layout in his mind, and made a decision immediately. Your Highness, Bernard stepped forward and said respectfully, according to a report from the Tobin, before Liaodong was pacified, the Goryeo General Eldrin once led a large army to the Liaodong border, but was intimidated and driven back by General Arlen. Is it possible that Your Highness is considering deploying a guard on the border with Goryeo? That's right. Zachary nodded, his expression solemn, his eyes filled with deep worry. Although the kingdom of Goryeo is small, it is ambitious and must be guarded against. I will place this guard horse on the border just in case. Talking, Zachary strode to the desk, reached out and picked up the pen, took out a blank imperial edict, and carefully wrote down the Arlen locations of the 3 guards and various details on it. Send this decree to the Ministry of War and have Lester send it to Liaodong as soon as possible. After Zachary finished writing the decree and carefully stamped it with the Crown Prince's seal, he handed it to Bernard and said solemnly, all reorganizations will proceed according to this. I obey the order. Bernard immediately took the order with both hands, turned around quickly, hurried towards the Ministry of War. 3 ministers. Zachary turned his gaze towards the 3 ministers again, his expression solemn and his tone filled with expectation. The affairs of Liaodong are of vital importance. When Liaodong is fully integrated into the Ming dynasty, I will definitely commend you for your merits. I will definitely not let the prince down. The 3 of them immediately bowed with extremely solemn expressions. Compared to when they were in front of Evander, they were obviously much more relaxed when facing Zachary. They did not have the restraint and fear that they had when facing Evander, as if they were facing a god of death. After the 3 ministers left, Zachary slowly turned around and his eyes fell on the map of the Ming dynasty hanging above the hall. Liaodong is settled. Zachary frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with thought, and he muttered to himself, next, it's the Northern Yuan dynasty. Who will lead the army in the next expedition? Tobin, it's obviously no longer suitable. As for the Rufus, should we allow him to take another step forward? Zachary, with a thoughtful look on his face, was immersed in the preparations and planning for the next expedition against the Northern Yuan dynasty. Daning Prefecture, the capital city. The sunlight shines on the ancient and modeled city walls, adding a touch of ancient and mysterious charm to this vicissitudes of life on the border. The streets and alleys are bustling with people coming and going, various stalls are selling a wide variety of goods, and the sounds of shouting and laughter are intertwined. Hey, what are you guys doing in such a hurry? Why are you all running out of the city like the wind? A small vendor stood behind his stall filled with goods, looking at the pedestrians in a hurry with a puzzled look on his face, and couldn't help asking, don't you know about this big thing? The pedestrian being asked did not stop walking. With uncontrollable excitement on his face, he turned around and spoke loudly, waving his arms as he spoke, as if this could make the other person feel his excitement more clearly. What's the big deal? I already know about the recovery of Liaodong. This news has spread all over the world a long time ago, but what does this have to do with you all running out of the city? The peddler scratched his head, and his already messy hair became even more messy, and he looked even more confused. Ha ha. A smug smile appeared on the pedestrian's face, his eyes narrowed into slits, as if he was showing off an inestimable treasure. In this Liaodong battle, who was the most outstanding and dazzling figure in our Ming army? Nonsense, the vendor blurted out without hesitation. That must be General Arlen of our Daning border army. I heard that General Arlen was only 17 years old, but he had made great military achievements for the Ming dynasty. The chieftain of the Jianzhou Tartars, as well as Nahachu, and many great generals of the northern Yuan dynasty all died at the hands of General Arlen. It is because of General Arlen that our Daning border army is now famous throughout the world. Since you know this, don't you know that the news has spread throughout the city that General Pericles will be returning to Daning today? Everyone in Daning City rushed out of the city, hoping to see with their own eyes what the great hero of Daning Mansion looked like and how heroic he was. As the pedestrians spoke, they quickened their pace, as if they were afraid that if they were too late they would miss seeing General Arlen. Really? The vendor's eyes suddenly widened, filled with surprise and anticipation. Ah, besides General Pericles and Uncle Guanjun, who else can be so attractive? I won't say much to you. I have to leave the city quickly and find a good spot, otherwise I won't be able to see General Pericles. Wait for me, I'm going too. My stall has to close soon. The small vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, stuffed their goods aside in a panic, and then followed the pedestrians, jogging all the way out of the city. In Daning City, many people ran out of the city in a hurry, looking anxious. There were young and strong men who walked briskly, jogging all the way, their faces full of impatient anticipation. There were women holding children, who reminded them to be careful while quickening their pace, with excitement flashing in their eyes. There were also old people on crutches, who were supported by their families and walked tremblingly towards the outside of the city, their faces full of admiration and expectation for the heroes. The entire Daning city seemed to be injected with a powerful vitality and became extremely lively and noisy. This also caused the originally prosperous streets to become empty for a while. For Daning City, this was a rare event. Looking outside the city, the soldiers on duty in the city were extremely busy. 2,000 soldiers dressed in neat armor and holding spears were trying to maintain order outside the city. Their faces were filled with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. They had never encountered such a scene before. Countless people gathered outside the city. As the capital of Daning Prefecture, Daning City has a large population of over 200,000. This time, there are probably tens of thousands of people leaving the city, including men, women, young and old. Some people stood on tiptoe, stretched their necks, and looked into the distance without blinking, as if this would allow them to see General Arlen's figure more quickly. Some children rode on their father's shoulders, waving small homemade Angus Ning border army flags in their hands, which fluttered in the wind. Others held incense and candles in their hands, looking pious, as if they wanted to pray for the returning heroes. Of course, some people were curious and wanted to watch the fun, but more of them were looking forward to seeing the legendary champion with their own eyes, to see what General Arlen, who had made a name for himself on the battlefield for their Daning, looked like and how heroic he was. Not to mention the entire Ming Empire, even in Daning Prefecture alone, Arlen is a well-deserved hero in the hearts of the people. As a border prefecture, Daning was often harassed by foreign races, mainly the northern Yuan dynasty, but also the Jianzhou Tartars and other foreign races who frequently invaded. The people living in the border areas suffered terribly and lived in dire straits. In this battle, General Arlen led his army to recover Liaodong and massacre the Jianzhou Tartars with great pleasure. It also demonstrated the power of the Daning border army and won the admiration of thousands of people. This is why the people of Daning Prefecture were so excited that almost half of them went out of the city to welcome them. Uncle Mossgrove. On the inside of the official road, Elijah and Aubrey stood there quietly, looking forward to it. Aubrey was wearing a light blue long skirt, the hem of which fluttered gently in the wind, like a blooming blue flower. She looked at the bustling crowd outside the city, countless people eagerly waiting, and from time to time someone would shout General Pericles and Uncle Guanjun. She couldn't help but ask, are all these people really here to welcome Brother Frostborn Arlen? All. Elijah was wearing a simple but neat robe. He was looking at the crowd gathered around him in shock, his face filled with excitement and pride. There is no doubt that this was all attracted by the fame of his young master. The young master has really made a name for himself now. Elijah's eyes sparkled with tears, and his voice trembled slightly. He became the youngest general in the Ming dynasty, and also the youngest earl in the Ming dynasty. If the old lady was still alive, she would be so happy to see the young master's current achievements. Seeing the streets full of people welcoming his young master, Elijah was deeply moved. If he had not considered his young master's reputation, he would have burst into tears at this moment. Butler Yvonne. Miss Sydney. Abner was wearing an official uniform with exquisite and gorgeous embroidery. Behind him were many officials from Daning City who walked towards him in an orderly manner. Abner had a gentle expression and a faint smile on his face as he said, "General Pericles should be here soon." Obviously. This time the news of Arlen's return was spread by Abner, but he did not force anyone to come and greet him. The people outside the city came spontaneously, looking forward to the return of the hero. However, Abner specially invited Elijah and Aubrey to come, which was naturally a thoughtful gesture from him, and it was also an unexpected surprise for Arlen. "Thank you, Lord Prefect." Elijah immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His voice filled with a hint of restraint and gratitude. At this moment, facing a powerful figure like Abner, Elijah was still a little nervous. The prefect is in charge of the political affairs of a prefecture, holds great power, and has a respected status. In the past, it was extremely difficult for Elijah to meet even a minor official in the government, let alone a high-ranking official like Abner. And now, such an official treated him so kindly, all because his young master had made great progress. "Your young master and I are close friends, no need to be so polite." Abner smiled and waved his hand, his expression amiable and friendly, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. When it comes down to it, the prefect and the commander-in-chief within a prefecture, although the prefect's official rank is one level higher, their official rank and power are actually equal. The prefect cannot control the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief cannot control the prefect. This is a kind of check and balance of power. This time, from afar, tread, tapping. The sound of horse hooves came from far away like rolling thunder, and the scene was quite huge. Looking ahead, the one in front is a tall, pure black warhorse. The horse has a strong posture, taut muscles, its four hooves stepping powerfully on the ground, and its mane flying freely in the wind. The man on the horse was Arlen. He was wearing black armor which emitted some light under the sunlight. A long sword hung around his waist, which added a bit of majesty. Behind Arlen, there were 700 cavalrymen guarding him in an orderly manner. They were wearing uniform armor, holding spears, and looked majestic. Even though they had left the battlefield, the murderous aura on them was still there, and they looked like an army that had returned from 100 battles. "Look!" In the crowd, a young man shouted at the top of his voice, his face flushed, "Uncle Guanjun. General Pericles is back." As he shouted, he waved his arms high, as if he wanted Arlen in the distance to see his enthusiasm first. "It's really General Pericles, look quickly." An old man with gray hair was so excited that his hands were shaking. His cloudy eyes were now full of light. His grandson beside him was also infected and jumped up and down and shouted, "Our great hero of Daning Mansion is back. It's exactly as the rumors say. General Pericles is young and handsome, and his heroic spirit is simply amazing." A young woman in coarse linen clothes, with a slightly flushed cheek and eyes full of admiration, whispered to her female companion beside her. The female companion covered her mouth and laughed. "Yes, General Pericles is a general in the army, but he is so handsome. I wonder which girl will be so lucky in the future." "He is indeed very handsome." A burly man, his face full of admiration, nodded vigorously, as expected of Daning's strongest warrior. The emperor personally bestowed upon him the title of champion. Just look at his aura, it's clear no mortal can match him. General Pericles, Uncle Champion. General Pericles, welcome back to Daning. The shouts that came one after another were like surging waves, one after another, instantly sweeping across the entire city, making it extremely noisy and lively. As the clattering sound of horse hooves became clearer, the people of Daning who were waiting outside the city all focused their eyes on the tall, pure black warhorse in the front. Arlen's figure appeared before the eyes of countless people. The entire area outside the city was instantly boiling with excitement. The people were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Some waved their homemade flags, while others struggled to squeeze forward just to get a clearer look at Arlen. The children rode on the adults' shoulders. clapping their hands excitedly, while the old people clasped their hands together and muttered something, full of gratitude for the hero's return. A hint of surprise now crossed Arlen's calm face. He widened his eyes slightly, scanning the lively scene before him, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "Are these people coming to greet me?" "General." Marvin rode up to Arlen's side, his face flushed, his eyes filled with admiration, his voice trembling with excitement. "You crushed the Jianu in the northern border and bravely fought on the Liaodong battlefield, achieving remarkable military exploits. You avenged countless people in Daning. Now, you are a great hero of Daning Prefecture, and even more so, a hero of the entire Ming dynasty. As a native of Daning Prefecture, Marvin feels deeply the pain of the suffering endured by this land. In the past, countless civilians were tragically killed by the Northern Yuan and other foreign tribes every year. In the eyes of those barbaric foreign tribes, the lives of the people of Daning were like ants, worthless. Life on the border is much more dangerous than in the central prefecture of the Ming dynasty. Countless families have been torn apart because of this, countless parents have lost their children, and children have lost their parents. That is a heavy debt of blood. Arlen killed Nahachu with his own hands and recovered Liaodong in one fell swoop. He killed countless enemies on the battlefield. His achievements are like a towering monument, standing in the hearts of the people of Daning. There is no doubt that in the eyes of the people of Daning Prefecture, Arlen is a hero who protects them and avenges the innocent people who died tragically at the hands of the Northern Yuan dynasty and foreign races. The first step in building a power. Hero. When Arlen heard Marvin's words, he looked up and saw tens of thousands of people in front of the city shouting his name. The shouts were filled with excitement, as if everyone was smiling sincerely, welcoming him back to Daning. This moment, Arlen was also somewhat immersed in this indescribable atmosphere. Hero, everyone admires him. Who doesn't want to? But in more than a year, Arlen had achieved it unknowingly. Defend your country and leave your name in history. Perhaps what I have been expecting is exactly this scene. After a long time, Arlen looked at the grand scene of tens of thousands of people warmly welcoming him outside the city, and his heart was filled with emotion. When he walked to within a dozen feet of Abner, Arlen's attention was instantly attracted by two very familiar figures. Uncle Mossgrove, Jemima. Seeing the two people whom he hadn't seen for more than a year, Arlen immediately showed a happy smile on his face. For Arlen, home is where his family is. Arlen had a rough life since childhood, and his parents unfortunately died while fleeing famine. If it were not for his grandmother's careful care, which enabled him to live a stable life in Beijing, he might have died on the difficult journey of fleeing famine. With the sudden passing of his grandmother, Elijah was the only relative left in Arlen's life. Although Elijah was the housekeeper, Arlen always regarded him as his closest relative. As for Aubrey, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts, and the friendship between them is even deeper. Now Arlen has already arrived in Daning. Being able to reunite with Elijah and Aubrey is undoubtedly what he most hopes for in his heart. Master, brother Frostborn Arlen. Elijah and Aubrey also found it difficult to suppress their inner excitement. They ran towards Arlen quickly, their eyes full of excitement and joy, staring at Arlen intently. Arlen quickly urged his warhorse to gallop forward. When he was only a few feet away from the two men, he immediately dismounted. Uncle Mossgrove. Arlen looked at Elijah first and called out in a gentle tone, "Master, you are still alive. That's enough. Everything is enough." Seeing that his young master was safe and sound, and that he had grown taller and stronger after not seeing him for more than a year, he found that his young master had become taller and stronger, becoming taller and more upright, and had shed his former youthfulness and immaturity. He has grown into a man who can stand on his own 2 feet. Elijah's tears were no longer under control, rolling down his face. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Mossgrove," Arlen said softly, with a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Arlen's eyes inadvertently fell on Aubrey, who was standing beside him. "Jemima," Arlen called softly, his eyes naturally revealing endless tenderness and deep friendship without any disguise. Looking back on the past, the feelings between the boy and girl was still in the ignorant stage, with only a thin layer of window paper left to break. But now, Arlen no longer had any intention of hiding anything. For him, Aubrey worked tirelessly and braved danger to travel all the way to Daning. She was even attacked by a killer sent by the Sydney family and almost lost her life. Moreover, Uncle Mossgrove knew the news because Aubrey took the risk to tell him. Brother Frostborn Arlen, it's good to see that you are safe and sound. Aubrey's eyes also turned red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. When Aubrey first learned that the Sydney family intended to harm Arlen, she was extremely anxious and filled with worry and fear, fearing that Arlen would die in that cruel battlefield. Even when they later set out with Elijah on the journey to Daning to look for Arlen, deep down in their hearts, they actually had a glimmer of hope. After all, the situation in Daning was so dangerous, and on the battlefield, one could barely escape death. Their worst-case scenario was to collect Arlen's body and bring it back to his hometown for a proper burial. Arlen looked at Aubrey in front of him, and the emotions in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He took a step forward without hesitation, opened his arms, and hugged Aubrey tightly in his arms. "I will be fine, and you should be fine too. From now on, don't go back to Peking. I will take care of you for the rest of my life." Arlen hugged Aubrey tightly and whispered gently in her ear, "Hear this." Aubrey's delicate body trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her head, her eyes full of disbelief. I'm just a concubine's daughter, not worthy of you." Sydney Jemima buried her head deep in Arlen's arms, her voice full of inferiority. "What's the difference between legitimate and illegitimate children? You traveled thousands of miles to Daning for me. Because of me, I was attacked by a killer. All this happened because of me. You are destined to be mine in this life." Arlen spoke gently, and every word he said was the truest voice from the bottom of his heart. In this era, free love is almost a luxury, and most marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. However, Arlen and Aubrey have been together since childhood, and they are childhood sweethearts with a deep friendship. For Arlen, Aubrey resolutely escaped from the Sydney family and traveled thousands of miles to Daning. How could Arlen not cherish this deep friendship? "I was wondering who that girl was just now. Turns out she's General Pericles' sweetheart. This girl is really beautiful. She looks only about 28 years old. Standing next to General Pericles, they are truly a perfect match." That's right. They are really a perfect match. General Pericles was born a commoner, but now he has risen to the rank of Commander of Daning and has even been granted the title of Earl. This is truly a glorious return to his homeland. He will surely marry this beautiful lady in the future. That's right. The people gathered around, looking at Arlen and Aubrey hugging each other tightly, gave heartfelt praises, and many of them gave their sincere blessings. After a while, Arlen let go of Sydney Jemima, turned around, clasped his fists, and greeted Abner with a smile. "Master Percival." Having worked together in the army for a long time, they were already familiar with each other's personalities, so naturally they were less restrained when interacting with each other. "General Pericles, welcome back to Daning." Abner responded with a smile. "Finally back to Daning." Arlen looked at the towering Daning city in front of him, his eyes unable to hide the excitement, and replied with a smile. At first, when Arlen was assigned to the Daning Border Army, he was stationed in Antrim County, near the northern border. Who would have thought that he would end up in the provincial capital, and that Arlen would live in the Daning provincial capital for a long time in the future? "All right, now that we're in Daning, do you plan to go to the government office for the banquet or to the military camp?" Abner asked with a smile. "Master Percival, I'd better go back to my own house first. Let's rest for 2 days and then wait for the army to return to the camp, and then we'll have a banquet and celebrate together," Arlen said with a smile. Seeing this, Abner immediately smiled and replied, "That's good. You just got back, so you really need to rest up. When the soldiers join the army in a while, you'll be busy then." "I would rather train soldiers and sort out military affairs in the barracks." Arlen smiled heartily. When Abner heard this, he immediately understood the deep meaning of Arlen's words. It was obvious that Arlen did not like the official practice of making connections through banquets. Now that Arlen has returned, I wonder how many people in Daning Prefecture want to take the opportunity to make friends with him. "All right, I won't waste your time. Let's go into the city," Abner said with a smile. Arlen looked at the dense crowds of people on both sides of the official road outside the city, his heart full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, "Master Percival, did you arrange these people?" "They all came voluntarily to welcome the heroes of Daning. I just revealed the news of your return today. Arlen, don't underestimate your current prestige in Daning Prefecture," Abner said with deep emotion. Hearing this, Arlen once again looked at the people gathered outside the city and nodded solemnly. Then Arlen took a few steps forward. "Please ask the folks of Daning Prefecture to come out of the city to welcome you personally. This is Arlen's honor." Here, Arlen would like to thank everyone. As he spoke, Arlen clasped his hands together, stood straight, and performed a standard military salute to the people on both sides in an extremely humble and polite manner. The scene instantly shocked the people of Daning City outside the city, and then they became uncontrollably excited. Uncle Champion is thanking us and bowing to us. My goodness! You are worthy of being the Earl of Champion appointed by the Emperor and worthy of being the hero of Daning. You're so polite and so approachable. This is the kind of official our Ming dynasty should have. That's right, that's right. As Arlen bowed and thanked the people, countless people admired him more and more, and their respect was beyond words. Time turns. The inner city of Daning Prefecture is only one street away from the government office. The Duke of Guanzhou's mansion was located here. This was a residence bestowed by the current emperor, occupying a considerable area within the inner city of Daning. Welcome back, master. When Arlen arrived at the gate of the mansion, dozens of servants in the mansion knelt on the ground in an orderly manner and welcomed Arlen's return in unison. These servants were all slaves and were rewarded to Arlen by the current emperor after he made meritorious service. Is this house big enough for my personal guards to stay? Arlen took a look at his mansion, then turned to look at the 700 cavalry guards behind him. After being promoted to commander, the number of his personal guards has increased to 600. The other 100 people were personal guards assigned because of the Earl title. The Imperial Court's Ministry of War had clear regulations regarding the number of personal guards. These 700 personal guards are undoubtedly the most elite soldiers under Arlen's command. They had to go through layers of rigorous screening, and finally their loyalty had to be confirmed by Arlen himself before they were allowed to enter the Royal Guard camp. Master, this mansion is very spacious. Not to mention 700 guards, even more than 1,000 can be accommodated easily. I have already found out that this mansion is one of the largest mansions in Daning City. The court values you very much, young master, Elijah said with a smile on his face. Then, Uncle Mossgrove, you will be in charge of setting up camp properly within the mansion and purchasing sufficient food, wine, and meat. If the money is not enough, I will give you more, Arlen said with a smile. Master, don't worry. There are still more than 2,000 gold in the treasury. They are all rewards given to you by the Imperial Court, Elijah responded with a smile. Marvin, Arlen called out loudly. I'm here. Marvin quickly came to Arlen. All affairs in the palace are to be conducted according to the rules of military camp duty. Let the brothers bring the war horses in from the backyard to raise them. I'll ask Uncle Mossgrove to buy fodder, Arlen ordered in an orderly manner. Subordinates take orders. Marvin responded immediately and loudly. Then he bowed respectfully. The 700 guards behind him dismounted neatly. First, Cornelius led 100 personal guards to quickly line up in front of the mansion gate, responsible for guarding the outer mansion. Then, the captain of the Imperial Guards led 100 Imperial Guards into the palace in an orderly manner. All actions were as orderly as in a military camp without any chaos. You all get up. Arlen looked at the servants kneeling in front of the mansion gate and spoke gently. Thank you, sir. The 50 servants responded respectfully, all with their heads lowered, not daring to look up at Arlen. These 50 servants were half men and half women, all under the age of 30. In the Ming dynasty, slavery had not yet been abolished. Among these servants were the families of officials punished for crimes and the families of enemies captured in war. At the Ministry of Justice's discretion, some were pardoned and became civilians, while others remained enslaved, branded with slave marks. There should be Jinue here. Arlen glanced at the servants calmly, thinking to himself. The current Emperor Evander is a ruthless person. He arranges the Jinue to secretly monitor the ministers in the court and even the homes of his many sons. Arlen, now a newly promoted general in charge of the Daning border army, held a high position of power, and there must be Jinue lurking in the palace to monitor him. And it's no wonder that these people must be hiding among the servants bestowed by the court. Who cares? I don't think even your royal guards can detect what I'm going to do. However, Arlen only took a quick glance and didn't take it to heart. He had the ability to see through the loyalty values of others. Those who were truly malicious and disloyal could not access his secrets at all. Uncle Mossgrove, Jemima, let's go. Arlen naturally took Aubrey's hand, greeted Elijah, and the three of them walked into the mansion together. As I stepped into the mansion, I found that it was indeed a large mansion that fully met the standards of a large mansion of that era. I already know what happened in Huizhou. The three of them came to the lobby of the mansion and took their seats. Arlen looked solemn and said in a deep voice, his expression becoming very ugly, "Master, the Sidney family is really going too far." Elijah said angrily with a look of anger on his face, "It doesn't matter. I will definitely find a chance to avenge these grudges. I will make the Sidney family pay back everything they owe me." Arlen said coldly with a cold look in his eyes. Now that the young master has become a prominent figure and the commander of a prefecture, it will be extremely difficult for the Sidney family to deal with the young master easily. If the Sidney family's conspiracy succeeds this time and harms the young master, even if this old servant risks his life, he will drag the Sidney family down with him. Recalling the past when Arlen was tricked into joining the army in Daning, Elijah still felt a lingering fear, his face full of fear. If it weren't for the fact that my young master was so lucky, he might have really been harmed by the Sidney family. Uncle Mossgrove, you don't need to worry too much about the Sidney family's affairs. I will handle it properly. And Jemima, from now on, I will never let you down. From now on, you can live peacefully in Daning. Here in Daning, I will definitely protect you. Arlen looked at the two people in front of him. Who were they? Most important to him, and said seriously and earnestly, "Wherever the young master is, there I am." Elijah nodded heavily. "I am also willing to stay with Brother Frostborn Arlen forever." Aubrey raised her head, her eyes full of affection and attachment. Today was Arlen's reunion day. The two people who meant the most to him in the world were finally together. This is undoubtedly something to be thankful for. However, after this, Arlen will also begin to implement his plan to make the gold and silver he has obtained truly play its due role. As night falls, everything is silent. In the inner hall, Uncle Mossgrove, you must remember this prescription. The medicinal materials listed above must be purchased regardless of quantity. Arlen took out a piece of paper with the names of various medicinal herbs densely written on it and handed it to Elijah solemnly. "Yes, master." Elijah took the prescription with both hands and carefully put it in his arms, without even asking Arlen about the purpose of these herbs. Besides, are there many beggars and homeless refugees in Daning Prefecture? Arlen frowned and asked. Arlen actually didn't know much about the situation of these lower-class people. Often, the higher your position, the more difficult it is to see the real situation at the bottom. Because the higher the position of power, the more flatterers are around you, so even if there are some dirty things, they are difficult to detect. Yes, and there are quite a few of them. Elijah nodded affirmatively, and then added, especially after the outbreak of the Liaodong War, a large number of refugees poured into Daning Prefecture. Now the prefect is also overwhelmed and helpless in the face of these refugees. It is good. Arlen nodded, and after a moment's contemplation he said, "Tomorrow, you will go to the places where the refugees have gathered to select personnel. Bring back as many as you can who are willing to sign a contract to sell themselves and are under the age of 15. If they have a special skill, the age limit can be relaxed." "Yes, young master," Elijah immediately replied. "Okay, Uncle Mossgrove, go down and rest first. Let Marvin in," Arlen said in a gentle tone. "Master, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Elijah looked hesitant and struggling, but finally decided to say what was on his mind. "Uncle Mossgrove, you've watched me grow up since I was a child. If you have anything to say, just say it." Arlen said with a smile. "Jemima, you must not treat her badly. She really gave up everything for you," Elijah said earnestly. Hearing this, Arlen showed a sincere smile on his face. "Uncle Mossgrove, do you think I'm the kind of person who will abandon you after having fun with you? I've said it before. I don't even look at Sidney Yu from the Sidney family. If I'm going to marry, I'll only marry Jemima. After all these twists and turns, Jemima has devoted herself to me wholeheartedly. How could I possibly treat her unfairly? I told her at the beginning that I would marry her when I became successful. I'm not kidding when I say this." Arlen smiled gently, and his words were full of the firm promise he had made. "In this case, I will be relieved." Elijah breathed a sigh of relief, and the worries in his heart finally dissipated. Then he turned around and slowly left the inner hall. Marvin responded to the call and walked in quickly. "General." Marvin bowed and said respectfully, "I'll give you a task. This mission must not be known to anyone other than the personal guards." As soon as Marvin came in, Arlen stared at him with a serious look. "Please give me your orders, General." Marvin's expression instantly became serious. He immediately bowed and said firmly, "First, choose a secluded place in the mountains and forests outside the city of Daning, a place where people can hide." Arlen said with a serious face. "Hear this?" Marvin raised his head, a look of surprise on his face. General, are you going to train death squads? You actually know about the death squad? Arlen smiled. Return to the general. Family inheritance, death warrior training, this is no secret. It's just that it costs a lot of money to raise death squads, and once they are discovered, it might be a crime of treason. Marvin said with a serious expression. Then do you dare to train death warriors for me? Arlen smiled, stared at Marvin, and asked back. My life has long belonged to the general. I will follow you, general, till death. Marvin knelt down in front of Arlen without any hesitation. Finding where the Tibetans are hiding is the first step. The second step is to secretly search for refugees under the age of 15 and bring them to the mountains for training. For these people, they must be proficient in fighting, proficient in assassination, and loyal to me. And I will leave all of this to you. Arlen said in a deep voice, very seriously. I will avenge you with my life. Marvin did not hesitate at all. I believe you. Tomorrow you will take some guards to search. It's better to be careful. You can trust the personal guards, they won't betray you. Arlen emphasized. Yes. Marvin immediately accepted the order, then he slowly left the inner hall. Wait until he leaves. Arlen looked thoughtful. Man, the first step in training death squads. Once the death squads are successfully trained, many things that cannot be done openly can be assigned to them. Once the death squad is formed, the first step is to deal with the Sydney family. Your Sydney family wants my life, so I will wipe out your entire clan. A cold look flashed in Arlen's eyes. There are many refugees under the age of 15, and these people. Arlen was first handed over to Elijah to recruit openly and secretly to Marvin to recruit. As long as the refugees signed a contract to sell themselves, everything was in compliance with the laws of the court. As for the second step, you can teach the horizontal training skills to your personal guards now. Then use the bone-strengthening powder to help them boost their spirits, physiques, and strength. It's enough to train them into a truly elite force. Arlen thought secretly in his heart, and in his heart he had already made some plans for raising assassins in the future. At this moment, Brother Frostborn Arlen, are you there? Aubrey's voice sounded outside the hall. Jemima, Arlen replied in a gentle voice. Next moment, the door of the palace was slowly pushed open, and Aubrey walked in lightly. She then carefully closed the door, her movements so gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the room. She took light steps and slowly walked towards Arlen. This time, Aubrey was wearing a dark red long dress that dragged on the ground, and the hem of the skirt swayed slightly as she walked. The delicate skirt was embroidered with intricate patterns, which shimmered in the candlelight. Her pretty face was carefully painted with light makeup. Her eyebrows were as black as distant ink, her lips were like cherries, and her eyes were bright and affectionate. Today, she was like a flower in full bloom in spring. Delicate and beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. Even though Arlen was used to seeing many kinds of scenery, at this moment he couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. His gaze was firmly attracted by the beauty in front of him, and he was completely stunned. Jemima, what are you doing? Arlen asked in a gentle voice. Aubrey did not answer but walked straight to Arlen without stopping. She raised her head slightly, her eyes full of affection and determination, then gently stretched out her arms and hugged Arlen, her movements filled with a hint of eagerness and attachment. Brother Frostborn Arlen. Sydney Jemima's voice was as soft as water, as if filled with endless tenderness and worry. Now that you have joined the army, the battlefield is full of dangers and swords without eyes. At this point, Sydney Jemima paused slightly, but her tone became more determined. Jemima, I will leave a descendant for you. With the beauty in his arms, this gentle and affectionate feeling is like the warmest breeze in spring, brushing against Arlen's heartstrings. Arlen felt a warm current surge into his heart instantly, and his rationality seemed to collapse at this moment. The blood in his body began to boil. Jemima, I won't let you down. Arlen's voice was firm. After saying that, Arlen held his head and strode towards the inner hall with quick but steady steps. Tonight, it is more than words. The next morning. In the past, the military camp would have been noisy at this time, with the shouts of soldiers and the clashing of weapons. But today, without those noisy sounds, all around was quiet, which was the peace that Arlen had not enjoyed for a long time. Arlen slowly woke up and opened his eyes. What caught his eye was Aubrey sleeping soundly beside him. Her pretty face was still slightly flushed from last night's fatigue, her hair was a little messy and scattered on the pillow, and she looked particularly delicate and charming. Arlen stared at her, his eyes full of pity. With Arlen's current strong physical fitness, he can handle Aubrey alone. Even if there are dozens more, he can handle it. Last night he finally restrained himself a lot. Arlen got up from the bed quietly, being extremely careful with every movement for fear of disturbing Aubrey. He put on his coat, tidied his clothes, took another deep look at Sydney Jemima, who was still sleeping, then turned around and quietly left the inner hall. General. As soon as Arlen stepped out of the inner hall, Marvin immediately came to greet him. Have all the brothers been gathered together? Arlen asked casually. General, Marvin said with a smile, very excited. This mansion is really a different world. It has everything you need. There's actually a spacious martial arts training ground outside the palace. The ground is flat and open, and there are many weapon racks. It's clear from this glance that the former owner of this mansion must have been a seasoned general. Brothers are now gathered in the training ground. Hear the words. This mansion used to belong to a prince from the northern Yuan dynasty. Arlen replied calmly. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked towards the training ground with steady steps. Daning Prefecture, like Liaodong in the past, was an important stronghold of the northern Yuan dynasty in its attempt to firmly control Central Plains, like two sharp claws grabbing the Central Plains. Because of this, there are many Mongols in Liaodong and Daning. Likewise, many mansions were once located here, witnessing the vicissitudes of the past. A martial arts arena. 700 personal guards gathered here in an orderly manner. They were dressed in uniform black armor, and even after retreating from the battlefield, their might remained. The guards were divided into 7 columns, and in each column there was a centurion standing upright in the front, commanding the soldiers under his command. Meet the general. Seeing Arlen's arrival, the 700 guards bowed in unison. The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the mansion. Amidst the orderly welcome, Arlen walked steadily to the front of the royal guards. No need to be so polite. Arlen raised his right hand and said in a stern voice, "Thank you, General." 700 guards spoke in unison, their voices like thunder, echoing over the martial arts field. Every guard's gaze towards Arlen was burning with enthusiasm, full of awe and respect. The selection of this personal guard camp is extremely strict. First, Marvin carefully selects elite soldiers from the border troops. Then, the most crucial thing is that these people must be personally inspected and approved by Arlen. Confirm their loyalty before they can be officially incorporated into the Royal Guard camp. After all, these are Arlen's personal guards, and their safety is at stake. Arlen will naturally not let anyone take advantage of them, not even the dreaded Jinyue. There's no chance of getting in on the action. No one is allowed to approach the martial arts arena. Anyone who disobeys this order will be executed. Arlen glanced sharply around the martial arts arena and then gave a cold order. Today's matter. This matter concerns Arlen's fundamental situation. So not a single bit of it can be leaked. Naturally, the Jinyue spies lurking in the mansion were not allowed to get close. The 100th Battalion on alert. Cornelius moved and immediately shouted loudly. Immediately, Cornelius waved his hand and quickly dispersed his 100 personal guards around the training ground and took their positions. The guards on duty kept their eyes alert and blocked all the passages tightly, preventing any servants from approaching the mansion. You are all my trusted confidants who have followed me in battle for a long time. I have seen your loyalty and will remember it in my heart. Arlen looked solemn as he slowly swept his gaze over the guards in front of him. His voice was powerful and resounded in everyone's hearts. My subordinates swear allegiance to the general to the death. In the martial arts arena, except for the 100 guards on duty, the remaining 600 guards knelt on the ground in an orderly manner and shouted in unison. From the moment they became Arlen's personal guards, they shared life and death with him. If Arlen died on the battlefield, they, as his personal guards, would have no chance of surviving. If Arlen accidentally violated the court laws in the future, they would not be spared either. Their fate has long been closely tied to Arlen. Having said this, Arlen said no more. Walked steadily to a stone lion in the martial arts field. This stone lion is huge. Look at me. Arlen's voice was low and everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. Arlen slightly turned sideways, took a deep breath, slowly raised his right fist, and the muscles in his arm instantly tensed as if they were made of steel. He exerted force suddenly and hit the stone lion hard with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The moment the fist collided with the stone lion, it was as if a thunder exploded above the martial arts field. The stone lion, which originally weighed hundreds of pounds and could not be moved at all by one person's strength, was directly knocked away like a stone. Boom! The stone lion fell heavily to the ground. and the huge impact force created a deep hole in the ground. However, after landing, there was a heart-pounding sound of shattering. The huge stone lion seemed to be shattered from the inside by a powerful force and instantly broke into pieces of rubble on the ground. See this scene. Even though the guards already knew that their general was extremely brave and powerful, the shocking scene before them still left them stunned. Xiang Blake, the former overlord of Western Harding, was famous for his ability to lift a tripod. This stone lion is probably not much lighter than that tripod, right? And the general actually shattered the stone lion with just one punch. What kind of terrifying power does that require? If this punch landed on a person, wouldn't it smash them into a pulp? How terrifying! The general's strength is simply inhuman. With such courage and strength, no wonder the general can kill enemies on the battlefield as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and no one can defeat him. Witnessing this shocking scene, every guard opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with shock and awe. When they looked at Arlen, it was as if they were looking at a god descending from the sky, or as if they saw the majestic, powerful, and unparalleled king of Western Harding reappearing on earth. Do you want to possess this kind of power? Arlen slowly turned his head, his eyes like torches scanning the guards. His voice low but full of temptation. This question, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it instantly stirs up 1,000 waves. The guards were stunned at first, and then indescribable enthusiasm and shock appeared in everyone's eyes. What do you mean, General? Could it be that we also possess such a powerful force? That's impossible. This kind of power must be the General's innate, divine power. How can we ordinary mortals possess it? But why did the General suddenly mention this? At this moment, the hearts of all the guards were tightened. They were shocked and confused, but also full of anticipation. That's it. Marvin stood up without hesitation, knelt down, and said loudly, "Subordinate, I want to. If I could obtain this divine power, I would be able to serve the General even better. My descendants are willing to be his servants forever, even if it means sacrificing our lives for him." As soon as these words came out, it's like throwing a heavy bomb, no doubt. Marvin has completely tied himself, and even his descendants, to Arlen's family, and is determined to become a family servant. With Marvin as an example, the other 600 guards knelt on the ground, their faces solemn, and shouted in unison, "We are willing to swear allegiance to the General until death. If you are accepted by the General, our descendants are willing to be his servants forever and swear allegiance until death." Now, everyone was keenly aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a great chance to make a big leap. Once you grasp it, your destiny may be rewritten. It is good. Arlen nodded with satisfaction, revealing a gratified smile. "From now on, you will be my personal guards outside and my servants inside. Since you are my retainers, I, Arlen, will never treat you unfairly. I will rise and fall with you all and advance and retreat together." Subsequently, Arlen waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, 700 pieces of paper appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. Looking closely, he saw that each piece of white paper was painted with various human acupuncture points and some strange movement diagrams. Obviously, this is the horizontal training method that Arlen is practicing, an external training method specifically used to increase strength and strengthen the body. Considering that few of these guards were literate, Arlen specially drew the contents of the exercises into an illustrated catalog, so that it would be easier to understand and convenient for them to learn. "This is the technique I practice, called horizontal training. Practicing this technique can increase your strength and strengthen your physique." Arlen said seriously, "When you reach the highest level of practice, you can exert force of several thousand kilograms." Upon hearing this, all the guards widened their eyes in shock, looking at the martial arts diagrams on the ground with expressions of disbelief and excitement. The force reaches thousands of pounds. What an amazing power it is. It seems to exist only in legends. From now on, I will give you half an hour to memorize the atlas. After half an hour, it will be burned. This skill must not be spread outside. Anyone who dares to spread it outside will be killed without mercy. Arlen glanced around with a cold and sharp gaze. His voice was cold and firm, revealing a terrifying majesty. "I will follow the General's orders." All the guards responded in unison, revealing their indescribable excitement. "Marvin, lead the 100 households to distribute it." Arlen looked at Marvin and gave the order without hesitation. "Yes." Marvin immediately stood up and turned to look at the 6 centurions behind him. 7 people quickly walked up to Arlen, their movements in unison. They carefully picked up the martial arts diagrams and distributed them one by one. Every time he walked up to a guard, the guard would respectfully take the album with both hands, their eyes full of cherishment and awe. Soon, all 600 guards tightly grasped the martial arts diagrams in their hands and began to memorize them with full concentration. The first level of this horizontal training is just the basics for entry and is not difficult to understand. After practicing to the first level, the strength can be increased by more than twice the original strength. The physical fitness will also be significantly enhanced. Time passed quietly in the tense and quiet atmosphere. Half an hour passed in a flash. "Have you remembered everything?" Arlen asked, looking at each of the guards one by one. All the guards put down the atlases in their hands, bowed in unison, and replied respectfully, "I have memorized it. Get a brazier, burn it." Arlen waved his hand. Several guards immediately took action and quickly brought a huge brazier. In the brazier, the flames burned fiercely, emitting scorching heat. The guards walked to the brazier one by one and gently placed the martial arts diagrams in their hands into the brazier. The paper quickly turned into ashes under the licking of the flames. "Now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, as my trusted retainers, I will not treat you unfairly." Arlen's eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and with a solemn expression he said, "From today onwards, all my personal guards and retainers, in addition to the salaries granted by the court, will receive an additional 5 taels of silver every month as a reward." Upon hearing the news, all the guards' faces instantly showed excitement, and their eyes looking at Arlen became more and more fanatical. In the Ming dynasty, salaries increased according to the level of official rank, with obvious differences. The monthly salary of an ordinary soldier was only 1 tael of silver, and as royal guards, their original monthly salary was only 2 taels of silver. Compared with the rest of the world and the people, this salary is enough to support a family. But now, Arlen actually gave each of his personal guards an extra 5 taels, which was far more than the salary given by the court. From ancient times to the present, the wages of avarice is death. Money can make the world go round. There is no doubt that Arlen's generous act instantly touched the hearts of the guards and further consolidated their loyalty. "My subordinates are willing to swear allegiance to the general to the death." All the guards knelt down again and shouted loudly, their voices filled with loyalty and enthusiasm. "All right, now that you've memorized the technique diagrams, I'll introduce you to the basics of body training with a medicinal bath." Arlen smiled slightly with a hint of anticipation in his smile. Subsequently, he looked at Marvin and said in a deep voice, "Carry it up." Cornelius, who was on duty nearby, immediately led a group of personal guards and worked together to lift up 10 huge water tanks, followed by buckets of steaming hot water were poured into the water tank, and the air was filled with steam and white mist. Arlen walked to the 10 large water vats and took out 5 bottles of bone refining powder from his arms. Arlen opened the bottle caps one by one and poured the bone refining powder into the 10 large water vats. In an instant, the originally clear and transparent water changed rapidly and instantly turned into a gray-black potion. The potion surged in the water tank, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance mixed with a hint of strange scent. Everyone should go in batches to temper their bodies. The longer you persist, the greater the improvement in your physical strength. Practicing according to the exercises in the atlas can increase your absorption of the medicinal power. Arlen looked at the guards with a firm gaze and explained in detail. "Yes." The guards all had serious expressions on their faces, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, and each of them was eager to try. "Let's start," Arlen said in a deep voice, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "This bone refining powder is a precious medicinal powder of high quality, which is extremely effective in refining the body." Arlen was also full of curiosity and wanted to see to what extent this bone refining powder could enhance the strength of his personal guards. Under Arlen's order, the guards quickly lined up and stood in an orderly manner in front of the large water tank. They swiftly took off their armor and clothes, revealing their solid muscles and battle-worn bodies. Subsequently, the first 10 took a deep breath and jumped into the water tank without hesitation. When they first entered the water tank, the guards did not feel anything unusual. They just felt that the water was warm and very comfortable. But suddenly, as they soaked in the water for longer, the medicine in the tank began to take effect. "It hurts. It's scalding to death." "What?" The 10 guards who entered the water tank first cried out in pain almost at the same time. There was a look of pain on their faces, their muscles twitched involuntarily, and their bodies trembled slightly in the water tank. The longer you persist, the greater the improvement in your physical strength. If you can't hold on, you can come out. Seeing this, Arlen shouted loudly with encouragement and expectation. Hear the sound. The personal guard, who had subconsciously wanted to jump out due to the pain, endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and continued to soak in the water tank, enduring the impact of the medicine. After all, they are all iron-blooded warriors who have experienced the blood and corpses on the battlefield, and their endurance is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But soon, several guards could no longer bear the excruciating pain and jumped out of the water tank. However, after coming out, these guards clearly felt the wonderful changes in their bodies. General, the first guard to emerge from the water vat, had a flushed face. Sweat mixed with the potion in the vat dripping down his cheeks. He gasped for breath and shouted excitedly, "I feel like I've gotten a little stronger, and my body seems to have become a lot lighter." As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged, as if showing everyone this wonderful change. "Me too, I feel my strength has increased." Another personal guard also shouted, his eyes full of surprise and shock. He moved his shoulders and looked his body up and down, as if getting to know his stronger self again. At this moment, these personal guards looked at Arlen in shock, as if they had discovered a new world. Their eyes filled with awe and gratitude towards Arlen. Arlen was not surprised at all by this. He just smiled faintly, as if everything was within his expectations. Arlen waved his hand gently and said in a deep voice, "Continue." The personal guards jumped into the water tank in batches one by one to receive the bone-refining powder to temper their bodies. In the water tank, the gray-black potion kept rolling and steaming. The guards gritted their teeth, endured the severe pain brought by the medicine, adjusted their breathing in the water tank according to the instructions in the manual, and tried their best to absorb the medicinal power. Time slowly passed in this torment and expectation. Nearly an hour passed. Finally, all 600 guards completed the body tempering with the bone-refining powder. "How does it feel?" Arlen put his hands behind his back, walked up to the guards, and looked at each of them with concern. "General," the guards bowed one after another, and one of them responded loudly, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. "I feel a surge of strength all over my body. The same goes for my subordinates. I estimate that my strength has doubled." Everyone echoed in unison, and the fanatical loyalty in their eyes when they looked at Arlen became more and more intense. Finally, they all shouted in unison, "General, you have bestowed upon us divine power, and we will repay you with our lives." Arlen nodded slightly, his expression full of relief. Then he said, "I have ordered the procurement of these body-hardening herbs. As long as there are enough herbs, you can undergo body hardening and increase your strength every 10 days. After glancing at everyone and seeing their excitement, Arlen continued, "This kind of improvement may not be very useful now, but on the battlefield, when your strength reaches a certain level, each of you will be a fierce warrior who can kill 10 with one and fight 100 men with one blow. Speaking of which." Arlen paused for a moment, then emphasized his tone and sternly warned, "Also, you must diligently practice the horizontal training skills I taught you. If you dare to pass it on to others, you will be beheaded." "Marvin," Arlen turned his head and looked at Marvin, "the task I gave you, do it today." Then he looked at everyone again and said, "After everyone disperses, have Cornelius take his 100 personal guards to undergo body tempering." "Yes." Marvin immediately accepted the order. The personal guards also stood up and dispersed in an orderly manner, each going to take up their posts in various places in the mansion. At this moment, they seemed to have been reborn. The next batch would naturally be Cornelius and his 100 personal guards. Arlen looked at their departing figures and thought to himself, "The first step in establishing my own power has been completed. The next step is to secretly train the death squad." "Money." Arlen smiled and said, "With Brant and Nahatchu's treasure, we can support a 1,000-man army, even if we have 10 times as many." And then, Arlen thought of the place where Nahatchu hid his weapons and armor and thought to himself, "I have to find a way to use them in the future." There are 2 treasure troves in Nahatchu's treasure map. One contains gold and silver, and the other contains weapons and armor, enough to arm 10,000 people. Arlen had packed up all the gold and silver, but the storage space was full, so the weapons and armor had to be put aside and taken later. As for whether Nahatchu had any backup plan, Arlen didn't know, but it would be difficult to take him away from the Northern Yuan dynasty in the future. After all, the hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in Liaodong were not fake. Arlen thought as he slowly walked towards the lobby of the mansion. Arlen was walking towards the outer hall. Suddenly, an urgent cry was heard. "Master." Arlen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Elijah running towards him quickly. "Uncle Mossgrove, what's wrong?" Arlen stopped and asked with a hint of confusion on his face. Elijah ran up to Arlen, breathing heavily, and said quickly, "There's someone outside the palace claiming to be from the Daniels Palace in Baping, asking to see you. There's also a carriage covered in black cloth. I don't know what they want." Baping, Daniel's mansion. Arlen was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face.